Hi everyone, Movie back again with another video, and today is going to be my entire Blu-ray and 4K collection. I have over 1,200 films here to show you. You can see them all behind me. I'm going to be going through every single one of these, and I've wanted to do this video for a while now. There's over 1,200 films and a few TV shows which I'll show at the end. But I'm not going to spend an amazing amount of time or anything on each one because this video will just go on forever. I'm already thinking it's going to be a long one. So, yeah, I'm going to try and do this in one big video. I didn't really want to do this in parts. So, if you're looking to get through this in one sitting, grab a drink. But, yeah, let's just get into it. Now, this is alphabetical order. And I'm going to start with the numbers, actually, because I keep all my numbers there, then the A's, then the B's. They're not in order of, Arrow Video or 88 films or anything. I've just put them all in alphabetical order. No genre or anything like that. So let's just kick it off, shall we, with the very first movie that I'm going to show here. And this actually does begin with C, but I put all these together as O for 007. And that is Casino Royale. Nice little addition here, actually. J-Card's a bit bent. This is my favourite Daniel Craig Bond movie alongside No Time to Die. I think it was a great debut for him. I'm not a massive James Bond fan or anything, but I really do like the Daniel Craig Bond movies, and this and No Time to Die is definitely my favourites. I love Mads Mikkelsen in this. I think he's great as the villain, but yeah, a really, really enjoyable Bond movie. Next up, we have everyone's least favourite, or most people's least favourite, Quantum of Solace. And yeah, it's my least favourite as well. I'm not a massive fan of this movie. I think it's watchable, but the story is a little bit all over the place, and it just didn't live up to Casino Royale, in my opinion. Next up, we have Skyfall. I've only ever seen this movie once at the cinema. The case is a bit wrecked there. I thought it was good. I didn't love it as much as everyone else. There's some cool scenes with the helicopter and stuff like that, but I didn't love it. So I know I'm probably in the minority a little bit there, but it's a decent Bond film. Next up, we have Spectre, which I only watched for the first time just before No Time to Die was coming out, and I thought it was pretty good, actually. Probably my third favourite in the Daniel Craig Bond movies. Thought it had a great opening. Really enjoyed that. Yeah, it was a decent movie, but not on the level of Casino Royale, No Time to Die. And I don't own No Time to Die, but I do plan on getting it. So there's the Bond movies out the way. They're the only Bond movies I own. Next up, we have 10 Cloverfield Lane, which is a weird sequel for Cloverfield because it's totally different. It's not found footage or anything like that. You see John Goodman in a shelter with these two characters, and it starts to get really, really tense in there. I thought Mary Elizabeth Winstead was a good character here, but John Goodman does steal the show. And it's just a really great thriller, all taking place in the same location. And this really worked for me. This was a massive surprise. I loved this movie. Next up, we have probably a movie that's in my top 30 films of all time, top 50 definitely, of the greatest films I've ever seen, and that is 12 Angry Men. I realised there's a Criterion version out there, which I don't have. When you watched this for the first time a couple of years ago, I love how you are sort of in there as a jury member yourself, and this guy is played by Henry Fonda, is trying to convince you, as well as all the other characters in this film. It's like 10 Cloverfield Lane. This takes place in the one location, just a jury deliberation room. But it's so great the way it unfolds, and this one man trying to convince 11 other jurors that this man who's on trial is in fact innocent, and you just can't see him winning at all. And by the end of the movie, you're like, wow, that was a really powerful film. Yeah, definitely one of the best films I've ever seen, this one. I think that's pretty high on the IMDb top 250 list. Next up is 12 Years a Slave, and I'm not gonna lie, I watched this when it first came out, and I can't remember that much about it. I think it won a few Oscars and stuff. BAFTA winner, best film, Oscar winner as well, best picture. Yeah. Probably have to give this a rewatch, but there was some moments that I remember that were really great, some great acting in this and stuff. But my memory is a little vague. I probably need to revisit that one. Next up, we have Disney's 101 Dalmatians. Great animated movie. Cruella de Vil is a great villain, isn't she? And we recently got Emma Stone playing her in a live action version, which might come up later on in the collection. But a decent animated movie from Disney. I mean, they're all just so watchable, aren't they? And yeah, it's not one of my favourite Disney movies or anything, but it's, you know, it's a good 7, 8 out of 10 film for sure. Animation a little bit old now compared to what we see in the modern age, but next up is 1917, one of the very first films I reviewed on this channel. This is on 4K. I've only seen this once at the cinema. I thought it was really good, but it did sacrifice story for filmmaking in my opinion, but it was very impressive the way it was made. I really would like to revisit this on 4K. I bet it looks fantastic, and I do feel like I will enjoy this a lot more a second time round. Next up we have Two Guns. Yeah, I didn't really like this movie, I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was pretty bland, not much happened. I'm just trying to find out who the director was, because I know he's got a movie coming up soon. I think it's the guy who directed Venom. But yeah, I thought Denzel is a little bit better than this, to be honest. It's a typical Mark Wahlberg movie, but yeah, I would really just didn't enjoy this movie, I'm not gonna lie. It was just very, very forgettable. Next up is 21 Jump Street, a very funny movie involving these two who are cops and they have to infiltrate a high school to look for someone who's selling drugs, I think, and take down this drug empire. I think the first and second do tell the same sort of story. Yeah, but very funny film. I love Jonah Hill. I think he's a great actor and does comedy really well. And Shannon Tatum's really fun in this as well. So I love Ice Cube as well, the way he just shouts at them and screams in their faces. Yeah, really great comedy movie that you can just throw on anytime. And next up we have 22 Jump Street, a very solid sequel. I love them. My name is Jeff. You know, quoting this, oh my god, I was in bits when I first heard that. It's so funny. But yeah, really, really solid sequel. I love at the end as well, where they show a montage of all the upcoming films, like 29 Jump Street in space and stuff. Just really parodying itself there. Really funny film. I've heard there was another one of these in the works, but we'll have to wait and see. Next up is a double bill here of 28 Days Later and 28 Weeks Later. Been teased 28 months later for years, haven't we? But some great filmmaking in the first one there with Cillian Murphy, should I say, walking the streets of empty London. People say this isn't a zombie movie. I got told off in my horror movie collection, which will be down below if you want to check that out, that this isn't a zombie film. It's a virus spreading movie. Yeah, okay, it's a zombie movie to me. Really enjoyable movies. Do like the first one a lot better, but the sequel is good enough. Next up we have a movie that I don't love as much as everyone else. I've only seen this once and I was about 15 at the time. I'm 33 years old now, so maybe I need to give this another go, and that is Stanley Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey. Yeah, I just thought it was a bit boring in places. It was just more of a light show. But impressive visuals, I will admit, but it just lost me in the story. I was bored to tears. But I would like to give this another chance, because I do realise it's probably one of the greatest films ever made, and I need to give that another go as a guy who reviews films and is really into film. I feel like I've got to give it a second watch. Sometimes movies on a second watch can really just change your mind. I'm sure there'll be a few in this collection that I will be talking about that were better a second time. I can already think of one for B, so look out for that when we get there. Next up is 310 to Yuma. I'm not going to lie, I do prefer more modern westerns, and this is one of the better ones. Russell Crowe on the run and Christian Bale is trying to catch him. And there's a really great villain in this who works for Russell Crowe. I forgot the guy who plays him, but I thought he was a great side villain. But yeah, a good modern western that I enjoyed. Like I said, I do prefer modern westerns over the older ones, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I just think this is a little bit more enjoyable in my opinion. Next up is 30 Minutes or Less, another movie that I really didn't love. I thought it was okay. Some funny moments, I will admit, but again, a bit like Two Guns, a little bit forgettable for me there, but an okay comedy. Not one I'm going to watch over and over though. Next up is 30 Days of Night, probably another movie I need to rewatch because a lot of people do love this film. I remember watching it and thinking it was a good 6, 7 out of 10 movie, good vampire flick, but it was a very long time ago when it first come out. I haven't revisited it since. I do like Josh Hart, and I think he's good in a lot of movies, so yeah, it's a decent vampire flick from what I remember. Next up is 300 from Zack Snyder, a very, very visually stunning film, something that looked a little bit different. I enjoyed this, I did, but it was the visual style that I really, really got into it. But I haven't seen it for a very long time, but it's a good movie. You know, Greek gods and stuff like that. The case is a bit bashed on this, but this is the 40-year-old virgin. I really enjoyed this back in the day, about this guy who's just, obviously it says it in the title, doesn't it? And he finds a love interest and stuff, and it's all about his friends in work trying to help him along to get him laid, basically. Yeah, it's a good movie. I enjoyed the 40-year-old virgin. Virgin? Next up is the 51st State, a movie that takes place in my hometown of Liverpool, starring Samuel L. Jackson and Robert Carlyle. It's a good film, but it's very, very far-fetched. The way Samuel L. Jackson says, imagine 20 ecstasy tablets and 30 lines of cocaine and 15 shots of heroin, all in one drug. And that's what he's selling. Yeah, a little bit silly, but it's a good movie. It's not bad. I love the start where Robert Carlyle walks in with the flare into the pub. Next up is 8 Mile, a little bit story about this one. I went to see this with my friends at the cinema, and I was the only one who never got in because I looked way underage, and we were all underage, but I had a baby face back then, and all my friends went in, and I had to phone my granddad to come and pick me up. Eminem was my favourite rapper back in the day. All my friends were into him. We all loved him. And the fact that he had a movie coming out was just something that we all needed to go and see, and I had to wait for a video release of this. Yeah, own the soundtrack as well. Good movie. I enjoy it. Lose Yourself is a great song that came from this. Rest in peace, Brittany Murphy, by the way. Next up is a film you will probably all be shocked that I haven't seen. And I've only recently added this to the collection, and that is The Addams Family. I know we've got Wednesday coming, starring Jenna Ortega in Netflix. It's just a movie I've never really got round to. I never really fancied it. I don't know why. But I plan to watch this one and The Addams Family Values very, very soon. Yeah, I do feel like I might have fun with them, but just never got round to them. I have seen snippets of this on TV a while ago, where Wednesday was in a summer camp or something. That's all I remember. So I need to get round to these two, definitely. Maybe if they're any good, I'll pick up the animated ones. Next up is The Adjustment Bureau. Matt Damon and Emily Blunt had really great chemistry in this. This couple who were in love, but it's very weird that there's something going on in the background and you're trying to work it out all the way through the film, and it had a very, very clever climax. Nothing special or anything, but a good, unique take. Sci-fi drama, if you like, and tries to do something a little bit different. I enjoyed this one. Air Force One, starring Harrison Ford as the President of the United States when his plane gets hijacked. I haven't seen this for a very, very long time, but I remember it being a decent action movie. Nothing spectacular or anything, but it's one of them typical 90s films, isn't it? I think it's from the 90s. I hope it is. Yeah, decent movie, but it's been a long time. It's been a very long time since I've seen it. Next up, we have Airplane. One I recently watched for the first time a couple of months, last year, should I say, on the premium collection. You'll probably see a few more of these throughout the video. I do feel like the comedy is a little bit dated on me here, because it's kind of like, well, it is a parody film, isn't it? But I've seen them done better. If I was in the 80s and stuff, I probably would have found this a lot funnier. But there was some funny moments, I'm not going to lie. I love the start especially, where he's guiding a plane and he looks the wrong way and the plane just drives into the airport there. But that was really funny. Leslie Nielsen's great in this. Yeah, it's funny, but halfway through the film I was like, okay, come on, these jokes are getting a bit old now. But it's a good film. I appreciate how well thought of it is. I understand why people love it. Next up is Aladdin, probably my favourite Disney animated film of all time. I just used to watch this as a kid constantly. Absolutely love the story in this. I love the character of Aladdin, Prince Jasmine, Princess Jasmine. Jafar is a great villain. Disney just do not make villains like that anymore. They play it way too safe, I feel. Robin Williams is the genie. Just a brilliant voice on him there. Such a fun character. Love all the songs in this. It's a pretty flawless animated movie to me. Absolutely love it. I love the Cave of Wonders. How it all just so colourful and stuff. And I know why Abu sort of want to grab that gem, because I sort of used to want to. It was so bright and sparkly. Brilliant film. I love Aladdin. Next up, we have the 4K of Aladdin on live action. Now, this got slated a little bit. It's a Guy Ritchie movie, which is sort of out of his comfort zone a little bit there, but I like this. I thought Will Smith as the genie was really good, actually. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather go to the animated version almost every time, but I thought this was a really one of the better live action Disney movies. I had a lot of fun with this. Next up is Alan Partridge Alpha Papa. Sorry, still got the price tag on there, but it's gonna rip the slipcover if I get it off. I'm not a big Alan Partridge fan. My dad bought this and said, throw that in your collection. I've watched it. I thought this was quite funny in places, actually. Nothing special. It's more like a 3 out of 5 film. But it's funny enough. It has its moments. It's really stupid, as you can imagine. You've really got to be into Alan Partridge, and I haven't watched enough of it to be fully into him, but it was a good film. It wasn't bad. Next up is one of my favourite Blu-rays that I own, the Alien Anthology. For the first 4 movies are in this. Aliens is one of my favourite movies of all time. I rewatch it always. You know, it's probably one of my most watched films, one of the best sequels ever made. Love the first one as well. You know, I appreciate how I get why people say they like it better. I mean, they're totally different movies for me in terms of pace and tone and stuff, because the second one's more of an action film. I'm definitely on the Aliens, side of things, but both of them are pretty much masterpieces. Alien 3 isn't bad. I don't understand the hate it gets. I know they meddled in it with a little bit with Fincher and stuff, but I think Alien 3 is a really good time. Alien Resurrection, yeah, it's a little bit, it's nowhere near as good as the first 3. But Aliens, for me, is in my top 10 films of all time. But I have fun with all these movies, especially the first 2, though. Next up, we have Alien Covenant. I was really disappointed in this. I really just wanted a full Aliens type sequel, and this definitely played in the Prometheus side of things way too much. Well, yeah, some bad CGI at times as well. I wasn't too fussed on this, I'm not going to lie. It does have its moments with the shower scene and stuff like that. I haven't watched it on 4K yet, I'm not going to lie, but not a movie that I absolutely loved. I wanted more from this because it had Alien in the title, and it kind of throws you off a little bit there by doing that. Next up is Alita Battle Angel, one of the most underrated films from 2019, was it? Which was a great year for film, by the way. I really hope we get a sequel to this, but it didn't do too well at the box office, but it does leave it open at the end for a sequel. Visually stunning what they've done here with the CGI and special effects. Alita is a great character to get behind, some awesome action scenes and stuff in this. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a great movie, and I really, really hope we get another one. If you haven't seen Alita Battle Angel, definitely give it a go. Next up is All the Boys Love Mandy Lane. I think this is about people who like this girl getting killed by a killer going around the school and stuff. I think it's a British film. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Starring Amber Heard. Now, I remember this being okay, but it had a good twist at the end. I didn't see that one coming. Not a bad movie. Next up is American Beauty, one of my favourite films of all time. I absolutely adore this. It's probably in my top 25 movies ever. I don't know what it is about this. It's kind of like a soap opera that takes place in one film. It's about this little neighbourhood and the strange happenings around it. But you can't take your eyes off it. Annette Bening is fantastic in this movie. I thought she was great. But yeah, a really, really great movie. Nothing much really happens. I can't explain it. But it's just, you can't take your eyes off it. It's such a powerful film. It really is. Depression ending, but... Next up is American Gangster. A lot of people do love this movie, a lot more than I do, but I have only seen it the once. True story about, I forgot his name. Oh, what's his name? Frank Lucas, who was a big drug lord, I believe, who imported heroin and stuff into America. I think Russell Crowe might be trying to catch him, but it's from director Ridley Scott, and it was a good movie. I had a shocking scene right in the middle there where Denzel Washington just shoots someone in the middle of the street. But I probably have to rewatch this again. It's good though, from what I remember. Next up is American History X. Again, one of the greatest films I've ever seen. I think Ed Norton is unbelievable in this movie about this racist guy, and he goes to jail, and his brother's sort of following in his footsteps. And Ed Norton sort of doesn't want him to go down that path, but he can't really tell him. Fantastic drama from the 90s, just one of the best films I've ever seen. Definitely worth a watch that. American Hustle, I can't remember anything about this, to be honest. I know it won a lot of awards and stuff, but I've only seen it the once and it didn't really stand out. I thought it was a little bit boring in places, I'm not gonna lie. Good casting there though, but I don't remember too much about it. Next up is American Made, a Tom Cruise film where he imports drugs into America. True story. I remember this being good. It kind of felt like it was trying to be Blow at times, and it didn't quite strip the landing, if you like. Sorry for that pun there, strip the landing, because he's a cruise pilot, airplane pilot. But it's a good true story. It's watchable. Does the job, if you like. But Tom Cruise is someone who's really grown on me in recent years, because I recently watched Mission Impossible 5 and 6, is it? For the first time a couple of years ago, and I'll watch anything with Tom Cruise in now. Next up is American Pie 4-film collection. Really enjoy these comedies. The first two for me are the most rewatchable. The Wedding does suffer a little bit because Stifler he's out of character, I think. The Reunion does pick it back up though, but 1 and 2 are just some of them comedies that I used to watch constantly all the time. I recently watched them again. I think it was back in October or November. Still to this day are fantastic, hilarious movies, and Steve Stifler, apart from part 3, is one of the greatest movie characters of all time in my opinion. They're just so watchable, so easy to put on, just have a fun time with. Great set of movies that. Next up we have American Psycho. Christian Bale goes off the rails in this film. I'll never forget that moment where he's in the flat with that guy and he just batters him to death with, I can't remember what it is, there's a hammer or something, and he says, "Try getting a booking at your favourite restaurant now, you fucking stupid bastard." He's a crazy character in this. He's obsessed with looking great and having the best suits and the best business cards. And he's got this girlfriend in it, Reese Witherspoon, who's so sweet and has no idea what he's like. Really, really fun movie, I'd say, and Christian Bale in one of his most out there roles. American Sniper, really good true story actually. I really enjoyed this one. Quite depressing in some places, but a strong film. I thought Bradley Cooper was excellent in this. I think this is directed by Clint Eastwood, and he just puts so many great movies out there, doesn't he? But this is definitely worth a watch. I didn't see that ending coming, and it felt me leaving a little bit dirty and empty, to be honest. Next up is An American Werewolf in London. Such a classic horror film. The transformation in this scene in this is great. But there's some scary moments in this, especially when the main guy, I forgot his name. The main guy in this is having all these weird dreams and nightmares, and there's some really shocking imagery there. And sometimes I just jump, and it's quite horrible to watch. But a really, really good werewolf film. I really enjoyed this one. Will Ferrell in Anchorman next. I haven't seen this for a long time, but I remember it being quite funny. I love it when he says to, what's her name? Christina Applegate's character, "You scorpion woman." Decent movie about a news broadcaster who, it's Will Ferrell, isn't it? Just being Will Ferrell, basically. It's got all, what's his name in there? Paul Rudd. So, you're always going to get a good time. Steve Carell, the usual gang are all in there. I don't know Anchorman 2, I haven't seen that one yet, I'm not going to lie. Next up is Anger Management. I am a fan of Adam Sandler, but going into this, I thought it was all going to be about Adam Sandler being angry all the time. But it's sort of, he's very, very calm actually. And as the movie goes on, he starts getting angry, but I love it when Adam Sandler's angry. This is a good film actually. Jack Nicholson's always winding him up. Yeah, it's a decent Adam Sandler film. Next up we have Animal Kingdom. I wasn't a big fan of this movie, I'm not going to lie. An Australian film. I just thought it was really messy in places and I was getting lost and the pace was suffering and it just seemed to drag on and on. Not a fantastic film in my opinion. I know a lot of people do like this, but I just found it kind of boring at times. Next up is Ant-Man, the first Marvel film that I've shown off, I believe. Yeah, I have a really fun time with this. Paul Rudd, again, I always have a fun time with him. He's just such a likeable guy, isn't he? And he was perfect for this role. Really like some of the way the scenes are filmed, where he turns tiny and the world just becomes this big death trap to him. But one of the more fun Marvel movies, I feel, that doesn't take itself too serious. Ant-Man and the Wasp on 4K. Not as good as the first. It's a pretty bland sequel, and if I was doing a Marvel ranking, it would probably be lower down there, but it's still very watchable. I love Michael Douglas in these films, how he's always angry and stuff. But it was a good addition to have Eva Lang... Oh, what's her name? Eve... I can't remember her name. Evangeline Lilly, is it? As the Wasp. Yeah, to give him a little side character there. It all takes place just before Endgame. Good movie. Oh, Endgame or Infinity War, can't quite remember. I think it was Endgame. Yeah. It's an okay movie. Apocalypse Now, a film I have only watched the once. I need to revisit it, but I did like it when I watched it, but I just didn't think it was as good as what everyone says. But it does have its moments, definitely, especially, you know, the big bombing scene. With all the helicopters and stuff and the napalm and stuff like that. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. But I have to give this another go. I would probably get this on 4K, but this is a really nice box set, so I'm kind of happy with that. It's got 3 versions in there. I watched the Redux version. I've heard it's better to not watch that sometimes because it just adds so much filler in there, but maybe you can let me know if it is worth watching that version. Next up is Mel Gibson's Apocalypto. I've done my top 30 most rewatched Blu-rays and this was in it. Seen this film so many times. I love the way Mel Gibson directs this. Pretty underrated director in my opinion. So violent and brutal and full of tension, this film. And the second half goes into a big chase scene. Really, really enjoyable movie. Probably in my top 50 films of all time, I'm not going to lie. Some of you probably haven't seen that, it's worth checking out. Apollo 18, a found footage film that takes place on the moon. And we find some life there, basically. I don't think this is one of the best found footage films out there. I've seen it done way better. I appreciate what it was going for, but yeah, I just don't think it was as interesting as most found footage films that I've seen, to be honest. Next up is Armageddon, classic disaster movie, if you like, or sort of disaster movie. Bruce Willis and Ben Affleck have to go to the have to go out to space to stop this. What is it? I forgot what it's called, but it's gonna hit Earth. Meteor, and they have to stop it. But yeah, it's quite tense in places. Good characters all on screen together. Bruce Willis hates Ben Affleck, and then they have to work together to save the world because Ben Affleck's dating his daughter. He doesn't like that. But yeah, good movie. You know, typical 90s Jerry Bruckheimer production film, if you like. Next up is Arthur Christmas. Decent Christmas movie. It was all set for a modern audience, really, where they have all this technology that controls Christmas and stuff. And Arthur Christmas has to save the day. I think one kid doesn't get a present or something. He has to make sure that it gets delivered. But yeah, it's a good movie. Nothing special, but a good Christmas film, if you like. Next up is The A-Team. I wasn't a big fan of this, I'm not going to lie. I wasn't a fan of the TV show, and when I watched this, I just thought it was okay. Nothing special. Pretty bland action movie, in my opinion. And one that doesn't really get talked about a lot, to be honest. This is like a big box edition. Different cover art in there, really. But yeah, not a film I'm going to revisit very often. Just a pretty bland action film. Next up is Audition. Pretty shocking in places. This movie gets flipped on its head in the final act, and you go, whoa, what the hell happened there? Takeshi Miike, who is a great director, he's made some brilliant films, and this is basically about a guy who gets a new wife, and he makes them audition because he's this rich guy, and he picks her, and then his life sort of goes in a strange direction. I don't want to say too much, but it's definitely worth a watch. One of the first classic foreign movies that a lot of people started to hear of back in the day. My mum and dad watched this at first and said, oh, watch it, but be prepared. And yeah, I can say, be prepared. There is some pretty unsettling stuff in here, but a really good film. Next up is Austin Powers, one of my most watched comedies ever. I just have a lot of fun with this. Mike Myers as this character is just so fun to be around. So many hilarious moments in this. Great dialogue at times. And he just makes me laugh, Austin Powers. He's great. Liz Haley's fantastic in this as well. Then we have Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. Again, such a rewatchable film. Just a great sequel. Love Heather Graham in this, who replaces Liz Haley because she's a robot. But yeah, such a fun film. Fat Bastard is a great character. Mike Myers playing 3 different characters in this one, as well as Dr. Evil. Great sequel. I had a lot of fun with that. Next up is Austin Powers Goldmember. I've only seen this once or twice, but I didn't love it as much as the first 2 movies. I just thought it didn't have that something that them 2 had, but it's still a good sequel. But I definitely prefer the first 2. Definitely. Next up is Avatar. Now, I'm probably going to revisit this more when the second one comes. A lot of people are saying, why is James Cameron doing this? And I can sort of see their point, but I will never ever doubt James Cameron, ever. I'm willing to bet he's got something amazing up his sleeve. So I'm looking forward to giving this another go when the second one comes, but I did think this was a good movie. I thought it was quite impressive, actually. Next up is Avengers Assemble, where it all started. Well, I wouldn't say it all started, but at the time, this was a big deal. All these superheroes on screen together. And it's average, I feel, for the first hour, and then the second hour really builds up, and this big explosive battle around New York. Yeah, it's a really good Marvel movie, I feel, especially for the last hour. I just think it's so well filmed. So many great moments. Love it when Loki catches Hawkeye's arrow there and laughs and then realizes it's an explosive arrow. Yeah, this, an important movie in film history, if you like your comic book films. Next up, Avengers Age of Ultron. I don't like it as much as that one, and it's probably one of my least favourite MCU films, but it's decent enough. But it's definitely my least favourite Avengers film, but it does have some good moments here. I'm not really a big fan of Ultron. I know a lot of people are, but I'm not. I think he's a pretty weak villain. It's a decent film. Avengers Infinity War, solid film. A lot going on in this, but this was the start of a 2-part journey with this and Endgame, and a lot of people do prefer this one. I don't know which one I think is better, to be honest, but it's a fantastic film. Thanos is the best villain in the MCU, and there's a lot of him in here. So much going on. The way it's portrayed on screen and gives characters the right amount of time and stuff is done to perfection, in my opinion. So yeah, definitely one of the better Marvel films. And then we do have Avengers Endgame, which for a lot of people is the most important film they've ever seen, especially a younger audience and stuff. But yeah, this was epic at the cinema. Everyone just, cheering and stuff towards the end. Pretty hard hitting in places. It doesn't hold back. It goes for it. But yeah, some emotional moments in this movie, especially towards the end, involving some of our favourite characters. But a very, very good MCU film. And last up for the A's, we have Away Days. This is a British football hooligan movie. It's quite weird in places. It's definitely watchable, but I just remember watching this all the way through going, this has a very strange tone. But it's not bad. It's not as good as The Football Factory or Green Street, but it's definitely watchable. And as it, we have the A's, so on to the B's now. Onto the B's now, quite a few of these here. First up is The Babadook. Now, this is Jenna Ortega's character favourite movie in Scream 6. So I don't know if this is better for more modern audiences, but this didn't really hit home with me. It was okay. The kid is too annoying for me to enjoy this movie. And I get that may be the intention, but it just really took me out the film. Maybe I need a rewatch on this, because I know a lot of people do love it. Baby Driver, one of Edgar Wright's, another great movie from him, if you like. And this is one of my favourite ones from him. I love Jamie Foxx in this film. I think he's great. I love it when he just puts the glasses on and says, "How the fuck I look?" Just about he's robbed the bank there. But beautifully shot, a fun movie. I do think the third act goes a little bit into too far-fetched territory there, but it's a great film. Back to the Future trilogy, a set of films I have only ever seen once at each. I did really enjoy them, and I know a lot of people say the third one isn't as good as the other two, but I do think it was a really good film, actually. I think I enjoyed it more than the second. The first one is the best, though. Good concept, and I love the setting of Hill Valley and stuff. It's a fun movie. I'd love to go back and rewatch these as well. Next up is Bad Boys. Now, I bought this in preparation for Bad Boys for Life. Bad Boys for Life was one of the very first movies I ever reviewed on the channel. I'd never really seen Bad Boys. I'd only seen it in snippets. And I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a great action film, weirdly shot sometimes by Michael Bay. But overall, I really like this. And I love these two together on screen. They're just so fun. But I'm glad to own this in the collection on 4K there. And next up we have Bad Boys 2, my weakest of the three, to be honest. I don't think it's a bad movie, it's just very, very generic. It's like this action movie that you've seen a million times. Especially that chase scene. I mean, it's just a load of cars getting blown up, but it's the same thing over and over again for 10 minutes. I don't think Michael Bay is very good at doing some action scenes, in all honesty. But this movie definitely has its moments. The cocaine and the coffee, was it? Next up is Bad Boys for Life. Really pissed off I don't have a slipcover for this. I'm not usually bothered about slipcovers, but because the other two have it, it would have been nice. But this is, for me, is the best one in the franchise. I really enjoyed this film. Didn't hold too much hope for it because it was a January release at the cinemas and stuff. But I think that's a bit of a myth these days, because lots of January films I've seen in the past couple of years are great. Scream 6, this, there was a few more, The Gentleman and stuff. So, yeah, I think it might be a bit of a myth, that now. But for me, this is the best one. Surprisingly, really great story in this too. And I thought it was quite funny in a lot of places. Next up, we have a premium collection, which I don't own a little hard box for, which is really annoying. Because I bought this from CEX. I should have just went and got it from HMV. And then it's Bad Day at Black Rock. Again, I'm not too bothered about the slipcovers, but these are nice to have the hardbox with because they're the premium collection. Now, this was a hidden little gem for me. I didn't expect much from this movie, but I think it was Luke from Razor Wire Reviews talked about it. And I thought, you know what, I'll just give it a go. But I didn't know anything about the movie. And wow, it blew me away. It's a little 1 hour and 20 minute runtime. Flies by. But it's such a fun and entertaining time about this guy who goes into a town and no one's visited there for 4 years, and all the locals are kind of, what's he doing here? They don't want him there, and they're trying to get rid of him, but he won't budge, and there's a reason why he's there. It's a really good film, actually. Bad Neighbours, not one of my favourite comedies or anything. This one didn't really sit with me right. I just didn't really enjoy it. I remember just thinking, this is kind of bad. I've only seen it the once when it first came out, but I wasn't enjoying it at all, to be honest. I know there's a second one out there as well. The Bank Job, pretty underrated film. Jason Statham in. It's about does what it says on the tin, really. Yeah, really good, entertaining time. I like Jason Statham. Well, some of the stuff he does, but that is one of his better movies. Next up, we have Basketball for Matt Parker and Trey Parker and Matt Stone, who, of course, are the creators of South Park. One of my favourite comedies of all time, where they invent this sport mixed with basketball and baseball rules, but you're allowed to put your opponent off their shot, and some of the things they come up with here are just absolutely hilarious. So yeah, really funny movie. I love this one. Squeak Scolari, what a character he is. Next up, Basic Instinct from one of my favourite directors, Paul Verhoeven. Really, really great thriller. We all remember that moment with the legs crossing, of course. It's one of the most infamous movie moments ever for reasons you know why. But I think this Sharon Stone is great in this. I love Michael Douglas. I think he's a great actor, and them two on screen are really good together. But you don't quite know if she is this killer or not. But she's like this famous writer who's really rich, and she sort of uses Michael Douglas for her next character and stuff, but killings are happening around them. It's a really, really good thriller. I'm sure a lot of you have probably seen that one. Next up, a film I watched last month, Batman the movie, because I'm trying to review the Batman movies on this channel, and this hasn't dated well at all. This is pretty bad. I know a lot of audiences back in the day probably would have loved this and still do, but for me, it was just irritating and it was just chore to get through. I remember really liking this film as a kid as well, but watching it through these adults' eyes, it just grated on me. I've got a full review for this on the channel if you want to check it out. Next up, we have the Batman Anthology. Now, I will just take these out of the box really quickly here. First up, we have Batman, one of my most rewatched movies of all time. I absolutely love this film. Tim Burton just gets Gotham spot on the way it looks. I love that Jack Nicholson as the Joker. Michael Keaton is my favourite Batman. And although it isn't the best Batman movie overall, it's definitely the one I watch the most. I've just watched it so many times as a kid. It's got so many great moments. And I've actually been thinking about this, over the last few days because I'm trying to write a review for this at the minute and get it out there on the channel because it's a film I've always wanted to review and I just love it. It's just a fantastic film. It really is. I actually seen this at the cinema as well, which is just a brilliant experience. It made me realise how good the film actually is. Next up, we have Batman Returns. The last time I watched this, I remember not loving it as much as I used to. But it's got a good villain in there, the Penguin. Danny DeVito is really disgusting in this film. Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman is great as well, and it has a very Christmassy, snowy feel. Gotham doesn't look as good as it did in the first film because it's full on gothic, and I think Tim Burton nailed it in the first movie. It looks a bit too oversaturated with the gothic style in this one, really. But it's a good sequel, decent sequel. Better than this sequel, Batman Forever. I didn't like this movie the last time I watched it. The score in this is so annoying and it gets so overplayed. Pisses me off. Tommy Lee Jones is probably one of the worst Batman villains, I think. But Jim Carrey's okay as the Riddler. He's fun. But it's watchable. But yeah, it's not great. Next up is Batman and Robin, a film I have not seen since VHS days. So I nearly need to go back and rewatch this, but I just remember Arnold Schwarzenegger with all these great movie quotes. I know it's not a great film from what I remember and people's opinion on it, but I would like to go back to this. I wouldn't be surprised if I enjoyed this a little bit more than Batman and Robin, but I don't know. Than Batman Forever, but I don't know. Time will tell when I get to it. Next up is Batman Begins in this weird box that's kind of damaged now, but cardboard doesn't last forever on them shelves. Great movie from Christopher Nolan to start his Dark Knight trilogy. I love how it's all built up, how the story is told, and it's much more of a realistic feel for Batman. Cillian Murphy in there as Scarecrow, good villain as well, along with Ra's al Ghul and stuff. Something we've never seen in these films before. But yeah, I really enjoyed this film, and it's got a great last scene where he flips the card over and it says the Joker's basically going to be in the next movie. And that leads us to The Dark Knight in my top 10 movies of all time. I probably should get these on 4K. One of the best films I've ever seen, the greatest cinema experience of my life, although that could change with Matt Reeves' Batman, who knows. But Heath Ledger, one of the greatest movie villains of all time in this. It's just an amazing sequel, one of the best sequels ever made. Christopher Nolan's best film for me, definitely. I absolutely adore this film. Next up we have The Dark Knight Rises, which, well, last time I watched this, I was just like, did it really have to be this complex? It's a Batman movie. I think he just tries one too many things in this, Nolan, and sort of is a little bit too clever for his own good, if you like. But it's still a good film. The Bane's death is just the worst part of this film, though. You blink and you'll miss it. But it's okay. It's more than okay. It's a good 8 out of 10 film, in my opinion. But stops it from being the perfect trilogy, if you like. But it's still a good film. Next up is Batman vs Superman. I have gone on record to say that this is one of the worst movies I have ever seen in my life. But after watching Zack Snyder's Justice League, which blew me away, by the way, I had no hope for that film whatsoever after watching this. I wouldn't mind going back and just checking this out again, because maybe my view will change, and I never thought I'd see the day, but who knows. I'm going to give it another chance. Next up, we have Batman Gotham Knight. This is an anthology story. I think there's like 6 stories in this involving Batman and, you know, the characters of Gotham and stuff. I remember not really liking this too much, surprisingly. I thought I was going to love it, but it wasn't great, in my opinion. Next up, we have Batman The Long Halloween Part 1. I thought this was all going to take place around Halloween, but it doesn't. It takes place over a number of holidays that starts on Halloween and comes full circle, because this killer is going around killing everyone on every single holiday. So it's a good concept for a Batman movie. It's got all the villains in there and stuff. I like these Batman animated films. And I definitely thought Part 2 was better for me. I know a lot of people like the first, but Part 2 for me was better. I just thought the whole Two-Face thing was a more interesting story than the Joker one, even though I love the Joker. But I didn't see the ending coming either. And my friend said it's a little bit different to the comics. So that was, I don't know if they changed that for the movie or whatever. Some of the villains do feel a little bit shoehorned in. There's one too many at times, but definitely the better part for me. Not by a long shot or anything, but I just preferred that part a little bit better. Next up, Batman The Killing Joke. A lot of people didn't like this film when it came out, said they were very disappointed, but I enjoyed this. I thought it was a great little Batman animated film, to be honest. I'd never read any of these graphic novels or anything, but I actually wouldn't mind getting a hold of you, to be honest. But I enjoyed this. I didn't see the hate that this got. Maybe it's for die-hard Batman comic book enthusiasts who can pick up the problems with it, but I enjoyed it. I mean, nothing special. 7 out of 10 movie. This is by far the best Batman animated film for me, and that is Batman versus the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This surprised the hell out of me. It was so fun seeing Batman team up with these turtles, taking on all the villains from the Batman universe and the Turtles universe, and they've become these big monsters, like kind of like what the Turtles fight in their movies and comic books. It was just great. I had such a fun time with this, and some really funny comedic moments as well. I highly recommend this, honestly. It's a solid 9 out of 10 film for me. I'm just going to move these Blu-rays up a little bit so I get some room for the next pile. Sorry about that. Next up, we have Battle Royale. Not the big box edition, but yeah, this was a really good film. I'd seen the Hunger Games before this, but this is just like a better version of that. Very, very violent, holds no bars. It's about this group of students who are put on an island, and they all have to kill each other until one survives. And the teacher has put them there because they terrorized the teacher. The teacher's an arsehole. It's a really fun film. I highly recommend this one. Definitely worth a shot. Next up is A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood, one of the very first films I reviewed on this channel. I thought Tom Hanks was excellent in this, which was weird because I'd only ever heard of this show from a movie called The Burbs, when Tom Hanks is watching the show in that movie and then he plays the same guy, which was weird for me. But yeah, good little drama. I'm not sure I'll return to it a lot, but this was going for really cheap and I grabbed it. I think it was a really good film, actually. Really enjoyed that one. Next up, we have Beauty and the Beast, Disney classic. I took ages to get to this because I just didn't fancy it. I thought it was a movie for girls, really, and stuff. But anyone can watch this movie. I don't think like that too much anymore. You know, when you're a teenager and you don't really want to watch Beauty and the Beast. Really good film. Got some of the best songs in there. One of the best Disney stories. Just very, very heartwarming. My fiance always cries at this one. At the Beauty and the Beast song that the teapot sings. Next up, we have Beauty and the Beast, the live action version. Now, for me, I do prefer this one just a little bit there. I think this was probably my favourite film of 2017, was it? Or 2016. it blew me away. It blew me away. I thought this film was absolutely incredible. They done brilliant to adapt this into a live action film. And I know a lot of people don't really love it as much, from what I hear in the community and stuff, but I thought this was fantastic. A solid movie. Very, very solid film. Next up is Beetlejuice. This has got a nice little slip there. Yeah, I think this might be a little bit dated for me. I don't know. I never watched it as a kid. I watched it for the first time a couple of years ago. I thought it was good, but I say good. I thought it was average. Yeah. It kind of annoyed me at times a little bit. I thought Michael Keaton was really good, but at times it was just a bit too wacky and stuff. Maybe it was the mood I was in when I was watching it, but it didn't really hit me like it hits a lot of people. I'd give it another go, but I didn't love this film, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Next up we have Before I Go to Sleep. This was a blind buy, and it's about Nicole Kidman, who can't remember, she has memory loss and she doesn't know who to trust around her. It was okay. Had a very low budget feel to it and stuff. It was okay. I hate it when the Blu-ray stick there. Next up we have Big Fish. I haven't watched this on Blu-ray yet, but I watched it on DVD a few times. Really good story. Albert Finney, I think, tells the story of his life, and Ewan McGregor plays him when he's younger and stuff, and he just goes on all these crazy adventures. It's a good film. Enjoy that one. Next up is Big Hero 6. Haven't watched this one yet. This was a recent pickup. I just haven't watched it yet. I've heard it's good though. The Big Lebowski, a film I definitely need to rewatch, and a lot of people do agree that this is better on rewatch. I love the Coen brothers. This one, for me, I thought it was good, but the dude really annoyed me. And I know a lot of people love the dude, but he really got on my nerves. But John Goodman was great in this. It's a bit unfair the way he terrorises Steve Buscemi's character, but it is some of the funnier parts of the film. But yeah, I'm going to have to give this another go. I know a lot of people say it's better on rewatch, so I'll have to give that one another go, definitely. Next up we have Big Mama's House. I used to watch a lot of these comedies as a teenager, just easy ones to throw on. I loved Martin Lawrence back in the day. I still do actually, and this is a fun movie. You can definitely tell that this woman is not this character's mother though. She would definitely get onto it. You just sort of have to forget about that. She looks nothing like her in my opinion. But it's a fun film, a really fun film. Big Trouble in Little China, like The Big Lebowski, this is one I'm going to have to rewatch. Now I do have a little bit of a backup here as why I didn't really relate to this film. I watched it in the hottest night of the year because I couldn't get to sleep. Me and fiance just couldn't sleep. It was so hot outside. The bed was sticky. It was just so uncomfortable. And there was a dog constantly barking outside. And then I threw this movie on. I didn't realise how trippy it was going to be. And I was just struggling to get through it. But maybe that was because of the mood and the heat and stuff. So I will definitely give this another go at some point. I need to. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, a great comedy. Actually seen the third one at the cinema as well, which is a really good movie. But this one is the best. I love the way Napoleon just slides down that water slide. He's having so much fun at the water parks and stuff when he's time traveling everywhere. It's a fun film. I enjoyed this. You think Bill and Ted would be annoying characters, but they're really not. They really work well together. Billy Elliot, a fantastic film about this young boy played by Jamie Bell, who wants to be a ballet dancer, and his dad and the community, all their sons are sort of boxers, and his dad's pushing him towards boxing, but he's not very good at it, but he's a brilliant ballet dancer. He tries to keep it a secret and stuff, and Julie Walters is training him to be a ballet dancer. It's a great movie. I've seen it so many times. Fantastic film. Fantastic British film. Next up is Birdman, another fantastic movie. I love Michael Keaton in this. There's a moment where him and Ned Norton are just having this one-shot acting scene around the stage, and they're just shouting at each other and showing a load of dialogue to each other, and it's a brilliant scene. But I absolutely love this film. It's one of the best movies from the past 10 years, I'd say. Emma Stone is in this as well, who's just great in everything. I highly recommend Birdman if you haven't seen it. Michael Keaton is just an incredible actor. Next up is a Alfred Hitchcock film, the birds. I thought this was really creepy actually, especially that time where all the kids are coming out of school and the birds are just watching them, ready to pounce on them. But yeah, I love the whole vintage feel of Alfred Hitchcock's films. I love the way he directs them, and this is one of his better ones. I feel I absolutely love this film. Only seen it the once, but it was really strong movie. Next up is Birds of Prey, the fantabulous emancipation of one Harley Quinn, or Birds of Prey. Yeah, a lot of people don't like this film. I thought it was good. You know, it's a fun movie. You can just watch, throw on, easy to watch. I did think Ewan McGregor was trying way too hard to be this sinister villain, though. But overall, I enjoyed this at the cinema. I did. Next up is Black Panther, really strong MCU film. Rest in peace, Chadwick Boseman, which is a real shame. It really is. But I love the whole look of this film. The way Wakanda looks and everything. They carry a great theme going on through there, like the whole African vibe feel. And Michael B. Jordan is a great villain in this. Really good MCU film. Really good one. Next up is Black Mass with Johnny Depp. One of my favourite Johnny Depp performances, even though it's not his best film. It's a good film. But he is so sinister in this film. He just doesn't care. He will kill you if you cross him. And it's a true story about James Bulger, who is this big mafia boss back in the day. And he had police working with him and stuff. It's a really gripping true story. Highly recommend this one actually. It's like 3.5 out of 5. Next up is Black Swan. This is a film I really need to replace because the ending scratches and there's a scratch on the disc and the ending always messes up. So I need to get a replacement for this. But a very powerful film from Dan Aronofsky. I thought Natalie Portman was great in this. You know, it's kind of a great visual style to it. And it's kind of tense in places. So yeah, Mila Kunis in there as well. Next up is Black Widow. Decent Marvel movie. It's probably somewhere from the middle to the lower end for me. But I like every Marvel movie bar 2 anyway. So yeah, I enjoyed this one at the cinema. It was a good little start to Phase 4, even though it's a prequel. And Florence Pugh was a welcome character for me. So yeah, happy to own Black Widow. Next up we have Blade. This almost made my top 30 most rewatched Blu-rays video. I've seen this film so many times. One of the best openings to a movie ever. Excited to see what Marvel can do with the new Blade, but I wish it was an 18 rated, but I understand that they probably can't do that if he's going to be in the MCU. But Wesley Snipes is just awesome in this. He is Blade. So I forgot the new guy's name. I always get his name mixed up. But I'm hoping he can, you know, take the reins there if you like. But Blade is an incredible vampire film. Sort of brought comic book movies back to life there because Batman and Robin nearly killed them. Blade 2, a sequel that some people think is better than the first. I don't agree with that at all, but the vampires look really cool in this. But it was too different for me. I just wanted them to stay to the new formula. The vampires look a little bit... Like, they look good, but they're too different from the first movie, if you like. But it's a good sequel. I'd like to rewatch this. It's been a long time. Blade Trinity. Lots and lots of Apple advertising in this, if you like. Lots of iPods on show and stuff. Not a great third entry. It's okay. It's watchable. But the first two are definitely better. Next up we have Blade Runner. Now, when I talk about movies that need rewatching, this is one I did rewatch and actually really enjoyed it a lot more the second time round. I didn't see the big fuss the first time, but on the rewatch I understood. Like, I knew what I was getting into a little bit more. I followed the story nice and close. Thought it was really well shot, and it just related to me a lot more. Now, I wouldn't say it's a masterpiece or anything, but it's definitely a solid 8 or 9 out of 10 movie. So yeah, it just shows that what rewatchers can do for you. And this is one I do need to give another go, and that is Blade Runner 2049. I do think this would be better if I watched it again. Visually, one of the best looking films I've ever seen, though. But I want to give this another go because I was kind of getting a little bit lost in places. I just want to. I'd rather just watch that again and making my full decision on that. Now I know I've been putting the Blu-rays over there, but I'm gonna start putting them back here again because it's getting a little bit heavy there now. Blair Witch Project, one of the scariest movies I have ever seen in my life. At this time of watching this, I couldn't sleep all night. I don't think a movie's ever scared me as much as this one, like it did that day. It absolutely terrified the life out of me. And it's still quite creepy watching it today, but I love it when found footage films are done well, and this is one of the best ones out there, definitely. Blair Witch, the remake, I thought this was actually quite good, but if I'm going to watch a Blair Witch film, I'm going to go to that first one every time. But this was a solid little, I wouldn't say it's a remake, it's a sequel, really. It was a good sequel. Blazing Saddles, probably a movie that wouldn't get made today. It's a very lots of racism thrown in there intentionally, but it's one of them. I mean, a lot of people just probably don't think this film should exist now, but it sort of knows what it's doing. I thought this was quite a funny film back in the day. I haven't seen it for a long time, but I do think the third act ruins it because it's some self-aware and stuff, and I just didn't like that at all. But Mel Brooks movie, Blazing Saddles, I know a lot of people do love that film. Next up is Blood Rage from Arrow Video. This is about two twins, and one of them is a killer, but you don't know which one it is, and it all takes place on Thanksgiving, I believe. It's a good little slasher, actually. I really enjoyed this one. Next up is Blow, a movie that did make my top 30 most rewatched Blu-rays of all time. Fantastic film. Fantastic film. It's a true story with a bit of a fun edge to it. My favourite Johnny Depp performance as George Young. I just think he's a great character who you really relate to. You want him to succeed even though he's doing bad things. And when it sort of goes wrong for him, you're sort of thinking, oh man, you're sort of trying to point him in the right direction, even though he's on a TV screen. But I absolutely love that film. I love it when films are narrated as well, and he narrates the story for you. Another Martin Lawrence movie here now, Blue Streak, one of the funniest films I've ever seen. When he dresses up as the pizza man is just absolutely stomach. It hurts your stomach how funny it is. He basically leaves a diamond in a building and goes to jail, and when he comes out, the building is in fact a prison, and he has to go and find his diamond. Really fun movie that can just be watched so many times. Blue Velvet, David Lynch is now one of my favourite directors of all time, and this is the first ever David Lynch film I watched, and I fell in love with him from there on. This film is incredible, definitely in my top 100 movies of all time. Kind of hard to explain what it's about, but this young kid thinks something's going on in his neighbourhood, and he sort of becomes detective, gets this local girl to help him, and it starts going in a little bit of a weird direction. Dennis Hopper as Frank Booth is a fantastic villain in this. Next up, Body of Lies. Honestly, cannot remember a damn thing about this movie. I'm not gonna lie. I have seen it. I just can't remember it. I really can't. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think I remember thinking it was okay, but I just cannot remember a damn thing about it. Bohemian Rhapsody, a biopic about Freddie Mercury and Queen. This film actually really surprised me. I don't know why, but I always think I'm not going to be into music biopics, and every time I watch them, I really enjoy them. And this is one of the better ones for me. I loved this movie, and I couldn't stop listening to Queen for weeks on end after it. Freddie Mercury is just so talented. Bonded by Blood, a different version from Rise of the Foot Soldier of the Essex Murders, even though some of the characters in that film are playing the same character in this one. It's okay. It's watchable, but Rise of the Foot Soldier is the way to go if you want the Essex Boys Murders movies. Next up is The Bone Collector. I remember this being a decent little thriller. But it's like a detective thriller, but with some horror elements thrown in there. Angelina Jolie, I love watching her in anything, and she got Denzel Washington there, who's one of the best actors ever, isn't he? Let's be honest. Not one of Denzel's best films, but a decent thriller. Here he is again, Denzel Washington, The Book of Eli. I know a lot of people rate this film very highly. I thought it was good, but I didn't love it as much as a lot of people. But it's a good little twist at the end, you know, when you see what he really is and stuff. But visually it looked really good in the wasteland and stuff, a post-apocalyptic world. Next up is Booksmart, sent to me by my friend Tom180. And there'll probably be a few more in here that he sent me. Tom, I haven't watched this one yet, my friend. I'm really sorry. I'm looking to get round to it soon, because you know what? The back of it really does sound like a fun film, so I need to get round to that soon, mate. I'll try and do that soon. Next up is The Boondock Saints. I remember I watched the YouTube video, and this guy had said my favourite films ever, and he'd just done this big montage of all these films, and nearly every single one of these films was some of my favourites. And he threw this one in there, and I thought, I haven't seen that. So I bought it, and I didn't love it, to be honest. I thought it was pretty, like a 6 out of 10 movie for me. It just wasn't hitting in the right direction. It just wasn't hitting me in the right way. So, yeah, maybe I need to rewatch it again, but it just wasn't really for me. Next up is the Bourne Collection, which has the first 3 movies in. I believe there's 5 now, isn't there? But you got Bourne Identity, which for me is probably the best one. I love the way Matt Damon can't really remember who he is and stuff. It's a good concept, but he's got like all these skills and stuff. Just put that back in the box. Next up is the Bourne Supremacy, really solid sequel. I think he has like a sniper rifle guy chasing him everywhere. Good solid sequel, to be honest. And the Bourne Ultimatum, which for me is my least favourite. I know a lot of people say this is the best, but I don't know. I prefer the other two, in all honesty. And then we have the Bourne Legacy, probably my least favourite out of all the 4, to be honest. It's just a weird movie. They haven't even got Jason Bourne in there. He's mentioned, but that's it. It's just a very, very bland action film that they tried to make money with. Next up is The Box, a great concept, but executed not as well as it should have been. Basically, there's this box, this guy knocks on your door, I think it's Frank Langella. If you press this button, someone will die who you don't know, but you'll get £1 million. And I personally wouldn't push the button, but a lot of people I asked said they would. It's okay. It's okay. Next up, we have The Boy. I watched this because The Boy 2 was coming out, and I just started reviewing films on the channel, and I wanted to review The Boy 2. And it actually surprised me. I thought it was going to be terrible, but it was okay, you know, a decent little horror movie. The Boy 2 I don't own. It's bad. The first one is definitely better. Next up is Boys in the Hood, a film I used to watch as a teenager all the time. There was lots of films I used to watch as a teenager, like Menace to Society, Boys in the Hood, Friday and stuff. And yeah, this is a good film. I do prefer Menace to Society. It's kind of a similar film. But this is a good film. It's a good movie. Just basically about these guys struggling to live their life in the hood, basically. Very, very violent environment. Next up is Brave. Pretty good Disney film. When the mum goes into a bear, though, I was like, this started off really well, but it's a good movie from Pixar. I mean, they very rarely miss, do they? All taking place in Scotland, that one. And speaking of Scotland, we have Braveheart. Yeah, it's got a little J card on there. This is a steelbook edition. I don't own that many steelbooks, but just a quick look inside. This movie is fantastic. A brilliant, brilliant film about William Wallace. I think Mel Gibson. Some of his best work, to be honest. And I'd heard about this film, but when I watched it, I didn't realise some of the hard-hitting moments that were going to happen, some of the violence in there. It's a brilliant, brilliant film. Next up, we have The Brave One from Jodie Foster. One of the very first Blu-rays I picked up back in the day. It's a good little revenge flick. Pretty forgettable, but it's worth a watch. You know, it's a good movie. Next up is Brawl in Cell Block 99. Vince Vaughn in a very different role from his comedic ones. And he's a bit of a tough guy in this. I think this would have benefited a lot more if it had a bit of budget, because some of the prisons that he's in here, they just seem like very empty locations. And you could tell he probably spent most of the budget to get Vince Vaughn on board. It's worth a watch though. It's a long one, but it's worth a watch. Interesting, different movie if you like. Next up is The Breakfast Club, a film that I do think is a little bit overrated. It's good, but a lot of people say this is one of the best things to come out the 80s and stuff like that. I don't agree with that at all. Emilio Estevez's in there, who I really grown on me as an actor when I watched the Mighty Ducks films for the first time a couple of years ago, or last year actually. It's good. It's about these 5 kids who are in detention on a Saturday in this school. Basically it, really. But they're all very different kids, if you like. One's a jock, one's a geek, you know. Next up is Brick, and I can't remember too much about this film, in all honesty. Another one that has just sort of escaped me. I just can't remember anything about it. Yeah, I think he's looking around the school for someone who's killed his girlfriend or something. One of the very first sort of indie films that was blown up in the last 20 years or whatever. I can't remember too much about it, I'm not gonna lie. Next up is Bridesmaids, my first lesson in don't judge a Blu-ray by its cover, because me and my fiance and her friend, and they wanted to watch it, and me and my mate were just like, oh, we'll go on, we'll watch it then, and we laughed our friggin' ass off. This film is so funny. I thought it was just going to be a rip-off of The Hangover. In a way, it is a little bit, I don't know, in places, but it's just so funny. This film is absolutely hilarious. You know, Kristen Wiig is just so funny to me. I love this film. I absolutely love it. I love all Terry, the American footballer, what's his name? Terry something. I forgot his name. You know what I mean. Terry. He's in White Chicks. Some of his scenes were hilarious. Next up is Bridge to Terabithia. Now, this was given to me by my fiance's brother, and oh my god. I've never been hit in the feels so hard in a movie in my life. I didn't want to believe what had just happened. Prepare yourself, because I just didn't see it coming. About these 2 kids who are just living in this little country lane. It kind of reminds me of the house on Forrest Gump, you know, where he lives next door to Jenny. Kind of like them houses. And they just become best friends, and because they're sort of outcast at school and stuff, and they find this little place where they play at the back of their house, and they imagine it to be this magical kingdom. Really surprising film. I really enjoyed this one, to be honest. Next up is Broken Arrow, one of my most watched films when I was a kid. Really fun action movie. John Travolta trying to steal these nukes, and Christian Slater tracking him down, but it all takes place in the Grand Canyon and stuff. Yeah, decent film. I like this one. Good action movie. Next up is A Bronx Tale, a really good gangster crime film starring Robert De Niro, and it's kind of his son joins the mafia, but he's trying to get him to stay out of it. But the guy who's in the mafia trusts Robert De Niro's son with his life because of something that happened when they were kids, and it's kind of like Robert De Niro and this mafia guy sort of going at it over the son, really. It's a really good film. Next up is Brooklyn's Finest, another one that is very forgettable to me. I just can't remember too many things about this. I think it's a few stories that happen around Brooklyn involving cops and stuff, but I just can't remember too much about it. Sorry about some of these films being a little bit forgettable. Next up is The Bucket List. Yeah, decent film about these 2 guys who are in hospital with terminal cancer, and they say, tell you what, instead of having chemo, me and you will go and do everything we wanted to do on our bucket list. And they set out to just go and have fun with the rest of their lives. Morgan Freeman, Jack Nicholson, good little duo there. It's a fun film. The first half an hour is a little bit slow, where it's all about the hospital and them getting sick. It does take a little bit of a drag to get where it's going, but a good film. I've just dropped a little G card there, sorry about that. Next up is A Bug's Life, a film I went to see at the cinema when I was a kid. Haven't watched it since. I remember liking it at the cinema, but that's it. I just haven't watched it since. Next up, this was what the J card was off, but that is The Burbs on Steelbook, which I was speaking about before with Tom Hanks. Such a fun film. This made my top 30 most rewatched Blu-rays. I've seen this film so many times. My uncle was babysitting me as a kid, and we were looking for something to watch, and The Burbs was on TV, and he said, we're watching this. Trust me, you'll like it. And I fell in love with the film ever since. Tom Hanks thinking his neighbours are murderers, and he sets out with all his pals around the neighbourhood to investigate why they're so mysterious and why they think they're killers, breaking into the house when they go out and stuff. When Tom Hanks done comedy, that was. Really highly recommend The Burbs. Next up is Burial Ground, one of the least favourite Blu-rays I own. That was a video I was actually pondering, my top 10 worst Blu-rays, but I didn't know if it was going to be in bad taste. But a lot of people ask me on live streams and stuff, what's the worst Blu-rays you own? But this is definitely one of them. 88 Films, I do like getting some of their titles, but this just was so bad for me, so bad. I just didn't like it. Stupid, terrible zombie movie with stupid character decisions, and it bored me, to be honest. It's not often a zombie movie should bore you, but it did. Next up is Buried. Really enjoyed this one. Ryan Reynolds is just basically stuck in this hole, and that's where the whole movie takes place, and you really want him to get out. And he's trying everything he can. Really strong performance. I like it sometimes when movies work in the one location and it's very effective, and this one definitely is one of them. Last two now, guys, for the B's. The Burning, one of my favourite slashers out there. This surprised the hell out of me. I only bought it when Arrow brought it out. It's kind of like Friday the 13th, all taking place at a summer camp, but this is better than Friday the 13th for me. And the raft scene with just like 5 kills in 10 seconds on the raft is one of the best moments in slasher movie history. They burn the caretaker when the kids, Cropsy his name is, and he comes back years later to kill off all the counsellors and the campers and stuff. And last up we have The Business, a Nick Love film who made a few movies a while ago, Outlaw, Football Factory and this, and they're usually just little fun British flicks. Danny Dyer in this as well, and this is kind of, tries to play on the vibe of Scarface and stuff. And basically he just goes over to drop this package off to this guy, and he says, why don't you stay around for a bit, and ends up becoming his partner, really. But really fun film. I enjoy this one. It's a really good film. Yeah, really good British flick. So that is it for the B's. On to the C's now. Sorry if the lighting is a little bit different in here. I did not film this all in one day, believe it or not. It's too big to do that, and my voice was, oh god, very, very tired by now. So let's just get into it. The Cable Guy. A big fan of Jim Carrey back in the 90s, me. And I still like him to this day in the Sonic movies and stuff. Definitely prefer his comedy over his serious stuff. This is a little bit in the middle. It's more of a dark comedy. It's not your usual jumping about everywhere Jim Carrey, although he does have his moments. But this has a more serious tone to the likes of The Mask and Liar Liar, if you like. But it's a good film. Happy to own that one in the collection. Next up is Cabin in the Woods. A outrageous third act, if you like. This was an interesting film. I didn't love it, but I did enjoy it. It's like a 3 out of 5 movie for me. I know a lot of people hold that in high regard. It was decent to know. Next up is The Call, quite similar to The Guilty, which just came on Netflix with Jake Gyllenhaal in, about Halle Berry, and she works as, she takes calls for emergency services dispatcher, I think is the correct term. And this girl's been kidnapped by this guy, and she's on the phone to her. It's a good movie. The Call of the Wild, one of the very first films I reviewed on this channel. I went to cinema by myself to watch this because no one had come with me. I don't mind going to cinema on my own though. I get more invested in the movie, if you like, if that makes sense. I don't know, it's just I like the experience, to be honest. I definitely thought the third act was lackluster compared to the first two. When Harrison Ford come into it, I wasn't really feeling it. I thought the first 2 acts were better, to be honest, and a lot of people say it's the other way around. Next up, Candyman in my top 10 horror movies of all time. I absolutely love this. It's just so dark, bloody, violent, and pure horror, if you like. Great little story, which was a short story from Clive Barker. And Tony Todd in this, he's just got this really deep voice. He is brilliant as Candyman. Absolutely adore that movie. Candyman Farewell to the Flesh. I only watched this for the first time last year. It's okay. It relies heavily on jump scares though, and it's not really a patch on the original. I always thought that this was Helen on the front of this cover all my life, and it isn't. It's the main actress in the movie. Next up is Candyman, my most anticipated movie for 2020, and then my most anticipated movie for 2021. Because it got pushed back because of the pandemic. This is a 4K. I haven't watched this on 4K yet, but I did go to the cinema. I really enjoyed it. It was a nice new little direction that it went in. There was some moments that really, story-wise, could have been better. But I really liked a lot of the kills in this, especially the apartment one. Cape Fear from Martin Scorsese, Robert De Niro, such a sinister character in this film. I only seen it once years ago, probably due a rewatch, but I remember really liking this one. I love De Niro and everything really. Captain America, The First Avenger, not one of the strongest MCU films, but I do enjoy it. I think it looks really good, especially when they're in wartime and stuff. Red Skull could have been a better villain because he is, I think he's the biggest villain in the comics, and he's not very memorable from the movie, to be honest. He's okay. Captain America The Winter Soldier, a lot of people's favourite MCU film. I can see why. This is a solid action thriller, if you like. And the Winter Soldier is such a sinister character. We know him as Bucky now, and it doesn't really get called the Winter Soldier these days too much, but well, I suppose he does, but he's not known as the sinister character that he was, if you like. But in this, he goes to some extremes. He's a great villain, and yeah, just a really strong MCU film. I think I'd have it in my top 3 maybe. Captain America Civil War, a film I didn't love the first time I watched it, but upon rewatch, it really grew on me, and I like it better than the first Captain America now. I just don't like the way these two are arguing, and it really grates on me. It doesn't work for the film, in my opinion. Very strong opening scene in that one, though. Captain Marvel Steelbook. My friend Paul found me this, and this is a 4K. But one of the weaker MCU films. Only seen it once at the cinema. Didn't love it. I just thought it was a 6 out of 10 movie. It was okay. Captain Phillips, a film that hasn't really hit me as much as everyone else, to be honest. I did like this film, but I didn't love it. A lot of people saying it was film of the year back then and stuff like that. One of Tom Hanks's best performances, and I just thought it was okay. Captain Underpants, the first epic movie. I think it was Mark Commode. I can't remember, don't quote me on that, but he said it was his film of the year, so I had to check it out. And it was a really fun film. Good voice animation good voice work from Kevin Hart in here. It's a charming little movie. Carlito's Way, one of my favourite Al Pacino movies. I absolutely adore this film. Sean Penn is crazy in this film. But it's got some emotional moments as well involving some of the main characters. But I think this is a brilliant film. I would like to upgrade this to 4K maybe at some point, but Al Pacino, my favourite actor of all time, with another stellar performance here. Another brilliant product of the 90s, let's be honest. Next up is Carrie. I've just realised, are they both Brian De Palmas? Yeah, Brian De Palma films right next to each other there. I've only ever seen this once. I know it's a horror classic, but I really enjoyed this film. And you're sort of on the side of Carrie, even though she's sort of taking revenge by going to extremes, but you sort of get on her side because you do really feel sorry for her. I hate her mother in this film. She's such an unlikable character. Next up we have Cars from Disney Pixar. I remember really liking this film. Not one of my favourite Pixar movies, but it's decent enough. It's fun and uses the theme of Cars very well. Kind of reminds me of Thomas the Tank Engine, where they're all talking to each other. That's what I used to watch as a kid. Kind of reminded me of that a little bit, but with Cars. Next up is Cars 2, goes in a totally different direction. I don't blame the movie makers for doing this. It's more like a spy movie, this one, and I forgot his name. The truck. Mater, I think it is. He's more at the start of this movie, but it's okay. It's okay. It's not as good as the first one. I'm just going to move these Blu-rays up, guys, so I have enough room. Okay, another steelbook here now. Casablanca, a film I have only ever seen once. And I thought it was good, but I was like 15 when I watched this, and as you grow older, you learn to appreciate movies a lot more. So I would have to watch this again. Um, I say 15, I think it was about 20 actually. But I would like to give this a rewatch. Some of these classics, I really do feel like you need to watch them again to see what how much everyone appreciates them. There's been a lot like that with classics like Blade Runner, I was saying before. Much preferred that on rewatch. But Casablanca, yeah, I like to give this another go. But I did like it. I thought Humphrey Bogart was great in that. Another steelbook, probably my least favourite steelbook. It just looks like a very printed on. But there's the back if you want to look on the J card. Yeah, Casino, another Martin Scorsese film. One of his better ones. It's like Goodfellas in Las Vegas. I should hold it that way, really. Joe Pesci and De Niro just bring their A game once again here. It's not as good as Goodfellas, but it's a strong, strong film. And Sharon Stone is awesome in this. Some really hard to watch scenes, especially the ending with metal baseball bats involved. Next up is Casper. Never actually watched this on Blu-ray, but I did own it on VHS back in the day. And I remember really liking it. And when the 25th anniversary came out, I just grabbed it. Christina Ricci's in this, who I'm watching right now in Yellow Jackets. It's good to see her on screen again. She's awesome in that. But yeah, Casper, gotta have that. Childhood favourite. Next up is Cass, another football hooligan movie. I remember really enjoying this film. Only seen it once, but it was one of the better football hooligan films. That probably doesn't get talked about as much. But a true story about what's his name? Cass Pennant, who was the leader of the West Ham firm, the Intercity firm, I believe. Castaway, this is one of Tom Hanks' best performances. Really loved the way he's just stuck on this island on his own with the ball, Wilson. It's like one of them things, what people say, isn't it? What would you do if you were stuck on a desert island and they bring it to this movie? So it's a concept that's been known for years. You can get lost on a desert island, and Tom Hanks is in fact lost on it. Really, really good film. I love Castaway. It's solid drama. Next up is Castle Freak. I always used to see this in the video shop, the cover of it, and it was a different cover art to this. I was just wondering, is that extra cover art in there? There is extra cover art, but it's not the one I used to see in the video shop. Really, some strong sort of sexual scenes in this, if you like, involving rape and stuff. Can be hard to watch, but I didn't think this was a very good film. It was okay. You can really feel the low budget feel to it, and it's okay. It's okay, nothing more. Next up is Catch Me If You Can, and a Steven Spielberg film. Again, Tom Hanks. I've got a lot of Tom Hanks movies, I just realised. Only ever seen this the once as well, but I remember really enjoying it. This sort of criminal mastermind. He's always just one step ahead of Tom Hanks who's trying to catch him. Next up is Changeling. Now this is a fantastic drama about Angelina Jolie's son who goes missing. And I think this is directed by Clint Eastwood, I believe. Yes, it is. And she's just non-stop searching for him all over this town. And it is actually a true story. He's been taken by this, or he may have been taken by this serial killer who's going around killing children. Yes, and it is a true story. There is one moment in a chicken coop, and I was like, holy shit. It was a grim scene to watch. Even though most of it was off camera and stuff. Next up is Chappie, a film that really surprised me. Picked this up on Poundland. And that was the only reason I picked it up, just because it was cheap. Loved this movie, I really did. I loved the character of Chappie. I thought the cinematography was great. Neil Blomkamp has done that in all of his movies now. He has a very unique look to it, I feel. And he used like these rappers to be the stars of this film, and they were great. You know, just like these really street thugs with tattoos all over them, and they sort of bullied Chappie into things, to do things for them. But I really was surprised at this. I really did enjoy it. Next up, The Chernobyl Diaries, a found footage movie that takes place in Chernobyl. A lot of people say this is in bad taste. It's just a movie, man. You know. I remember I did like this. It was not one of my favourite found footage films, but it was done well enough. Next up is The Children. A lot of people say this is a lot of underrated as well. I've seen this a couple of times actually. I think it's good. about all these kids in a holiday lodge sort of turning on their parents a little bit. It's okay. I'm sure that takes place around Christmas. Can that be classed as a Christmas film? I don't know. Next up is Children of Men. Really strong opening to this. There's some great one-shot moments, and it's basically a post-apocalyptic world with Clive Owen trying to protect this girl because no one can get pregnant apart from this girl he's trying to protect. It's a good film. Next up we have an Arrow box set here. Children of the Corn, Children of the Corn 2, and Children of the Corn 3 Urban Harvest. Now I have watched the first one, which is in fact a 4K. I didn't love it, and it sort of put me off watching the next two. I will get round to the next two eventually, but I didn't love it. And I know a lot of people do like this movie, but I thought it was quite weak. But there we have the first one, which is the one I've watched. Great picture quality, by the way, I must say that. I love it when older films get the 4K treatment. Children of the Corn 2, which I did own on VHS, and I only ever watched snippets of it because it was just kind of boring to me, but I'll give it another go. And Children of the Corn 3 Urban Harvest. I've actually heard that this one is a nice surprise, and a lot of people say it's better than the first. That will remain to be seen. I'm just going to get these back in the box. Sorry about this. I don't know why I take these out on video. But yeah, it's a nice box set from Arrow. As soon as they announced it, I had to have it because my friend Kyle always tells me about Children of the Corn. He loves it. But yeah, maybe a rewatch is in order. That's all I say, don't I? I feel guilty not liking films sometimes. On to one of my favourite horror franchises right now, much better than Children of the Corn in my opinion, even though I've only seen the first one. Child's Play. I was obsessed with these films as a kid because my mum would never let me watch them because a young boy was murdered here in the UK, and they blamed it on the Child's Play franchise. More so Child's Play 3, it was taken off a lot of the shelves, so my mum didn't really want me watching this, but I finally got round to it, picked it up on VHS, and I fell in love with Chucky there. This one has a lot more tension built up towards it. You don't really see Chucky move until about 40 minutes in, but when he does, it's well worth the wait. Yeah, one of my favourite horror villains there, and that is probably one of the strongest in the franchise. Next up, the strongest in the franchise, Child's Play 2, in my opinion. This is where Chucky just goes absolutely insane, and this is the start of the character that we really know and love today. I don't think they quite got him perfect in the first one, but this one they did. He's coming out with all these one-liners, creative kills, he looks awesome, and that third act is amazing. So it also has my favourite side character in the whole franchise, in Kyle. I think she's awesome. Child's Play 3, the one I could never really get hold of because of what I've just spoke about. This was one of the later ones I seen. It's a good sequel to, it's a good entry into the franchise. Not as good as 201, but I like it. It has some great moments. I like the military school setting, and one of my favourite moments is when he kills the barber and goes, "Presto, you're dead." Because every time this barber cuts the people's hair, he goes, "Presto, you're done." Next up is Bride of Chucky. A lot of people say this is one of the strongest in the franchise. I actually think it's one of the weakest. I don't know why, it just doesn't really hit home with me, and I really don't like the first the main two characters. They annoy me so much. But it was cool to see Tiffany brought in. She was a good character to add to the franchise. Seed of Chucky. Now, believe it or not, I think I actually like this more than Bride. I know a lot of people hate this movie, and to be honest, if I went to cinema back in the day and seen this, I probably would have hated it myself because it totally goes way too much in the comedy direction. It sort of parodies itself at times, but watching it today, I just have a lot of fun with it. I do. There is some plot holes, there is, but I really enjoyed this. I did. Glenn was a cool, a good little another character to bring into the franchise. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with the Chucky. I don't get the hate, to be honest. Next up is Curse of Chucky. This is actually probably my second best film in the franchise overall. I think it's pretty strong, and what's his name? I forgot that Don Mancini, is it, who created this franchise? Brought it back here in a really good way. Kind of has a lot of the feelings of the first film, where it's a lot of tension building. Cult of Chucky, probably my worst in the franchise, to be honest. Don Mancini picked it up and then went this way. Very, very silly film. I don't like the fact that all these multiple Chuckies can come. I didn't like this movie. I really didn't. The Chucky TV series is okay. Not that I own it because it's not out. Child's Play the remake. I thought this was okay. The look of the doll is horrendous though, but I like the way they brought it to a more modern audience with it being computer programmed and stuff. I enjoyed this, but it's not very memorable. You know, it's not the Chucky that I love. Chinatown, this actually falls in the same category as Casablanca, where I liked it, but I definitely need to rewatch it because I didn't love it as much as the praise it gets from around the world. Jack Nicholson, I remember being really great in that though. Christine, really, really great movie from John Carpenter. This is actually one of my favourite John Carpenter films. I know a lot of people say The Thing and Big Trouble in Little China and stuff, but I prefer this and Halloween, I'm not gonna lie. Love the whole look of the car. Seems to get more shinier and, you know, more glowy red as the film goes on. I love the way the main protagonist is sort of changing as the car takes over him more, and he turns into a bit of an arsehole. Love the music. It's a great movie. Chronicle, one of the better found footage films I own. It's kind of like these three superheroes, or they have superhero powers, all done in found footage, but it turns them into arseholes, basically. Really good film, that. Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. Watched this for the first time just late last year. I thought it was okay, but it was kind of reminded me of Lord of the Rings, and I couldn't get that out my head, and Lord of the Rings is just like 20 times better. I could not get it out my head. It was okay. Dragged. It really did. It dragged on for a while. The same with this one, Prince Caspian. I don't know which one I prefer. Probably the first one. But I'm not a big lover of this franchise, I'm not going to lie. I don't own the third one. Just because I don't love it as much. If I see it cheap, I might pick it up to complete the collection, but yeah, I don't love these movies, I'm not gonna lie. Now here's a movie I do love. It's in my top 10 films of all time, and that is City of God. Absolutely incredible film about these gangs in Brazil sort of taking over the streets, and they run the streets. Not the police can't do anything about them, but it's like 3 different stories, kind of like Pulp Fiction if it was made in Brazil, if you like, sort of. But not in that context. I can't explain it. They all sort of come together, these stories, but incredible film. Absolute 10 out of 10. Masterpiece, must see, and probably my favourite foreign language film. In fact, it is my favourite foreign language film. Next up is another foreign language movie. I can't remember if this is Japanese, is it? It takes place in China and Japan. Oh, it takes place in China when Japanese forces invade. City of Life and Death. Honestly, I don't think I've seen so many people killed in one film. There's so much violence in this movie, and you just kind of get used to it because there's that many people just getting shot in the head and stuff, and there's characters who just sort of claw their way out at the end, and you think, oh, they've made it, and then next minute, bang. It's a fascinating look on how cruel humanity can be. It really is. City of the Living Dead. I didn't like this film that much. It just had this priest standing there like that all the time. With this stupid music that comes on. I really thought this was going to be like a great zombie movie, and it really wasn't. Next up is Click. This movie has some comedy in, but it's more of a drama focused film for Adam Sandler. I really like this one. It sort of shows you that you should appreciate every moment in life. It's got a strong message in there, and if you don't like Adam Sandler and you haven't seen this, it might surprise you, I feel. Adam Sandler's very hit and miss with a lot of people, I noticed from the internet. Sylvester Stallone in Hang On, Cliffhanger. It's called Cliffhanger. Why am I saying Hang On? It's called Cliffhanger. Remember Craig Fairbrass from Rise of the Foot Soldier being in this film, actually, but strong opening to a movie. You're kind of like, fuck, didn't expect that. Really, really great film. Sylvester Stallone has to outrun these sort of terrorists who are trying to kill him on this massive, massive snowy mountain, if you like. Great movie from the 80s there. Is it 80s? Yeah, I always second guess myself on these videos. Oh, 1993 is that? Oh, silly me. I have my eyes a little bit bad. So next up is Climax. fantastic movie this, from Gaspar Noé. What an opening this is as well, with the dance routine and stuff. You're watching it going, wow, this is crazy. And this is about a bunch of characters who are in a party and someone spikes the punch and you don't know who it is and everyone starts tripping out and stuff. A lot of great one-shot takes, and you kind of feel like you're in the party with them as the movie goes on, because you're just like, whoa, this is insane to watch. I'm going to start putting the Blu-rays back down here now. If you see me, instead of going over there. Next up is a Clint Eastwood box set, A Fistful of Dollars, for a few dollars more, and the good, the bad, and the ugly. And we also have Hang 'em High in there. Now, I won't get these out the box, but I know the Spaghetti Western trilogy is one of the best trilogies out there, some of the best acclaimed films, and I actually have the Fistful of Dollars theme tune as my ringtone on my phone to this day. I had it for like 10 years. I really do like these movies, but honestly, I don't like. I think I prefer the first two over the good, the bad, and the ugly. Even though the good, the bad, and the ugly gets all the praise, I do like the good, the bad, and the ugly. But I think I prefer the first two. Love that scene. I think it's in the second one where they're shooting each other's hats off and stuff. Him and Lee Van Cleef. Hang 'em High bored the hell out of me. It just done nothing for me. But yeah. Got all of them in the collection, I suppose. Next up is one of my favourite films of all time. One of the greatest movies I have ever seen. The J card's just a little bit wrecked there. God damn it. And I have seen this on 4K. Pitch quality is amazing. And that is A Clockwork Orange in this lovely little box set there. Shame about the J card getting wrecked, but who cares about J cards anyway. Incredible movie. Malcolm McDowell is amazing in this. I love how perfectly built up it is in stages. The first act, where you've got him running riot with his friends. The second act, all in the prison. And the third act, where he comes out as a rehabilitated man. I just love everything about it. I love the music. I love the look of it. I love the way Kubrick directs it. It's just a brilliant, brilliant film. And I'm so happy to own this edition on 4K. It's just unbelievable. It really is. And a film that really didn't hit me at first, but the more you watch it, you just appreciate how great it is. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Still got the price tag on there. Can't get it off. It's just, yeah. I didn't love this film, to be honest. I thought it was quite boring. I know a lot of people love it, but for me, it just bored me. It really did. I can't lie to you. Next up is Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. I remember thinking this was okay, but honestly, my mind is a little bit fuzzy on it. It's been such a long time since I watched this. Next up is Cloverfield, another found footage film, one of the better ones, and it's just about a big giant monster attacking New York, but people are filming it all on the phones and stuff. I love that cover. That poster is great. Next up is Coco, one of the better Disney Pixar movies. Nice little slipcover, different to the artwork there. Quite sad in places, but a great story. Uses the Day of the Dead festival really well in its theme. Really incorporates that into the film. Great characters. A brilliant film. With some great music as well. I absolutely adore Coco. It's just a fantastic movie. Next up is Cold Pursuit. I got this really cheap because it was 4K. I just seen it cheap and picked it up. I haven't seen this one yet. It's Liam Neeson. I know what to expect. There's about 20 films in this collection that I haven't seen. Something like that. Next up is Collateral from Michael Mann. Seen this a couple of times. Interesting concept. Tom Cruise uses Jamie Foxx, who's a taxi driver, to drive him to these 5 different locations, and he has to kill these targets because he's a hitman. Good, really good film. Tom Cruise actually looks a lot younger in some movies that have been made 10 years after that. He got his hair dyed grey and stuff in there. Collateral Damage, another Schwarzenegger movie that I own, but I can't remember really loving this. I thought it was okay. I think he's like this firefighter. I thought it was okay, nothing more. The Collector, really gruesome movie at times about this guy who's going to rob this house, but this other guy has got there before him and set a load of deadly traps. Yeah, I enjoyed this one. Next up is Columbiana. Remember thinking this was quite a good action movie. There's a moment with some sharks, I feel. I think that was quite standout to me. But yeah, it's a good action film. even better action movie. Actually talking about this one yesterday with my friend Jay, Commando. So many great one-liners in this. Arnold Schwarzenegger is just absolutely badass. And I feel like this is an action movie that you should own in your collection. If I was going to do a top 20 action movies to own in your collection, which I've been thinking about doing actually, this has got to be in there, isn't it? I just love the way he takes everyone on at the end. Some great villains in there. It's just everything from the 80s put into this movie. It's just absolutely fantastic. I lied. Next up is Connor, put the bunny back in the box. Yeah, I'm not going to start quoting every film though. I've seen this movie countless times. I absolutely love Nicolas Cage in this, how he's just like this little smart ass about these criminals who are being transferred to... Well, Nicolas Cage is going home. A lot of the other prisoners are getting transferred to another prison. John Malkovich is great in this as Cyrus the Virus. Got so many great characters, all these criminals on this plane, and you don't quite know the first time you watch it if Nicolas Cage is gonna make it. Really, really great film from the 90s there. My favourite decade. The Conjuring, great film from James Wan. Really, really creepy in places. That clap behind the head, wow, that got me. I just didn't see that coming at all. I absolutely jumped out my skin. Really creepy film. And James Wan, one of his better ones, I feel. Next up is The Conjuring 2. And I'm not going to lie, I think I prefer this one. Nice little slip there. I think I prefer... This is from HMV, this slip, by the way. I think I prefer this one. I don't think it's as scary. It's not as jumpy and stuff. The story about this Enfield haunting is really where it lies for me. I just really love the whole look of the film, the way it's set in England, and you know, it just looks like this normal house in the middle of a normal street. But yeah, I really, really did enjoy this one. I don't own The Conjuring 3. I probably will grab it at some point, but I really didn't like that movie. I'll probably just grab it to complete that little collection there, but I didn't like it. The Cooler, another film I have not watched, one of these 101 films. Love these little box sets. I loved William H. Macy in Fargo. And I seen this, read the back, and it looks like he might be playing a similar character. I don't know though, but it looks really good. I'm looking forward to that. My dad actually recommended that to me years ago. Copland, I know a lot of people love this. It didn't hit me the way I thought it was going to be. I thought this cast and everything was just going to be a great movie, and it really just didn't do much for me, to be honest. Probably need to rewatch that one actually, because a lot of people love it. Cowboys and Aliens, it's okay. It does drag on for a while, but Harrison Ford and Daniel Craig, both really good in this, but yeah, it's okay. It's pretty forgettable. The Craft, one of my favourite films of all time. I used to rewatch this all the time when I was a teenager. Me and my sister used to love it. I loved these four characters, how they all have all their own little stories and troubles going on in their own lives, and it focuses on them equally. I like that. But a great movie about witches in a high school. Definitely recommend The Craft. I don't own the new one, but I have seen it. The Crazies, another film that just did nothing for me. I really didn't enjoy this at all. I know I'm going. It feels like I'm going against the grain sometimes. But I'm really not. I'm just telling you the truth. I just couldn't get into this movie at all. I couldn't. I think it's just a little bit dated, but I really did like this one a hell of a lot more. Timothy Olyphant is one of my favourite actors out there, and he's great in this. But yeah, really, really good remake. Definitely prefer to watch this over that one. I love it where the girl walks onto the baseball field. Next up is Creed, a film I didn't really hold any hope for. I just thought, oh, are they milking the franchise now? But it really is a strong film, it really is. My favourite football team, Everton. Nice to see Goodison Park in there. I was all up for that. But a really, really great drama. Sylvester Stallone just carrying on his character of Rocky into this. I feel like I've lived his life by watching all of his movies so many times and continuing on this journey with him. Next up is Creed 2 on 4K, a solid sequel. I know we've got a third one coming, and Michael B. Jordan is meant to be directing it. It'd be interesting to see where that goes. But I love the way they brought Drago back here, and Drago's son, and he's like been looked down upon on his country because he failed them. So yeah, yeah, really surprising movies for me. Them. Looking forward to the third one now. Next up is Creepshow. I haven't seen this yet. It's sent to me by my good friend Carl, but I haven't seen it yet, I'm afraid. But I have seen Creepshow 2, and this is a nice little Arrow version there. Really do enjoy 2 of the 3 stories. The Hitchhiker, it doesn't really... I thought that one was a little bit of a letdown. It was okay. But definitely preferred the second one on the raft with the big blob in the lake. That was great. And the first one is great as well. You know, the little revenge... the little revenge with the Indian revenge story and that little general story, if you like. Yeah, Creepshow 2, it's good. Good anthology film. Crimson Tide. Now, this was a film that I seen a lot of trailers of on VHS back in the day, and I just thought, I have to watch that. And it took me so long to watch it, and I didn't see it until I got it on Blu-ray. I thought this was okay. I was a little bit lost of the coding on the submarines and stuff, but I thought it was okay. Next up is The Crow. Very, very gothic type movie. Unfortunately, what happened to Brandon Lee on the set of this is tragic. I remember thinking this was alright. I watched it a couple of years ago, I think, because I hadn't seen it for so long, and I thought it was okay. I did like it a lot more the first time. Just on rewatch, it was just not really hitting me as hard, but it's alright. Cruella, one of my favourite films of last year on 4K. This was kindly sent to me by my friend Leon, from Leon Talks Film. Brilliant movie. Absolutely stunning film. That surprised the hell out of me. I didn't hold much hope for it, but Emma Stone and Emma Thompson were both incredible in this. Loved the whole look of the hairstyle and stuff, which has been nominated for an Oscar now. Yeah, I really enjoyed this movie. It made my top 10 films of 2021. Cruel Intentions, great movie. Just one of them high school films from the 90s. A lot of sexual stuff going on in here. But yeah, Sarah Michelle Gellar appeared in a lot of movies back then. I enjoyed this. I think it's a really good film, actually. And last for the C's, we have The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. Not one of my favourite Fincher films, but it's still a very solid movie. It's just not one I'm going to rewatch over and over, because it's 3 hours long and I've seen the conclusion. But it's interesting to see Brad Pitt go backwards with age. I can't remember if this was actually a real condition and it was a true story. I can't remember. But yeah, you feel kind of bad because he falls in love with Kate Blanchett, I feel, and they're sort of going that way, if you like. But it's a really, really solid film from David Fincher, who is one of the best directors out there. And that is it for the C's. Okay, on to the D's now. This is actually, I think this is the first Criterion I've shown. Apologies if it's not. But I actually won this in a horror Criterion competition, and they done it with Empire magazine. And I won 5 or 6 horror movies. I think it was 6, but I haven't watched this yet, and that is The Damned. It sounds really interesting, actually. I think it's got stuff to do with Nazis and stuff in there, but I don't really know anything about it. All I know is that I've read the back, but it does sound good. I've seen some reviews on Letterboxd and stuff saying how good it is. Next up is Dante's Peak, a really great disaster movie involving a volcano, and I really wish we had Linda Hamilton in more movies, because I love her in The Terminator. She's great in this, and I haven't seen too many Pierce Brosnan films, but he was really good in this as well. Really exciting, fun movie. I enjoyed that one. Next up is Daredevil. The first half of this is good, the second half goes a little bit silly, and the playground dance with Elektra is just so stupid. But Ben Affleck was good as Daredevil. Interesting to see what the MCU do with him in future, that character. Next up is Dark City. I know a lot of people do absolutely love this film, but it never really hit me as it did with those people. I probably need to rewatch it, but it was good. I just didn't love it. But yeah, Kiefer Sutherland in there, one of my favourite actors, who I absolutely adore in 24. He's like my favourite TV character ever. Next up is Da Vinci Code. Weren't really a fan of this film. I found it dull and boring. I just couldn't get into it. I'm not gonna lie. Next up is Angels and Demons. I bought them 2 at the same time, and I thought this one was not as like the Da Vinci Code is a little bit better, but this one, it's kind of similar, but they both just dragged out for me. I didn't get into them whatsoever, and I know a lot of people do like them films, but I just couldn't get into them. Next up is Dawn of the Dead, a lovely little addition from Arrow here when they used to do these window cover things. There's actually 4 different covers on this. This was going for quite a bit of money, but now they brought the 4K out from Second Sight, is it? I don't know how much this goes for, but it's got posters in there, 3 discs. My favourite zombie film of all time. I absolutely loved Dawn of the Dead. Definitely the best of the trilogy for me from George A. Romero. It's just everything you want in a zombie movie is here. If the zombie makeup effects looked a little bit better, I do think a lot of people would even appreciate it even more. That is my only little niggle with the movie, but absolutely love Ken Foree in this. Keenan's dad from Keenan and Kel. Next up is Day of the Dead. Brilliant film as well. I absolutely adore this movie. Joseph Pilato as, I forgot the guy's name, but he's the real villain in this, not the zombies, and he's awesome. Rest in peace, by the way. But I love the way this all takes place in an underground bunker and stuff. Really cool location. The Day After Tomorrow, I thought this was a pretty good disaster film. Roland Emmerich, of course, who's just brought out Moonfall. I thought it was good. Nothing special, but a very, very watchable disaster movie. Gotta love Jake Gyllenhaal. Dead and Buried, recently watched this. This was sent to me by Phil Baker, who's just awesome. Thank you, Phil. Yeah, I did enjoy this one. It was an interesting concept about these villagers who are just committing murders, all working together and stuff to kill people who come into the town. It's a really interesting concept. Some great but dated kills, but they work for me with all the practical effects and stuff. There was some moments where it did drag and stuff, but I really enjoyed this one. Dead Man's Shoes, one of the greatest films ever made in my opinion. The budget actually works for it, because I think this cost less than £1 million to make, but because it's so gritty and realistic, it works even better. Some great moments in this, in the bar at the start, the other one where all these gangsters come up to Paddy Considine's character and sort of threaten him, and he's just not scared whatsoever. But a really, really great movie, and with a great twist at the end. If you haven't seen this, I highly, highly recommend it. One of the best British movies of all time, if not the best. That's how good it is. Next up is Dead in Tombstone, starring Danny Trejo, who is a fun actor, but this one was just very, very mediocre from what I remember. Like a western and stuff, but was it zombies or something? I can't quite remember now, but yeah, it was alright. Next up is Deadpool. Good little movie, the way he breaks the fourth wall all the time and stuff. Deadpool is a great character, and it's them adult superhero films really do work for me. I didn't love this. I thought it was a very good film, but the way people were going on, like, it's unbelievable and stuff, I don't know about that, but I did really like it. It was a fun film. But I think I do actually prefer Deadpool 2. I just had more fun with this one, with all the new characters and stuff. I just thought it was a bit more outrageous. I loved the violence and stuff in this one. And the story expanded a little bit there. So I think I prefer this one just a little bit. This is in like this big box. I don't know how many discs are in there, but yeah. And I don't know what's happened to that. Unfortunately, it's come apart. But yeah, I really did like Deadpool 2. I definitely preferred it over the first. Dead Snow, a fun Nazi zombie movie. Only seen this once a while ago, but I remember really, really enjoying it. I know there's a Dead Snow 2 out there, so I'm going to have to grab that one. Pretty underrated horror film, in my opinion. This is another one of the criterions I won in that competition, which I haven't watched yet. But I remember when I'd done the video where I won these Blu-rays, that someone commented underneath and said Death in Venice is a great film, so that gives me a lot of hope. Death Proof, for me, the most underrated and most underappreciated Quentin Tarantino movie. Everyone I see talking about Tarantino films nearly puts this last, nearly everybody, if not second to last. And I would have it like in my top 5. I absolutely love this film, and it definitely gets better on rewatch. Kurt Russell is great. The first half is probably a little bit better, but I enjoy the whole movie. I think this is a fantastic movie. I really do. I don't get the hate. Death Sentence, recently watched this for I think I watched half of it years ago and never got back to it. I never usually do that with films, but I actually watched it all the way through just a couple of weeks ago. Really enjoyed it. Great revenge film with a lot of balls. It really does. Kevin Bacon takes no prisoners, and there's a great one-shot moment on a car park, which was great. You really do feel bad for his son in this, and you want him to take revenge on these criminals. It's a good movie. Deep Blue Sea, one of the best shark films out there in my opinion. Alright, it's not as good as Jaws, but it has the fun factor there. I recently watched it and I didn't love it as much as I used to, but I still had a lot of fun with it. One of the what the fuck moments in there involving Samuel L. Jackson. Didn't see that coming. Next up is The Deeper You Dig, another one I've just recently watched. I was just intrigued from the cover. And a lot of Arrow movies, like the newer ones, like from 2018, 2019, which I will get to soon, there is some of them coming, have kind of really surprised me, and I thought this one might go down the same road, and it was a good film, but when it started to be a little bit smart, it sort of lost me. I just like the more simple concept of this guy hitting this young girl and killing her when he's drunk, and he doesn't know what to do next. And then when it starts to go a little bit clever and stuff, and I don't think it really worked for the film, it wasn't executed right for me. Deep Red on 4K. By the way, I still did like the film though. Deep Red on 4K. Haven't watched this one yet. I've heard it's a really great film. I've been told to watch the shorter version from my friend John from On Those Chilliwick Movies. I really want to watch the long one just because I know there's more content in there, but he highly advises to go with the short version, so I might just do that. But this is a nice little box set from Arrow. I had to grab this because I missed out on the Blu-ray years ago. Got a booklet and stuff in there. I'm eager to get to this one, but Dario Argento, is it? I think. Yeah, Dario Argento. The Deer Hunter, a film that I found a little bit strange. I heard it was one of the best films going and stuff, and I did like it, but the way the story path goes is just a little bit strange to me. I don't know why. I just find it weird the way half of it is like where they're all just getting drunk and stuff. I don't know, but the Russian roulette scene was really good, and you do really feel for Christopher Walken's character in this. Defiance with Daniel Craig. Seen this a while ago. I remember really liking it, but it's a little bit fuzzy. I watched it when it first come out, but I remember really liking this film, to be honest. Deliverance. Some weird moments in this. Squeal like a pig boy and stuff. Yeah, it's an okay film. Really dated for me though. I didn't love it. I thought it was okay. Demonic Toys, didn't like this film at all. You can totally feel how low budget it is. I haven't got a problem with low budget films or nothing like that. I actually really do like a lot of them, but it just didn't work for me. It just, yeah, the direction and stuff just wasn't happening. Didn't enjoy any of the toys that came alive with characters who I just didn't like. I wasn't a fan of this movie. I mainly just bought it to see these toys come alive when it's just not on Child's Play's level or whatever. The Departed from Martin Scorsese, another film that a lot of people put high on the Martin Scorsese list. I do think this is a good film, but it's not one of my Scorsese favourites, but I do think it's a really good film. Really interesting concept. These two, a gangster and a police officer, switching over there. And then young Mark Wahlberg in there, who's kind of a hard ass in this, but Jack Nicholson as well, who's like this mafia crime boss. He's great in this. I'd probably have to give this another go. I've watched it twice now, but a while ago, if you like. Deranged, the guy from Home Alone who shovels the snow, kills his mother in this movie and turned into a bit of a weirdo. It's an okay movie. It's got that low budget feel to it, and it's not like, it feels very, what you call it, not like unprofessional the way it was made a little bit. It's okay. Despicable Me. I really enjoyed this back in the day. Yeah, just a fun little film about Gru making all these minions to try and take over the world. Despicable Me 2, a great little follow-up there. I think I preferred this over the first one, just a little bit there. I think Gru actually gets I can't remember which one it is, where he finds the love of his life. I can't remember. Despicable Me 3, I can't remember too much about this one for some reason. I kind of get mixed up and fuzzy in all of these. But Minions as well. Now, you do notice this is beginning with M and it's in the D section, but I'm just going to put it next to the franchise. I don't think Gru's in this from what I remember. I think it was just all the Minions on their little island and stuff, I think, and an origin story at times. I can't quite remember. Despicable Me 3 and this I get mixed up with. I think there's a new one coming out soon. Devil, really underrated film, written by M. Night Shyamalan, but not directed by him, I don't think. About these 5 people in a lift, and every time the lights go off, someone dies, and the devil is in the lift with them. One of these people is the devil, so it's like a murder mystery, and you keep guessing who it's gonna be. Yeah, really enjoyable film, very underrated. The Devil's Advocate, watched this for the first time about a year ago. I thought it was really good, actually, a little bit weird in places. But Al Pacino and Keanu Reeves, two of my favourite actors, really do go well together in this film. Yeah, it's a good movie about lawyers and stuff. The Devil's Double. This is about Saddam Hussein's body double, and I thought I was absolutely gonna love this movie, and I thought it was just a good film, but it's a true story, I believe. It's not bad. It's not bad. Devil's Not, crime thriller. I think does his daughter go missing or something? Or there's a killer going around the town. Honestly, my memory's a little bit fuzzy with this. Sorry, there is some movies here that I just haven't seen for a very long time. Devil's Rejects, the sequel to House of a Thousand Corpses. I really wish they'd release House of a Thousand Corpses on Blu-ray here in the UK, but yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen now. But solid sequel. Some great moments. The Firefly family are just off the rails on this, and it's a police officer is determined to hunt them down because they killed his brother, I think, in the first one. Like an on the road type, very violent movie. Die Hard. Recently watched this again over Christmas. One of the best films ever made. One of the best action movies ever made. John McClane is a great character. You've got Hans Gruber in there as well, who's just an awesome villain. And I just love him creeping around this skyscraper trying to stop these terrorists. You've all seen Die Hard, I'm sure, but it's just one of the best films ever made. Simple as. Die Hard 2, Die Harder. I really enjoy this one as well. More of a Christmas film to me, this one. I don't know why. I think it's just because it's the location of the airport and stuff, and people travelling to see family members on holiday. But it's a really good sequel. I don't think it was meant to be a Die Hard film. Or they just made it into one with the script. I can't quite remember. That might be the case for the next one, actually. But yeah, really good film. It does follow the same plot. It's kind of the same movie, but in an airport, if you like. There's a lot of similarities in there. But yeah, I like Die Hard too. I really do. Die Hard with a Vengeance, one of my favourite films of all time. One of my most rewatchable movies of all time. And this definitely was a different script at first that they turned into a Die Hard film called Simon Says. And they just decided to put John McClane in there. What I love about this one is John McClane and Samuel L. Jackson working together. It's possibly my favourite duo in any film ever. I just love how much they argue, how much they work together. He's just a great character, Zeus. He really is. But so many great moments in this. Just a fun, non-stop, entertaining ride from start to finish. Your typical 90s action movie. It's fucking incredible. I love Die Hard with a Vengeance. Die Hard 4, I recently found out from Cody Leach, this YouTuber who you might know, that there's an R-rated version of this. Whether it's on this, I don't know, but I don't think it is, actually. I wish it was, because I would go back and watch that. This is okay. It just felt like more of an action movie to me, like a generic action movie than a Die Hard film, if you like. It's alright. This one is terrible. A Good Day to Die Hard. I just didn't enjoy this movie whatsoever. Bruce Willis has just got paycheck all over his face here. He just isn't into the film. It's just a stupid plot. I didn't like this at all. One of the worst sequels ever made. Dirty Grandpa, really fun film with Robert De Niro and Zac Efron. And he just sort of wants to go and have fun and live his last days chasing women, really. So he takes Zac Efron on him to a road trip. It's fun. Got Aubrey Plaza in there and stuff. Good movie. Good comedy. Next up we have the Clint Eastwood Dirty Harry Collection. Now I really do enjoy these films, but I'll just talk about them individually there. I think we are all mixed up. Yes, we are. So why wouldn't it be? Dirty Harry, really good film. I think this guy going around trying to assassinate people and stuff. I think Is he going around with a sniper rifle or something? I just remember really liking it. Really, really good cop movie, and Clint Eastwood is excellent in this. Next up, we have Magnum Force. Now, I think is it Magnum Force, the second one? Yes. Lots of police officers going around who are corrupt, if you like, and he's got to bring them down. Good sequel. I think I might have preferred that over the first one. Right, I'm gonna get mixed up which ways these go. Right, I'll read the back. Yeah, the Enforcer is the third one. The Enforcer. I really enjoyed the woman who comes into this. I think it's this one. Who sort of teams up with him. But yeah, I enjoyed this one as well. It was a good third movie for the franchise. Sudden Impact. I think this is the one where he comes out with the famous quote. I could be wrong here, you know. I could be wrong, but he's got two famous quotes in these films. Do I feel lucky? I think it might be this one where he comes out with it. Do I feel lucky, punk? Well, do you? Yeah, good film. The only one I didn't like is this one, Deadpool, with Jim Carrey in. I just thought this was just not on the same level as the other four. The other four are really good, but this one, yeah, I didn't enjoy it. Jim Carrey was really weird in that as well. The start of his career, really, to be fair to him. I'll just put all these back in the box. Sorry about this, guys, but here we go. The Disappearance of Alice Creed. I really enjoyed this film. This is about a girl who gets kidnapped by these two criminals, and they sort of try and get a ransom off her boyfriend, is it? Or a dad or something. But yeah, good British flick. District 9, a movie by who I was speaking about before. Neil Blomkamp. I really wish he'd do the new RoboCop. I know he's come away from that project now, but he'd be perfect for the new RoboCop. RoboCop Returns. But I really like the character of Wickers in this. It's just, I love how it looks. I love the whole cinema CGI in this. It just works so well, and a great place to take place in Johannesburg. It's like a South African film. And all just works for me. I love this movie, like humans living with aliens and stuff. It's a really good film. I recommend that. District 13, a foreign film that doesn't get talked about enough for me. About this crime-ridden town, and this free jumper is trying to bring down the criminals. Or free runner, is it? Yeah, some really good movie. I really recommend that one. I really do. I'm gonna put them back down here now because we're getting a bit too much room over there. District 13 Ultimatum. There's some crazy moments in this, a lot more free running, but it's not as good as the first one, but it's still a solid sequel. Sorry about this. Sorry about that. Django Unchained, one of my favourite Tarantino films, probably my third favourite. Absolutely adore this movie. I remember I first watched it, I was like, oh my god, this film is the best film I've ever seen. Brilliant performances all round, and one of my favourite movie quotes ever. I love the way you die, boy. That is just revenge personified right there. Yeah, fantastic film. Leonardo DiCaprio is great in that as well. Drag Me to Hell, a film that gets a lot of love, I feel, and I didn't love it. There was a lot of bad CGI in here. I don't like the way there's too much comedy thrown in. It's okay, it's a good concept. It's watchable, but I don't love it as much as everyone else. Doctor Sleep, another one that I don't love as much as everyone else. I thought this was a good 7 out of 10 film, but the CGI, again, just sort of takes me out of it. And he's a very hit and miss director for me. I forgot his name now. The guy who done The Haunting of Hill House. It is on here somewhere. Mike Flanagan. I got it without looking. He's a very hit and miss director for me, he really is. I just don't like his CGI, the way he throws too much of it in. But it's a good story. Rose the Hat is a brilliant villain. I love Rebecca Ferguson, and this is one of her best performances. Ewan McGregor's great in that as well. Good solid sequel to The Shining. Doctor Strange, probably my least favourite MCU film. Watched this twice now, just can't get on board with it. I just don't like it. And I know a lot of people love it, but I'm not a fan of this movie. There's only 2 MCU films I don't like. This is one of them. Just all the people going in and out the bodies and the buildings trying to be like Inception. It just doesn't work for me. Dodgeball, great little comedy there. Vince Vaughn is just, I watch him in anything, I really will. And Ben Stiller is just great at the villain in this as well. yeah, I really enjoyed this movie, and I love it when he says, "Who's Steve the Pirate?" And the other guy goes, "The only guy in our team is dressed like a pirate." Like he's never ever got onto the fact that this guy is trying to be a pirate. Al Pacino, Dog Day Afternoon, one of the best 70 films out there. He tries to rob a bank to pay for his lover's transplant or operation or something. But John Cazelle's in there as well, who's just great in this. I love Al Pacino. He's just my favourite actor of all time, and this is one of his best films. My favourite actor of all time in a heist movie. Heist movies are great. I love them. Dolores Claiborne, a really good thriller. I think they wanted to get in more films because of the film Misery, and this is sort of like the same tone, like a thriller and stuff. I didn't really love Jennifer Jason Leigh in this though, but I love the way it goes back and forth because you think she's killed someone, and you think now they think she may have killed her husband years ago, and linking it to that. I love the way the film goes back and forth and lets you try and work it out for yourself. It's a good movie. Stephen King, I think. Donnie Darko, a film I used to watch constantly all the time as a teenager. I never quite figured that ending out. I figured 95% of it out. Why that mum is on that plane with the jet that falls, I will never know. I can't work that little bit out. Everything else I get. I just can't get that bit. But I love Jake Gyllenhaal in this. A really good sort of high school type film with lots of weird aspects thrown in. And the bunny is creepy as hell. I think it was an indie film, and it's just one of the best. Don't Look Now, a film that bored me to tears. I know a lot of people love this. It's a horror classic. It just done nothing for me. I was just bored out of my skull. Good ending though, I'll give it that. Don't Breathe, really interesting concept about this blind guy and these people trying to rob his house, but there's a lot more than meets the eye to this guy who lives there. But a really good tense film movie. Don't own the second one, but it's not as good as the first, but this was a really good surprise for me, and one of the best modern horror movies from the last 10 years. Don't Torture at a Duckling, a crime mystery film about some kids going missing in this little town. Italian movie from Lucio Fulci. I thought this was okay. I didn't love it, but it was a good little story. Downfall, you'll be very hard-pressed to find a better portrayal of Hitler than Bruno Gantz's performance here. It's just his last days, living in a bunker before the war ends. I watched it when it first came out. I was only very young at the time, but I did really appreciate it. But this wasn't really my type of film back then. I think if I rewatch this now, I'd love it a lot more, but it's still a very solid film. Dread, a fantastic film that sort of follows the same path as The Raid, where Judge Dredd is trying to get to the top of this building where all these criminals live. Very, very violent. A adult comic book movie that just totally works for me. Please give us a sequel. Thank you very much. Drive, starring Ryan Gosling. A film that I didn't love the first time, and on rewatch I really did get into it, and this goes down some paths that you don't expect it to. Really gritty story, but he's just cool as fuck in this film. Ryan Gosling, he really is. Great soundtrack. He's basically a getaway driver, and he gets too involved in something with the girl next door. Really do recommend this. It's a great film. Drive Angry with Nicolas Cage and what's her name? Amber Heard, is it? I absolutely loved this film when I watched it. I've only seen it once, but I absolutely had a great time with this. A lot of people say it's not very good, but I just remember really loving it. Tarantino-esque type film. I'm just going to push these to one side over here. There we go. The Drop. I don't know if this is James Gandolfini's last film. It may have been. I thought this is alright. Little bit slow in places, but it was okay. Tom Hardy was great in this. One of his better performances. I didn't love it. It was alright. Drop Dead Fred, one of my favourite films as a kid. I absolutely love Rick Mayo. Rest in peace, my friend. But yeah, this girl has an imaginary friend called Fred, and he just gets it into lots of trouble. A great comedy with some hilarious moments. Due Date, on the road type film. it was okay. It was alright. Dumb and Dumber, much better comedy in my opinion. Absolutely love these two. So many great moments, like, give me the goddamn number! Like, she's still got to give him your number after you're screaming in her face. Yeah, it really does amuse me, this film. I love it when he gets his tongue stuck as well. But yeah, just these two are great together. Dumbo, I actually really like this. It's a very short movie. I think it's like 60 minutes. But I really, you know, for such an early Disney film, I think this has a lot of charm for it. And I really enjoyed it. I did. Casey Jr.'s coming down the track, coming down the track. And now we have the remake. Watched this not recently for the first time on 4K. I thought this was good. It looked very weird at times. There was some things I liked, some things I didn't. Michael Keaton was a good villain. The kid in this, though, oh my god, she was the worst actress I have ever seen. There was just no emotion coming out of her when she talked about anything. She really did take me out the film a lot. I thought the CGI on Dumbo was good and stuff, and when he's flying around the circus and everyone cheering, every good moments. It's not a bad little live action version of Dumbo. Dune from David Lynch, probably my least favourite David Lynch film. I just didn't enjoy it, and he's one of my favourite directors, probably my top 3 directors for me. This just bored me to tears, it really did. The remake is much better, even though I didn't love the remake. It's much better than this. Dr. Strangelove and How I Learned to Love the Bomb. Very, very weird comedy from Stanley Kubrick, but I remember really enjoying it. Just about all these world leaders around this table, basically. But it's really good, actually. I really did enjoy this, even though it was weird. And there we have all of these. On to the E's now. And first up, we have Eagle Eye starring Shia LaBeouf, who was going to go on to be this big star in his Transformers phase. And this was kind of the next film that was up for him. And for the first hour, this is a really fast-paced film. Actually, I was really digging it. When the second half comes and we get a bit of a reveal as to what's going on, it kind of loses its way, but it's still a good film. I seen him in Pieces of a Woman last year, which is a great movie, but I did think he was one of the weaker links, in all honesty. So I hope he finds his way back. But this is a good film. Next up is Eastern Promises, decent little British gangster film there, starring Viggo Mortensen. And it's quite mysterious. You don't quite know what's going on with this girl who's, I think she's found a baby or a note or something like that. I think it's a baby. And this gangster boss sort of is looking into her and who she really is and stuff. Memory serves me right anyway, but I remember this being a really gripping gangster movie. It's quite good. East is East. Only ever seen this once, I think, back on VHS, but I remember thinking it was a really funny film. I think it's all set in Manchester. It's quite hilarious from what I remember. Eden Lake, a really great British horror flick with an ending that will just leave you with a terrible taste in your mouth. It's really, really sad. I mean, I was just remember watching the ending going, whoa, that is some heavy going shit. This is basically about a couple who go to this little outback sort of lake, and these youths are there causing them trouble, and they just want to relax, but it goes into way over the top territory. I highly recommend Eden Lake. I do. I've seen that one a few times now. Edge of Darkness from Mel Gibson. Honestly, cannot remember a thing about this, and I remember when I did watch it, I thought it was kind of boring and dull. So yeah, I like Mel Gibson a lot, but he has done some movies that just don't do anything for me. Edge of the Axe. I remember everyone was buying this when Arrow released it a couple of years ago, and I thought that looks like a really fun film, and it is. It's kind of cheesy in places. There is a moment where they're sending one message from one massive computer to another computer, and they think it's like this amazing technology, and it's kind of funny to look at now. Some decent little kills in here. Cheesy 80s horror slasher, which I love. Can't go wrong with them. Well, you can, but you know, I just love how badly made some of them are, but they're enjoyable. Edward Scissorhands, one of Tim Burton's better movies in my opinion. It's kind of weird. I didn't expect it to be this weird, actually, with the way the neighbourhood's filmed and stuff like that. But good performance from Johnny Depp. I enjoyed this one. I really did. It's one of the better 90s movies out there. I think it's from 90s anyway. El Camino, a Breaking Bad movie. I thought this was okay. I felt like a bit of a cash grab at times. It just felt like a little bit rushed, and if they put more thought into it, it could have been a better film. But it was a decent little epilogue for Jesse. There's a moment where they film on top of a house, like looking down on it, and it's like a little rat in a cage. I think a police officer's after him in there or something. It's okay, it's decent. The Elephant Man, one of David Lynch's best movies, and I would probably have it like fifth or sixth as his best film. That's how good of a director he is. But it's still, it's still, like I said, it's still a brilliant movie. Very, very emotional. Great performance from John Hurt, and it's really sad in places. But one of them dramas that grips you from start to end with a great story. I highly recommend The Elephant Man. It's black and white and stuff, but it just makes it even better, in my opinion. Elf, one of the most fun movies out there. Will Ferrell's best performance in my opinion. I just think he's great as Buddy the Elf. Watched this not long ago at Christmas and I had a great time with it. Still, I watch it every year. It's just a really, really fun film. My fiance's favourite Christmas movie, that one. Elysium, another film from I said his name before, didn't I? Oh my god. Neil Blomkamp. I do think this is probably his worst film out of the three, but it's still a good movie. So he is a director that I really do like. I wish he'd do a lot more films, but this is basically about a load of rich people who live high up in this Elysium and the other people down below. I think they've got like time against them and stuff to survive. Decent little performance from Matt Damon. I just love the whole look of the film. I love how Neil Blomkamp does his CG effects and stuff. They all look the same in all three of his films, but they really do work. End of Watch, a found footage film following two cops around on their day job and some brutal shit happens, starring Jake Gyllenhaal and fucking Michael Pena, of course. I always forget his name. This is a good little film. I've only seen it once. This is actually a steelbook. If you want to look at that, weirdly own this on steelbook. Yeah, I'm not gonna get all this out, but yeah, it's I think I just bought it because it was going cheap and it was a steelbook, but it's a good film. Don't mind it. Enemy of the State. Watched this not long ago. Really good film actually. Uses surveillance to its advantage with lots of technology traits in there and stuff. Really good mystery to it as well. Will Smith trying to uncover what's going on and why people are chasing him and stuff. It's a good film. Oh, nearly dropped that one there. Enter the Dragon. Yeah, just a really great cheesy kung fu film from the 70s where they go to this little tournament on this island. It's kind of like Mortal Kombat when you think of it, but there's some great like violent moments in here too. But my favourite Bruce Lee film for sure. John Saxon's good in that as well. The Equalizer starring Denzel Washington. I remember went to see this on the cinema and my ear was really blocked. With something and it was really hard to listen to, but I've watched it again on Blu-ray and I really enjoy it. It's a good action film. I have not seen The Equalizer 2 though, weirdly. It's kind of just gone out of existence, that film. Equilibrium, what feels like a Matrix rip-off, but it's really not. This is a fantastic action sci-fi flick starring Christian Bale, who I think this whole town is sort of under the government's thumb and he fights back. Really, really great movie, quite underrated. I highly recommend it. Just move them up there a little bit. Eragon, pretty lackluster film. I think this had a high budget and it just failed at the box office. But I didn't really get anything from this. It was okay, like a 5 out of 10 film. Very, very forgettable in all honesty. I'm not really the biggest fantasy film fan, but my fiance's brother was getting rid of all his Blu-rays and he gave me like 30 to 40 Blu-rays. There is a video on my channel if you want to see it in my Blu-ray and 4K pickups, but a lot of them were fantasy films and they're not really my type of genre, so that's why I own some of them there. Eraserhead, probably with Dune, my least favourite David Lynch film, and everyone loves this, so I'm going to have to give it another go. This is part of that Criterion competition that I won. I did own it on Blu-ray, but I sort of got rid of it because I got this now. I haven't checked this Criterion out yet, so I've got an excuse to go back to it. I do want to give it another go, but first time I was just like, this is too weird. It's not really hitting with me at all, but I want to give it another go. How can so many people be wrong? Escape from New York, really good movie, this one. I love, I hate it when names escape my head on the camera. He's a really big actor. What's his name? Why is not Russell Crowe? Kurt Russell. I should know that. Yeah, this is like New York is basically a prison from John Carpenter, one of my more favourite movies of his, and he has to sort of just fight his way out basically. But New York is basically a big prison, as you can tell. The Statue of Liberty's head on the floor there and stuff. This could actually probably do with a remake. This is not dissing this film or anything, but there are some dated moments in there, and I think this could be great as a remake, but if not, this is still a classic film. And of course, Escape from LA, not as good as Escape from New York, but it's a decent watch. I always remember that basketball scene and how unfair it is, and then Kurt Russell just comes in, or Snake Plissken if you like, and just basically, is it Snake Plissken? Or Snake Plissken Metal Gear Solid. I know he's Metal Gear Solid, I can't remember if his name's Snake Plissken in this. I don't think it is actually, but Snake anyway. And he comes in and just wipes the floor with this basketball challenge. It's a great moment. Escape Room. I bought this because I was going to see the second one at the cinema, and I really enjoyed it. It's like a bit of a played down Saw movie, but there's still some really violent, well not violent, but good deaths and stuff in here. Not as violent as Saw or anything, but it kind of reminded me of Saw. And it's just fun to see these characters have to get out these escape rooms. I really had a good time with this, I really did. It's one of them you can switch your brain off and not think too much about it. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Another film I need to rewatch because I just didn't like this film when I watched it. It wasn't hitting with me, it was doing nothing for me. But I was in my teenage years then, and I just wanted to see action films and horror movies and nothing else, so I'd probably have to give this another go. Everest, an okay movie about obviously climbing Everest. I think it's all based on a true story. Some good big actors in here: Jake Gyllenhaal, Jeff Bridges, is it? And you've got Jason Clarke and stuff. Is it Jeff Bridges? Josh Brolin, sorry. I always get them two mixed up. Josh Brolin, sorry, and Jake Gyllenhaal. And it's a really tense movie at times. I hear a lot of praise for this. I don't think it's as good as those people say, but it looks great in 4K. It really does. Sam Raimi's The Evil Dead. Fun film. This terrified me back in the day when I watched it. I laugh at it now, really, to be honest. I don't think it quite works with me like it does a lot of other people. I think it's a little bit dated in places now, but it's still a good film. One of the video nasties out there, Mary Whitehouse, said that was the most terrible film out there, and she's seen the worst. Yeah, whatever, Mary, whatever. Evil Dead 2. This is kind of a reboot instead of a sequel. It kind of just does the whole movie again, which is weird to see back in the 80s, I suppose. This is definitely more comedy orientated. With the hand and stuff like that, but Ash is a good character. It's good to see him back in Evil Dead 2. And I don't own Army of Darkness, but what is probably my favourite Evil Dead film is this remake. I watched it for the first time this year. I absolutely loved it. It had everything I wanted in a horror movie. I would definitely go back to this, and the blood rain coming down was just awesome. It's really well shot. I highly recommend this. I really do. I like the way the protagonist as well, the final girl, wasn't really this perfect character. She had her own problems going on, and it's not really, she's someone that you don't really see that in the final girls. They're always this sweet innocent thing, but I really like the way they done that with their character. Ex Machina or Machina, whatever you want to call it. I really enjoyed this one. It's basically about this guy who, I think he talks to this computer. Oh, he is hired to test this computer out that works in the house, or this android or something like that. I can't quite remember. It's been a while, but I remember really, really liking this. Good performance from Oscar Isaac in there. Yeah, it's an interesting film. Yeah, very interesting. Good sci-fi movie. The Expendables. I thought this was an okay action flick, but you'd think I'd like it a lot better with all my favourite stars in there. It was okay, it was pretty average. There was a lot of average action films coming out back then, I suppose. And we have The Expendables 2, which for me is the better film, because Arnold Schwarzenegger's in this one. I think he's great. I love the way he just rips the car off the door off that little mini car there. I just thought this one was a little bit more enjoyable. I love Van Damme as the villain, where he kicks the knife in that guy's heart there. That guy just kicks everything. I don't own The Expendables 3 though. I haven't even seen it. The Exorcist, one of the most famous and classic horror movies of all time. I can see why this would terrify people back in 1973. It's kind of lost that a little bit now, but when people were way more religious back then and stuff, I can see it hitting a lot of people and why people were scared of it. But it's a must-have for horror fans in their collection, I suppose. It's really weird to see Reagan go from this sweet innocent girl to this absolutely horrific demon that's possessed her. The Experiment, I thought this was okay. Basically about a prison and there's like a game going on in there or something. It was okay. I haven't seen it for a very long time. Steelbook of E.T., a film I have only ever seen once, and I think it was pretty overrated. I thought it was good, but one of the best films of all time? I'm not quite sure about that. Maybe I need to give it another go. It was fun though. Young Hugh Barrymore in there. And lastly, for the E's, we have Eyes Wide Shut. This is actually one of my favourite Kubrick movies. I love how mysterious it was, how well shot it was, and a great little story going on there with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. I don't know if they became husband and wife after this. I know they're together in real life or something, but yeah, really good film from Kubrick. I highly recommend this one, I really do. And that is it for the E's. On to the F's now. By the way, guys, if you're still watching this and you're enjoying it, please give this video a like and maybe subscribe to the channel because it really would help me out. I would really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I do lots of Blu-ray content on this channel, lots of top 10s, lots of reviews, you name it. I try and mix it up here on the channel. We're getting into the F's anyway. We have Falling Down, starring Michael Douglas. Now, this is one where he just goes off the rails. I've only ever seen this movie once. I did enjoy it. And I would like to really go back and revisit this. My friend Sam always says how much he loves this film, so I'd like to give this another shot, but I really did enjoy it the first time, especially the first few minutes where he just kicks off in the McDonald's there, and that's where it all starts, really. But yeah, good film. The Fall of the Essex Boys, this was recommended to me by a subscriber after he watched my review of The Rise of the Foot Soldier and stuff. And you know what, this was very cheaply made, but it was an enjoyable enough film. There was some bad acting and stuff, but I really did like this side of the Essex Boys murder story. I thought it was surprising. I mean, it's not a great film or anything, but it surprised me. I thought it was going to be terrible, but it was easily watchable. Fantasia, my girlfriend got me to watch this last year on Disney Plus because she just used to watch it as a kid all the time. I thought it was good, but halfway through I started to get a little bit bored. I do think the first half of the film's stories are better. But this one, I forgot the name of the story, but it's where Mickey Mouse is sort of quadrupling the brooms or duplicating them. And it just gets out of control with the water and stuff. Sorcerer's Apprentice, I think it is. That was the best story, and the music is great in that. I don't own the next Fantasia. Fantastic Four double movie set. And we've got Fantastic Four and Fantastic Four Rise of the Silver Surfer. I really did enjoy both of these films. Probably the first one a little bit more. I don't think it was a great casting choice for the guy who's Mr. Incredible, is it? I don't think he was a very good casting choice. Is it not Mr. Incredible? What's his name? Oh, Mr. Fantastic? I think he's got the stretchy arms anyway. Really, it's lost me. I lose everything when I go live. But I did enjoy these films. I thought they were good. I got this for £1 in Poundland, a double pack, which you can't really complain about. Don't own the latest Fantastic Four. Fargo, in my top 20 films of all time, easily. I've recommended this to a few of my friends and they don't really like it. They can't get on board with the accents and stuff. But I know a lot of people who absolutely love this film as well. And rightly so. It is a great, great film. I just love everything about it. I love... I know Frances McDormand gets all applauded, and rightly so, she is great in this, but I love Steve Buscemi's arc in this movie where he just doesn't want to hurt anyone, he just wants to get a job done, and by the end of the film he's just gone absolutely batshit crazy, killing everyone. But this is basically about a guy who hires these two goons to kidnap his wife, and he's gonna get her wealthy father to pay the ransom, and they're gonna keep half each. But it spirals out of control. I highly do recommend that. I mean, you mightn't love it like my friends, but I think it's one of the best films of all time. And the TV series is amazing as well. Faster, starring Dwayne Johnson. One of his more R-rated movies, if you like, or 15 as we call it in the UK. I remember this being pretty forgettable. It was an okay little action thriller. It was okay. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, a film that really does great on me over time because I realise how much of an arsehole Ferris Bueller is. I really don't like this character at all. In fact, he's probably my least favourite protagonist in any film ever. But it's still a fun movie. It's still got its moments. If you can ignore the fact that Ferris is just being a tit all the way through it, you can have a bit of fun with this. But it's okay. There's some decent moments in that. Next up is Fertile Ground, a blind buy when I started buying Blu-rays for the first time. And this was going really cheap, and I just thought, ooh, horror movie that I've never heard of, going really cheap, I'll grab it. It's not a great film. Next up is A Few Good Men. You can't handle the truth. Can't forget that line. I thought this was a really good courtroom drama, actually. I enjoyed this one. From director Rob Reiner, who just went on a roll there, didn't he? Making loads of great films. Next up is Field of Dreams. Very, very weird movie, but it actually does work. It's basically about this guy who builds a baseball field in his garden, or on his property, if you like, and he doesn't know why he's got to do it. He just thinks he's got to do it. And all these baseball players start to turn up who are famous and stuff. I don't want to say too much more, but it's a very, very strange film, but I did kind of like it. Next up is The Fifth Element, my most recently watched film. On 4K there, look good on 4K actually. This is a film that's a little bit dated for me, but I did enjoy it in parts. It was just kind of, you could feel like it was made 20-30 years ago. But there's some fun moments. I thought Gary Oldman was the best thing about this film, how he can adapt to so many different roles. I mean, he plays a lot of villains, but he's a different type of villain in this. He's more like a comic book villain. And I thought he was great in this. He was the best thing about this film. But it's interesting enough. It's definitely different to a lot of films that you see. 50 Shades of Grey. Yeah. I actually went to cinema to see this with my ex-girlfriend. Oh, yeah. There was all these women in the front row as well. They were like in the 50s and stuff, all giggling through it. It's not a great film. I don't own the other two. Fighting with My Family. Haven't watched this one yet. This is a recent pickup, but I've heard a lot of people say they really do enjoy this film. I like British flicks. You know, they have something a little bit different to them. But it's all involving the WWE and stuff, I believe. But I just haven't watched that one yet. Another British movie here. Film Stars Don't Die in Liverpool. Now, this was a very big surprise for me. My nan actually bought this and then just give it to me. She wanted to watch it because it was made in Liverpool, and she just give it to me. And I recently watched it a few months ago for the first time, and I really enjoyed it. It was a really good, solid drama about this actress who's in love with this young boy, and you know, she's sort of getting ill, really. But it's a really, really good film. I highly recommend it. Next up is Fight Club, another film that's in my top 20 films of all time, but I'd probably say this is in my top 10 of all time. In fact, it is in my top 10 of all time. Brad Pitt's best performance ever for me, and Ed Norton is just another great actor. I wish he was in way more stuff, but these two on screen together are just perfect. Great story, great ending with a great twist. And I can't say any more about this because the first rule of Fight Club is you should not talk about Fight Club, so there you go. Next up is The Fighter with Mark Wahlberg and Christian Bale and Amy Adams. Decent little true story. I can't remember the boxer's name, maybe it'll say on the back here. Mickey Ward's brother, is it? I can't remember. But yeah, this is a good little true story, boxing story there. And Christian Bale is another actor who can just adapt, can't he? He lost a lot of weight for this film. Not as much as The Machinist, but he's just like a really over-the-top, pain-in-the-arse character in this, but you can't take your eyes off him. Really, really good film, actually. Finding Nemo, a lot of people's favourite Pixar film. Sorry, I'm just moving them Blu-rays out the way. I've seen this a couple of times. I do enjoy it. It's quite a fun film, but yeah, not one of my favourite Pixars, but a really good movie, actually. It just shows how good Pixar is. Finding the Way Back, I have reviewed this on the channel when I first started reviewing movies. Really enjoyed this. Solid performance from Ben Affleck. I don't know if this is a true story, but he's an alcoholic who used to be the best basketball player in the school, and the school come along for him and say, can you coach the current basketball team? And it gives him a new lease of life. I really enjoy this film. I really do. The ending shot was really emotional to me after seeing him struggle all the way through the film. Firewall, probably one of my least favourite Blu-rays I own. I just thought this film was absolutely terrible. I can't really remember anything about it. and it was just so boring and dull, and I thought it was going to be good with Harrison Ford and Paul Bettany in, but it was poor, very poor film. First Blood, starring Sylvester Stallone, a very, very popular 80s action film. Sylvester Stallone sort of forced out of this town for no reason, so he sort of fights back with all these people who are just being an arse to him. Yeah, it's a really popular movie. You've seen it, I'm sure, but it's a great film, First Blood. Rambo Part 2, definitely not as good as the first one, but it's still a decent sequel. It's very, very watchable. And Rambo 3. Yeah, I remember enjoying this to an extent, but it did feel a little bit generic in places. But First Blood is definitely the best one. However, I do enjoy Rambo 4. I remember this being way more violent than I ever thought it would be. Only seen it once, but I think I remember him trying to rescue these villagers who are being attacked. I think there's babies thrown in fires and stuff in this one. So yeah, but it goes for the violence, it really does. But I remember really enjoying this. It was a nice surprise. I don't own Last Blood, but I did go to the cinema to see it. I need to get that to complete the Rambo collection there. Flight, a true story from Denzel Washington, who is an alcoholic pilot. It's a good movie. It's in places you're just kind of shouting at the screen saying, what the fuck are you doing, man? Because he's sort of overcoming his demons, really, and he falls back in and out. Some terrifying moments in this. I don't like flying at all. I'm just not a fan of it. I'll blame Final Destination for that movie, which weirdly enough isn't in these Fs. I need to get that collection, but I've never liked flying because of that film, and that just didn't help at all. Flowers in the Attic, an Arrow Video label title. I watched this back on DVD in the day, but I haven't watched this Arrow version yet, but I remember really enjoying it. Bit of a weird chemistry with the brother and sister, though. It's kind of almost that they fancy each other, and it just doesn't sit right with me in the film. It's kind of weird, but it's a very good movie. I think that it's sort of locked out from the outside world, really. These kids. The Fly, my friend Lauren's favourite film. It is a really good movie. It really is. David Cronenberg's probably his best one for me. Just seeing Jeff Goldblum just deteriorate. It's really sad to see. He only wants the best for humanity, and he makes a transport device and a fly goes in at the same time, and it just messes everything up. You feel really bad for the guy, but yeah, it changes his personality along the way as well. I thought Gina Davis was really good in this as well as the side love interest, if you like. But yeah, really good film. The Football Factory, just a really fun movie, British film that you can watch. Nick Love always makes these type of films. Like I spoke about The Business. This is another one. I watched this so many times back in the day. Maybe I should do a review of this on the channel because I would like to rewatch this again. It's just so easy to watch, like most of his films. But Danny Dyer, probably my favourite Danny Dyer film, in all honesty. It's that or The Business anyway. John Carpenter's The Fog. I didn't like this film that much. I remember kind of being a little bit boring for me, I'm not going to lie. Maybe I need to give it another go. I know there's a 4K out there now. Maybe I need to grab that and give it another go. Forgetting Sarah Marshall, a really, really funny comedy. I enjoyed this a hell of a lot. Seen it quite a few times. Russell Brand's great in this. But yeah, you really want this guy to succeed because his girlfriend, Kristen Bell, is just an asshole. But yeah, you really want him to succeed and get it on with Mila Kunis, really. I say get it on, you know. You want them to start dating. Forrest Gump, another one. That's probably in my top 25 movies of all time. Quite a few with the Fs, isn't it? But Forrest Gump, Tom Hanks' best performance, maybe. I mean, I don't know, it's not my favourite film from him, but it might be his best performance. My favourite film of his is coming up on the next letter, so look out for that. But yeah, Forrest Gump, I love the story. I love how it all plays out, how everything kind of falls into place for him for the better, and he doesn't really know that it's gonna work, like these things are working out for him. Like, he gets told to play ping pong, and then that's all he focuses on. He becomes the ping pong champion and stuff. But it's a great story from when he's a kid to an adult. Highly, highly enjoyable movie. It's fantastic. It really is. Four Lions, a film I've only seen once. I know a lot of people absolutely love this. I really did think it was funny in places. Really edgy film as well. You know, especially at the time when terrorists were like really bad here in Britain and the US, and they sort of parodied them. It's a funny film, really funny film. Foxcatcher, weird movie. This is what's his name? Off the Office, Steve Carell. He's like this billionaire, and he pays this guy to be a wrestling coach or something, and spar with him in wrestling. But he's obsessed with it. It's a true story as well, I believe. It's worth watching. It's a weird drama, but it's worth watching. There's some moments where you're like, whoa, holy shit. I wouldn't say it's a great film or anything, but it's definitely one worth seeing. Fracture, recent pick-up for me. Haven't watched this yet. I've heard it's really good though, but I just haven't watched it yet. Just move them up there. Frailty, the most underrated film of all time in my opinion. I absolutely adore this. This is basically about a guy who comes home from work and says he was visited by an angel. So he tells his sons that this angel has told him to do God's work by slaying these demons who are disguised as humans. And one son believes him and the other one doesn't, and it goes way out of hand, and things, the story just spirals, and it's got one of the best twist endings you'll ever see. It's just a brilliant, brilliant film. It really is. Directed by Bill Paxton and starring Bill Paxton and a young Matthew McConaughey in there. I couldn't recommend it enough. I really couldn't. Fred Claus, enjoyable Christmas film. I thought I'd hate this, but it was quite enjoyable. I do actually like Vince Vaughn in a lot of things. Freddy vs. Jason, I'm not a fan of this. I do really like Nightmare on Elm Street and Child's Play are probably my favourite franchises in horror, but this is one of the weaker films for me. Just didn't enjoy it. And I remember back in the day, it was like this big event. You know, it's when websites first started getting made just for films and stuff. Now we've got Twitter bloody pages for them and everything, but I was on that constantly, just really excited, and it was a big disappointment for me. Friday the 13th, the remake. Only ever seen this once, but I remember thinking, why does this movie get lots of hate? It's a decent remake. The only thing I don't really like is Jason tying people up and keeping them hostage. But the first 10 minutes is great. It's like the first 4 movies in one. So yeah, it's not a bad remake at all. Fright Night, decent 80s vampire flick. Some funny moments in this, especially when the neighbour is just spying on this Charlie. He keeps popping up to Charlie and goes, "What are you doing down there, kid?" and all this. And the young Charlie's mate in this, his friend, is just one of the most over the top characters, but he's really fun. Yeah, Chris Sarandon, I believe, is the vampire in this next door. He puts a really good performance in. I highly recommend Fright Night, I do. From Dusk Till Dawn, weirdly another vampire flick right next to Fright Night there. Fantastic film. Tarantino in this is just great at acting. He's just such this weird, horrible, sinister character who can't help murdering people. George Clooney's best performance as well. And when this film turns on its head, it just goes batshit insane. I don't know which half I prefer because they're both amazing in their own way. It's like 2 different movies in one. Yeah, you gotta watch From Dusk Till Dawn, man. It's fucking great. Fucking great. From Paris with Love. I thought I'd hate this, but I actually thought it was okay. I got this really cheap and just picked it up blind buy really. But John Travolta was way over the top in this, and it actually worked. It's not a great movie. It's okay. Frozen. Yeah. It's okay. It's a bit. I don't know. It's mainly for young teenage girls and kids, isn't it? Really. It was okay. It was alright. Not my type of movie. The Frozen Ground drama thriller starring Nicolas Cage. I remember this being a little bit dull. I thought it was going to be great, but yeah, it was just a little bit boring in places, in all honesty. I'm not going to lie. Full Metal Jacket, Stanley Kubrick, another great movie from him, one of the best directors ever. I do think the first half is 100 times better than the second. The second half's okay, but the first half and the boot camp and stuff is definitely where this film's at. Topsy-turvy movie for me, that. Funny People, starring Adam Sandler. Can't remember too much about this, but I just remember it thinking it was going to be terrible. And it wasn't. It was actually alright. Not a bad movie, but it's a very, very forgetful one. Fury. A lot of people absolutely love this film. I think it was okay. At times, the pacing wasn't quite there. I'm not a massive war movie fan. It's not my favourite genre or anything like that. But this was okay. I remember John Bernthal being really great in this. I'll probably have to give it another go. I've only seen it the once. It was decent enough. Oh no, that is it for the Fs. I've just picked the G up there. So that is it for the Fs, and we'll get on to the Gs next. On to the Gs now. The Game with Michael Douglas once again. David Fincher movie. I do think this is a really, really enjoyable thriller. But by the end, you think that was really far-fetched. I mean, really? But yeah, it's decent enough. I have a fun time with this. I've seen it a couple of times now. Gamer, starring Gerard Butler. Not one of my favourite actors or anything. This is a mediocre film where someone is controlling him in the game, but it's real life. If he dies or something. I watched it a long time ago when it first came out. Remember enjoying it enough, but it was okay. Typical Gerard Butler film, nothing amazing. Gangster number 1, a film I have probably watched way more times than some other Blu-rays in this collection. By the way, down below I'll have my collection playlist, and it'll show a video there that I done recently called my 30 most watched Blu-rays in my collection if you want to check it out. And this was in it. Paul Bettany in a very sinister role. He's not the same character as WandaVision, put it that way. It's a really underrated British gangster flick, and I highly recommend it. David Thewlis in there as well. Gangs of New York, Martin Scorsese. I remember this, not thinking this is one of his best. It's a good film. Just drags out a little bit in places there. Daniel Day-Lewis is great in this, as always. Gangster Squad. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really love this film. I thought it was mediocre at best. Nothing special. Well, we just had 3 gangster films in a row there. Hence, we're on the Gs. Gangs. Yeah, that would make sense. The Gate, 80s horror cheese fest, if you like. I wasn't a big fan of this. I think they dig a hole in the back of the garden or something and some monsters get out. It's okay, but I wasn't loving it. I mean, I know a lot of people do absolutely love this movie, but in places it was good, and other places I was just like, oh no, this is dull. So yeah, glad to own it though. It's a piece of the 80s, I suppose. The Gentleman, my film of 2020. I think this is probably my favourite Guy Ritchie film, even more than Snatch and Lock, Stock. It's just grown on me the couple of times that I watched it. I just love it. I just think it's so enjoyable. And I love Hugh Grant in this. I love how the story is told from him and Charlie Hunnam. It's just, it blew me away. I loved this film. Get him to the Greek. The same character Russell Brand plays as, forgetting Sarah Marshall, I believe. Albus, no, is it? But I remember me and my dad watched this years ago and we couldn't stop laughing. It was so funny, especially when I think they're importing some drugs through the airport or something and they're just both panicking. Get Out from Jordan Peele. I do like this film. I think people go overboard with it. I don't know if that's because I guessed the ending straight away. Like 20 minutes in, I guessed this ending. So it really took something away from me. It was very predictable. But there's some nicely filmed shots in here and stuff. Daniel Kaluuya is really good in this film. It's like a 7 out of 10 movie, like I said. Ghostbusters. Rest in peace, Ivan Reitman, by the way. What else can you say? It was just one of the best things about the 80s. Such an enjoyable film. It really is. Love the chemistry between them all. I love how the ghosts look. I love how much fun this film is. I love the Marshmallow Man. I love virtually everything about this film. There's nothing really bad to say about it. It's just pretty much perfect for what it goes for. So yeah. Ghostbusters 2. Seen a lot of ranking. This is weirdly on 4K and that one's on Blu-ray. This is the first 4K I ever owned, actually. I know my girlfriend knew I was after Ghostbusters 2, and at the time there wasn't a double pack, so she bought me this on 4K. But I didn't even own a 4K player at the time. It just had a Blu-ray in there, so thank you, Sam. She knew I was after one. I've seen a bit of hate for this movie recently because Ghostbusters Afterlife came out and there was a lot of ranking videos going around and people complaining that this just does the same thing as the first one and it doesn't sit right with them. I get that, but it's kind of like Home Alone 2 for me. It's just as good as the first one. I wouldn't say it's just as good, but it's not far away. I really do enjoy Ghostbusters 2. I didn't get the hate it was getting. I really didn't. I really enjoy this. I've always enjoyed it, so yeah. Ghostbusters, the 2016 remake. Now, you might turn the video off here, everyone, but I enjoyed this. At the time, if I went to cinema, I probably would have hated it. But I watched it a few years later, and this is off my friend Carl, by the way. Thank you, Carl, who's got another one in here that he sent me in these G's, which I'll get to in a minute. But I had fun with it. I love Chris Hemsworth as the office guy, the secretary, who's so stupid. I thought that worked really well. I love Kristen Wiig as well. I think she's so funny. So yeah, I don't think it's that bad. It's not one of the worst films ever or anything like that. I don't even believe people believe themselves when they say that, but there you go. Maybe die-hard Ghostbusters fans hate it, and I get that, but I had fun with that. Ghost Rider, remember thinking this was okay. I definitely enjoyed the whole build-up of how he become Ghost Rider and stuff, the first half of the film, way more than the second. It's alright. And here's the other one Carl sent me, Ghoulies. Yeah, you could really feel the low budget aspect of this film. It was really, really dated. It was fun enough in places. It's okay. It's okay. Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, a fantastic film. I remember just really being lost in this movie and where it was going. I hadn't seen anything like it before. And it was just a really good mystery crime thriller. I absolutely loved it. I really did. Girl Who Played With Fire, a solid enough sequel. Definitely not a patch on the first one, no. But yeah, I did really like it. And Girl Who Kicks the Hornet's Nest, the conclusion. I can't remember too much about this one. I'm not gonna lie, but I remember enjoying the whole trilogy, if you like. But the first one is definitely the best. Girl with the Dragon Tattoo remake from David Fincher. I didn't like this as much as that version. I didn't. I thought this was good, but that version is the superior. Trust me. It's good enough. Rooney Mara was good in that, I suppose. Daniel Craig is definitely the best person to play Michael Blankfish, because when I was watching the original, that guy who plays him there reminded me so much of Daniel Craig. So it was the perfect casting choice. The Gift. This is about a young man who finds an old school friend and he won't leave him alone, basically. But he starts telling his wife we weren't really friends that much and stuff. So it's kind of weird that this guy's attaching himself to him. It's good. It's a good little thriller. Gladiator, a film I definitely have to watch again. Only seen it once. Thought it was okay. But a lot of people absolutely love this film and say it's one of the best ever, so I need to give it another go. From me, for not watching it again. Yeah, that's just my impression of Joaquin Phoenix. Glass, the conclusion of the M. Night Shyamalan superhero, dark villain trilogy, whatever you want to call it. I don't have all these together in the collection. Some films I do, some films I don't. I remember this was okay, but the ending didn't really sit right with me. I don't know why. Like, these villains are all to be looked up to now and stuff. But it was good to see these characters all on screen together and, you know, bringing that conclusion, if you like. The Godfather trilogy box set coming up to its 50th anniversary. The two greatest films of all time, in my opinion, The Godfather and The Godfather 2. I do prefer The Godfather 2 just a little bit more. It's not far. It's not a big distance or anything. They're just both masterpieces, in my opinion. And yeah, if I done a top two, these would be it. Godfather 3 isn't great. It's okay. I just don't like the whole religious aspect of it, and when he's in the church, cathedrals all the time and stuff. That stuff bores me with that movie. But the first two are just so great. They really are. Al Pacino, for me, his best ever role is The Godfather 2, and he's my favourite actor of all time. What I love about The Godfather 2 more than the first is it goes back and forth. It could have worked as a sequel. It probably could have worked as a prequel, but they do both perfectly balanced. and that's what edges it over the first one for me. Godzilla, wasn't a massive fan, not gonna lie. Thought it was alright. It just, yeah. And I much prefer this one, Godzilla King of the Monsters. I prefer this over Godzilla vs Kong as well, which I don't own, but I might get it just to complete the trilogy. I love that. I'm not clued up on Godzilla and stuff, I'm not, but that monster that came out the volcano was terrifying, and that really did, one of the best moments I've seen in this movie was that. But the human aspect side of things just doesn't work for me at all. Gone. Very, very bland film about Amanda Seyfried's sister going missing, I think. You could tell it was so low budget, straight to VOD. One of the weirdest Blu-rays I own. It was okay. It's watchable. Gone Baby Gone. Decent little movie about a kid going missing and they have to uncover the mystery. It's alright. Casey Affleck. Gone Girl from David Fincher. Really, really do enjoy this film. This is basically the same sort of tone as Gone Baby Gone. Basically, Ben Affleck's wife goes missing and they think he's murdered her, and it becomes this big media thing because she's like a famous writer for kids' books and stuff. Yeah, I really enjoyed this thriller. David Fincher's such a great director. This is definitely one of his best. This is a weird little addition there because it's got like an Amazing Amy book inside. And, a character, the one who goes missing, is called Amy, and that's her job is to write these children's books. She's an author. So you get one of her books in there, which is kind of weird. I forgot her name. Rosamund Pike, yeah. But yeah, good film, that. Gone in 60 Seconds, a film I used to rewatch constantly. I remember I got GTA 3 with my PlayStation 2 for Christmas with the game Burnout as well. So I think my dad thought I was into cars at the time and going through this little car phase. And he got me this as well because the PlayStation 2 had DVDs. So yeah, I got it on DVD, but I own it on Blu-ray now, of course. But I used to watch this so much. It's a really fun film where Nicolas Cage has to boost 50 cars in one night. So he gets this team together with Angelina Jolie, or his brother's going to get killed. So he has to do that. Sort of bribed in a way. Good Boys, a really funny film where these kids just aren't quite in their teenage years yet and they think they know everything about life, but they don't. Really reminded me of South Park. It's a fun little adventure they go on where they take everything serious. It's just a funny little movie, it really is. Goodfellas, my favourite Martin Scorsese film, I'd say. Went to cinema to see this a couple of years ago and it was the best experience I had with it. But this film is just incredible. Another one that's in my top 20 films of all time. The only thing I don't like about it is the last 20 minutes where it all goes downhill for him. Kind of just loses its tone. Now I know that might be the case that it's meant to be, but it just doesn't, it just feels so detached from the other part of the movie. And I spoke to a few people who say the same. That's what stops it being a 10 out of 10 film for me. But the characters in this, the dialogue, everything about it, apart from that last 20 minutes, are pretty much perfect. Maury's wigs never come off. Good Will Hunting, a film I've only seen once actually, but I remember Robin Williams being really great in this. I hated Matt Damon's character in this movie. He's this genius who won't listen to anyone. He's an arsehole. And Robin Williams trying to get him on the right track. It's good drama. The Goonies. Now this is a film that everyone seems to love a lot more than me. I just think I missed the boat with it in the 80s and I watched it like 3 or 4 years ago for the first time. Thought it was good, but it just didn't have quite that impact with me. Maybe I need to give it another go. It was fun enough. It was fun. I'll give it that. Goosebumps. Fun little adventure film. Family adventure horror film. I used to read the Goosebumps books as a kid all the time. I was a big fan of them back in the day. And this is a good little adaptation of that. Putting all the books in one movie, really. Goosebumps 2, which I watched not long ago. This is definitely a copy and paste moneymaker. It just feels like a cash grab. The story is kind of the same. Jack Black's in it for like 5 minutes, if that. I mean, you're lucky to get 5 minutes out of him here. It just it didn't feel as good as the first. Definitely a cash grab, like I said. It was okay though. Gran Torino, Clint Eastwood, one of my favourite performances from him. I love how much of a hard ass he is in this movie. Really, really solid drama. Yeah, definitely worth watching. I haven't seen it for a long time, but I remember thinking it was great. Grand Budapest Hotel, probably, I think this might be the only Wes Anderson film I own, and I've only ever seen 3 of his movies. This, The Fantastic Mr. Fox, and The French Dispatch. French Dispatch just didn't work for me at all, but this did. I thought this was a great movie. I absolutely loved it. Just a really well made film, and I've heard a lot of his movies are like this. He is a director I would like to check out. The French Dispatch hasn't put me off or anything, so he is a director I'd like to get more into. I really should do, actually. If I'm got a film channel, I've only seen 3 Wes Anderson films, but that is a great movie. That Gravity, bit of a bore fest in places. Don't know why it won so many Oscars. I suppose it looks good and stuff, but it's not. It was an okay film, nothing special. Grease. It's a good film. It is a very good film. It's a bit cringy in places, I'm not gonna lie. But I feel like it's one of them I just have to have in the collection because it's one of the most famous movies out there. By the way, if you're still watching, and there's some films that you feel like I need to add to the collection, let me know down below, because I definitely want to add films that I feel like should be in people's collections. I've done a video on that, 20 movies you must own in your collection, which will be down below as well. So if there's any that you feel like I've missed from the letters that have gone so far, let me know. Because I would like to get like a great, the greatest, a collection that you feel like there should be movies in. If you like there's some I do want to add, like Midnight Run, King of Comedy and stuff. They're on my list to add at some point. So I know there's some that I need to get in there. But if there's any that you feel I should add, let me know. But anyway, back to stopping me blabbering. Yeah, it's a good musical. Musical's not really my strongest genre or one that I gravitate to, but I appreciate this movie. I think it's a good film, put it that way. Great Escape, watched this for the first time a few months ago. It was a little bit long, but it was really decent in places. Donald Pleasance was fantastic in this. He was my favourite character by far, the blind guy. Yeah, I didn't love it. It was good enough. The Green Hornet, a film I had a lot of fun with back in the day, but only ever seen it the once. Can't remember a lot about it, but I remember enjoying it. The Green Lantern, pretty terrible film, to be honest. The only good thing about this was Blake Lively. She was the only good thing about this movie for me. I just thought this was pretty bad. Like a little 3D animation sleeve there. Yeah, not a good film at all. Now this is my favourite Tom Hanks movie. Not performance, but movie. The Green Mile. This would probably just miss out on my top 10 of all time in 11th place. I have my list on Letterboxd there, which is down below if you want to check me out on there. But this is a 10 out of 10 film for me. I absolutely love it. It's just the quickest 3 hours of your life. It just flies by because of how good this movie is. Great characters, emotional moments, just a fascinating story. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Frank Darabont made that and The Shawshank. How good is that? Green Street, not as good as The Football Factory, but a decent little hooligan film. I do think Charlie Hunnam gives one of the worst performances I've seen in the last 20 to 30 years, though. He is so bad in this movie. He's so cringy, but he's great in The Gentleman, so he's improved, I suppose. I think Elijah Wood was a little bit miscast in this, though. It's a good film, though. Gremlins, yeah, decent little monster movie that takes place at Christmas. My friend Jack, he loves this film so much. I have a lot of fun with this, I do. But I definitely prefer Gremlins to the new batch on the premium collection. I just have a lot more fun with this one. It's non-stop entertainment. It's wacky, crazy fun. There's lots of weird characters, like Christopher Lee's character, who's this mad scientist, if you like, and the guy who runs the horror channel who's dressed as the vampire. I love how crazy the Gremlins go as well. Like one of them turns into a professor himself. And all takes place in a skyscraper. It's just a better setting and everything. I just prefer Gremlins 2. The Grinch, or The Grinch Who Stole Christmas, if you like, on 4K. Probably my worst look on 4K. It looks like DVD quality, not even Blu-ray quality. But Jim Carrey's great in this. Love it when he shaves the mayor's head. It's a really good Christmas film. That's grew on me. I didn't love it the first time I watched it, but it definitely grew on me over the years. Grudge Match, sent to me by my friend Tom180. Tom, still haven't watched this yet, mate, but I will get to it soon, I promise. I do love a good boxing film and stuff. The Gruesome Twosome. What a weird movie this is, from Arrow. This is about this old woman and her son who scalp women and then sell their wigs. It's only a 60-minute long film. It's nothing special, but it's watchable. Guardians of the Galaxy from Marvel. Yeah, really fun film. Definitely prefer the first half though. When it starts going very action orientated in the second half, it sort of loses me a little bit, and I just like the character interactions and dialogue and chemistry they have in the first hour. But it's still a really strong, solid Marvel film. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. I prefer this, I'm not going to lie. I just do. I just have a little bit more fun with it. I love the fact that Kurt Russell is a planet. It works though, it really does. Yeah, I just had a bit more fun with this. The characters are all together properly in this one. So yeah, it's not a big difference, but... And last up for the G's, we have The Guard with Brendan Gleeson and Don Cheadle. I think this is a British film. I haven't seen it for a long time. Can't tell you too much about it. I just remember thinking it was okay. So sorry, I can't truly remember some of these movies. And that is it for the G's. Getting on to the H's now. Now, if you can see some spaces that are being filled in by previous Blu-rays, it's just because the shelves are getting empty. I didn't want it to look too bland behind me, because we are on the H's now, which is about halfway across the Blu-ray cabinet behind me there, and there's quite a few of these, so let's just get straight into it. The first one is Hacksaw Ridge on 4K. War is not my most favourite genre or anything. I do like it, but it's not something I go to all the time. I think I might have mentioned that with 1917, but this is definitely one of my favourite war films of all time. I know it's a pretty new one, but it is something that really gripped me. Andrew Garfield is great in this. He will not use a weapon because he doesn't want to kill anyone, and you know, his friends and stuff don't like that. They want him to have their back, and they start turning on him stuff, but he just keeps on resisting. True story, I believe, and he's trying to get home to his girlfriend and stuff like that. It's decent, really good movie. Solid 9 out of 10 film there. Hail Caesar, I think this is the Coen brothers. Yes, it is. I do like these two directors, but this one didn't really hit me too much. I've only seen it once when it first come out. I just thought it was alright. Maybe I need to give it another watch, because the Coen brothers, a lot of their films do require rewatches. Halloween, one of my favourite slasher movies of all time. I don't know what more can be said. John Carpenter's best film, in my opinion. I just love the score, how creepy it is. It gets better every time I watch this. Halloween 2 from Rob Zombie. These are the only two Halloween films I own, because the UK will not release a box set for some reason. Fucking release the damn thing. I've been waiting. Every Halloween I think they're going to do it, but they don't. Especially with these new ones out now. Come on, give us something. I know there's a lot of 4Ks that have been released in America, but they're like only the first 5. So, Halloween 2 by Rob Zombie. A lot of people hate this film, but I actually don't mind it. Some brutal kills in this one. I don't mind the Rob Zombie ones. They're not great, but they're okay. Hancock, one of the worst named films ever. It's just a crap name, isn't it? Decent movie though, about a drunk superhero. It's not bad. And that is like in this big box. I think you get a big booklet in this. Yeah, you get a booklet in there. So, strange release. The Hangover, one of my favourite comedies of all time. I absolutely love this, and I thought people were going over the top with this when it came out, and I was thinking it can't be that good, it's just a comedy, but it really was. It is one of the best comedies ever made, in my opinion. So funny. Hangover Part 2, decent sequel, but it's doing a lot of the same thing that the first one did, and the first one is the superior movie for sure. And The Hangover Part 3, which does try and be a little bit different, but it is definitely the weakest of the franchise. It's okay. John Goodman is an okay villain, I suppose, but nothing special at all. Definitely the weakest. Next up is Hannah, a film I've only seen once, and this was when I first started buying Blu-rays. I bought this, so it's been about 10 years now since I've seen this film, but I remember it being pretty good. I think it's about this kid assassin or something. Oh, she's like a teenage assassin. It's a decent movie. Hannibal, a very good sequel to Silence of the Lambs in my opinion. I don't know why this isn't next to Silence of the Lambs. Maybe I should do that. This whole franchise just begins with different letters, doesn't it? All takes place in Venice and stuff, and Hannibal Lecter is hiding out there. I think it's Venice, or is it Rome? I can't quite remember. No, can't quite remember. I'm sorry. Might be Rome actually. But yeah, I think this is a very good sequel. Juliette Lewis, not as good as I forgot her name. Why does these names always just escape me? I forgot her damn name. I know it, but she's okay as Clarice Starling. But I'm sorry. I know her name. You're all probably shouting at the screen now, but not as good as the female actress who plays it in the first movie. I can't believe I forgot her name. Jodie Foster. I knew I had it. I weren't going to get onto this next one until I got that. Jodie Foster, of course. Hannibal Rising. Everyone hates this prequel, if you like. But it was okay. It was okay. I didn't mind it. I didn't hate it or anything about an origin story about Hannibal in the war type times and stuff. I think it was okay. Happy Death Day. A really fun take on the Groundhog Day type movie where this girl keeps getting killed by this killer, and every time she wakes up she starts the day again. She's got to investigate who's trying to kill her. I thought this was a really fun film actually, a really fun horror comedy. Happy Death Day to You, a decent sequel, but this one definitely goes into the more sci-fi type of things and tries to leave the horror behind a little bit. But it's a good little sequel. I have a lot of fun with it. Happy Gilmore, one of my favourite comedies ever. I absolutely love Adam Sandler in this film. I like a lot of his movies. You know, always know a lot of hit and miss with a lot of people, but I really enjoy Adam Sandler's films, and this is definitely one of his best ones, about an angry golfer who thinks he's a hockey player, but he's so much better at golf. And Shooter McGavin is a great villain. Hard Target. Recently watched this one not long ago. Decent Van Damme movie. I haven't seen too many Van Damme films, like Schwarzenegger and Stallone were definitely my go-to back in the days from the 80s and stuff. But this is a really enjoyable film actually. My fiance watched it with me and she absolutely loved it. And we had a good time with this. He just kicks everyone, doesn't he? Harry Brown, British crime thriller about Harry Brown taking revenge on these hoodlums, if you like, who are hanging around his flat. Very realistic film. I absolutely enjoyed it. I really did enjoy this one. It was a decent movie. I love British films, they have something about them, but not this next one. This is probably the worst, or one of the worst movies I own in this collection, and that is the Harry Hill movie. It's not my least favourite Blu-ray. When I get to J, I'll talk about my least favourite Blu-ray, but this is definitely one, if not the worst film I own in this collection. I absolutely hated this film. I thought it was terrible. It's 90 minutes long, it seemed like 3 hours. It's not funny. I didn't laugh at all. It was just pathetic, and it tries to be so outrageous that you have to let your mind go and stuff, but it's just so stupid. It's absolutely awful. I hate it. Harry Potter, the 8-film collection. I recently watched these for the first time. I had seen 1, 2, and half of 3 when I was younger, but I rewatched them all. I still think 1 and 2 might be my favourites, along with the Goblet of Fire. Yeah, but I know that's a difference of opinion. When they go more darker, I think they do get a little bit weaker in my opinion. Sorry for anyone who thinks they get better, because the majority of people I speak to actually do think they do get better. But I definitely enjoyed the first 2. Wasn't a massive fan of 3, even though everyone loves it. But 4 really picked it up again for me. I loved the Triwizard Tournament in that one. 5, I think that's the Order of the Phoenix. Nothing really interesting was happening in that film. So yeah, definitely Hallows Part 2 was really good though. Even though it is the darkest, it was a really good film, that one. The Hateful Eight, probably if I'd done a Tarantino ranking, this would be bottom, but I still really enjoyed it. So I've heard that someone say a while ago that his worst film is better than some director's best movie, which is so true to me. I would like to give this another watch. I've only seen it once, and he is my favourite director, so I would like to give this another go. But I enjoyed it. It's like an 8 out of 10 film, but definitely my weakest Tarantino film as of now. Maybe I'll probably review them all one day on the channel and rank them all. The Haunting, a film that terrified me as a kid. I remember watching this with my dad, and he just had it on in the background. I think it was like 6 or something, and it terrified the living daylights out of me. Watched it again recently and thought it was really boring, wasn't scary at all. Apart from one moment at the end, I jumped. But yeah, I think it's just a very dated film, in fact. Joe Nesbo's Headhunters, I remember being blown away by this movie. A cat and mouse thriller that is so interesting and unique and original. I highly recommend it. One of the best blind buys I own in this collection. Heat, one of the best films ever made, in my top 10 of all time. I watched it again last year, and it just gets better every time. A 10 out of 10 masterpiece from Michael Mann. Al Pacino is great in this. One of his more outrageous roles, but he's so good. I love the way he's shouting everywhere and stuff. Just doing these weird faces. De Niro is amazing. One of the best shootouts, one of the best movie scenes in history with them two in the cafe. Just everything about this film is perfect. There's not a thing I'd change. It is amazing. Masterpiece. In my top 10 films of all time. Heavenly Sword, I was actually given this to me by my fiance's brother when he gave me that big haul. And I did watch it. The animation, it's terrible. It had an okay story to it. I didn't play the game that it's based on, so maybe that would have helped, but it was alright. Nothing special at all. Hell Comes to Frogtown, pretty average film starring the guy out of They Live, Roddy Piper. I think he was a wrestler back in the day. Very strange film. It does what it says on the tin. Basically, these mutant frogs are rounding up these women, I think, and he's got to go and save someone. Something like that. It's been a while since I watched it, but it's okay. Hell Knight's pretty disappointed in this film, although it does have a very nice slipcover there. Different poster art, sorry. And this is from 101 Films, one of them little box sets. I was pretty disappointed in this. I expected so much more. I don't know why. I just looked, maybe because of the cover and stuff. I just thought it was a very boring movie in places, to be honest. Hellraiser Trilogy from Arrow. So first we have Clive Barker's Hellraiser. A brilliant horror movie. Very original at the time. And, you know, it explores the depths of hell and mixes pleasure with pain and stuff like that. I do think Pinhead is a very weak villain though, but the story that goes into this is great. But what is weird about these films, Pinhead is hardly in them, and he's always on the poster art and stuff, but this has got a great story attached to it, about Julia, who has to bring men home, and this sort of corpse feeds off the men when she kills them, and it's her ex-lover, and he starts coming back the more he feeds on these corpses that she brings him back. Hellbound, Hellraiser 2, I remember really liking this back in the day, but on rewatch, don't think it was great. It was a bit of a mess, actually. This doctor was a good character, but I don't think it was a great film. But Hellraiser 3, Hell on Earth, everyone says this is the weakest of the trilogy, but I actually enjoyed this a little bit more than Hellbound, Hellraiser 2. But the first one is where it's at. It's a very nice box set from Arrow Video, and I'm very happy to own it. I've seen Bloodline when I was a kid. I hated it. So I've also watched a full reviews on all them movies from Cody Leach, and it just sounds like a very depressing franchise. But I'm happy with them three. Hereditary, one of the best modern horror movies I have seen from Ari Aster. An absolute brilliant debut from him. Tony Collette is amazing in this. The moment, about 30 minutes in, you just didn't see it coming. Really well acted, really creepy vibe throughout, and just a brilliant story. Highly recommend this, but it is not for everyone. Highlander, I done this for a video with my friend Andy when we were going over 80s films. We picked 5 each, and he picked this, so I bought it to watch. I didn't love it. There was some things that I did like, but I think I missed the boat with this. It was a little bit dated for me, unfortunately. And I know a lot of people love Highlander. The Hills Have Eyes, it was okay, but I watched the remake before this, and I just think the remake is far superior. It's not a very well made film. I didn't love it. It was okay. It was okay. That's on it though, a piece of horror history. And then we do have the remake, which, like I said, is far superior. Very brutal film, really well shot, and some sinister characters in here. I absolutely love this. One of my favourite horror remakes that's ever been made. The Hills of Eyes 2, a sequel to the remake. This is good, but it goes in a little bit of a stupid direction in the third act with one of the characters, one of the villains. Which I won't say, but it ruined it a little bit for me. But it's still a decent sequel. Hurricane, The Last Samurai. My mum worked in Tesco and they were just doing a lot of cheap Blu-rays, and she picked me like 4 up, and this was one of them. It's a very, very bad film. It's just so boring and dull and bad. So that's why it was in the sale section. Sorry, mum. A History of Violence. I watched this on DVD back as a kid, and I remembered a few months ago that I really should own that film on Blu-ray. It just popped into my head, so I bought it. Basically about a man who's was a bit of a gangster back in the day, or this guy comes along and thinks he was, and he goes, "You were this guy," and he keeps denying it all the way through the film, and it becomes really tense, and it's a really good drama from David Cronenberg, starring Viggo Mortensen. So a bit of a mystery throughout until the third act when stuff starts kicking off and stuff. But I do recommend this. It was a good movie. Hitch from Will Smith. I think he hooks people up in this, and then one of the girls he's trying to hook up with someone, I think he falls for her. I think it's been a very long time since I've seen this. And The Hitcher, we are getting a UK release from Second Sight at some point, I believe. I'm just going to move this one here, sorry, so it's just, I'm not reaching over. But this is a German steelbook, I believe. And it's a very nice edition. I don't own too many of these because of all the writing on it. I'd rather it be in English. But just an amazing movie. I absolutely love The Hitcher. Rutger Hauer is so menacing in this as John Ryder. You're just always on edge when he's on screen. A fantastic film. I really highly recommend this. I've got an itch to review this in a Horror Revisited episode at some point. I really want to revisit it again. I have watched this copy once, but I want to watch it again. It just always pops in my head. It's one of them films you can watch over and over. Rutger Hauer, for him alone, it's worth a watch. Such a brilliant horror / thriller. Next up, we have The Hobbit 3D. I'll just take this J card off because it is absolutely wrecked. Look at that. Oh dear me. These are the extended editions on Blu-ray. I think these might be out on 4K now. I like the Hobbit movies. I definitely think the third, like, a lot of people don't like the third one, but I thought it was the best. I just loved it at the cinema. It was just a big action spectacle, constant fighting throughout. I really enjoyed it. These are decent. They're just not on the level as Lord of the Rings, but they're 3.5, 4-star movies. Next up is Hobo with a Shotgun, one of the weirdest films I own in this collection by a mile, and Rutger Hauer, once again. Just spoke about The Hitcher there. This is probably the violentest film I've ever seen in my life, trust me. It is absolutely insane. The guy who runs the town is just an absolute arsehole, and he just kills people in weird ways if they disobey him. Like, he makes their head pop out the grids and pulls the heads off with cars and stuff, but his 2 sons are battling it out to be the most violent. These 2 twins. And they kind of look like Ross Geller from Friends with sunglasses on. That's what they look like. And at one moment, they flamethrower a bunch of school kids on a school bus. Yeah, it goes there. It's a very, very violent film, and Rutger Hauer is trying to take revenge. Insane movie, trust me. Hollow Man from one of my favourite directors, Paul Verhoeven. Recently watched this about a year ago with my fiancée. She'd never seen it, and I thought it was really good. Still holds up, but it's not on... It does hold up, but I think The Invisible Man is better as a more modern version of this. But Kevin Bacon's great in this, Elizabeth Shue as well. And yeah, Paul Verhoeven just makes fun, dark movies, doesn't he? Hocus Pocus, a film I used to watch constantly as a kid. Brilliant Halloween themed film about these 3 witches who put a curse on a town, and something happens to bring them back 300 years later. But I think it's really funny when they can't get used to the modern times. Big chemistry between these three. Just a really, really fun Disney film. Home Alone, another one I used to watch as a kid all the time. Watched this again just recently at Christmas, and it just still holds up. I watch it every year. It's just great. Everyone's seeing Home Alone. Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, the best VHS I ever owned, along with Rocky 3, weirdly enough. 2 sequels, they were the first VHSs I ever owned. I used to watch this on tape constantly, all the time. I do think the first one is just a little bit better there. The only reason I pushed the first one, I just prefer the Old Man Marv story. I think it's Old Man Marv, or Old Man Marley, over the Pigeon Lady story. That's the only difference. But I would say the traps in there are so well more brutal. Like, Marv should be dead when them bricks are getting thrown at him. Hook, a film a lot of people love. It's just, I've seen it once and it didn't do anything for me. Maybe I need a rewatch. But yeah, I'm not big on the whole Peter Pan thing. I'm not. Horrible Bosses. I remember being this being a fun comedy, especially Jennifer Aniston. It's okay. I think they take revenge on their bosses because they're all assholes to them. A Horrible Way to Die. I thought this was going to be a really creepy, dark movie, but it was just a load of crap. It's not a very good film whatsoever. Just nothing really goes on in there. Host. I think this is from Second Sight. Yes, it is. One of my favourite films of 2020. And when they released this, I just picked it up because I thought it was a great found footage film. A Zoom call going wrong. It's kind of like that movie Unfriended. I really enjoyed it. I really did. I love found footage horror, and that is one of the best ones. Hostel, a brutal film from Eli Roth. Back in the day, everyone was talking about this when it came out because of the brutality and stuff. And what I like about this, it's very realistic, and it makes you think that this could actually happen. These billionaires paying to kill people in Romania. Yeah, really, I do like Hostel. I think it's a great movie. Hostel Part 2, though, I prefer this one just because of it's more darker, it's more brutal, more violent, and you see more of this hunting club and learn more about it. So I really like this. I thought it was a solid sequel. Hostel Part 3, weirdly, just a straight-to-VOD movie. Don't know why they've done that, but this all takes place in Las Vegas and people are betting on what tools he's going to use to kill the next person and stuff. It's kind of cheesy and stuff, but it's still a good film. It's not as good as the other two, but it's a decent entry. And I like the way they tried to go in a new direction. House, I think this is okay. I had a good time with it. Nothing special. One of the products of the 80s where these silly horror movies came out. And this is a horror comedy. Another one I used to see in the video shop all the time and I always wanted to rent it. And it was just a hand on the door. I think that alternate cover is in there. Yes, it is. If you can see that. I used to see this in the video shop all the time. And my dad always said, don't rent it. It's not a very good film. But I finally own them on Blu-ray now. And it's okay. It's okay. However, we have to talk about this masterpiece next. I done my top 10 Arrow video releases not long ago, and this was actually number 10. It's a bad movie, but it's absolutely brilliant. It's so bad, it's good. I just love everything about it. Just one of my favourite horror comedies ever. It's so outrageous. I highly suggest you watch it. I mean, you don't even have to watch the first one. It's not really connected, but definitely just one of them films that you have to see to believe it. Just so many amazingly hilarious things going for it. House 3, which was originally called The Horror Show, and then they just put House 3 on there. Got nothing to do with the other films. About a killer who was executed, and his spirit lives on, and he comes back for this guy, the guy who put him away. Very, very bloody film, actually. There's a lot of kills in this one. House 4, The Repossession. Tries to be a sequel to the first film, but uses a totally different house and stuff. It was okay. It was better than House 3 for me. The talking pizza was a bit weird. It was alright. It was alright. I'm happy to own them films though. It's a fun little franchise to watch with, you know, practical effects and stuff. Makes a change from all the CGI you get today. House by the Cemetery, not a very good film. I think this is the movie where she's just saying Bob all the way through it. Bob, Bob, where you going, Bob? That's all this mother says to her son. Yeah, nothing really happens till the last 10 minutes, and even then, it's a big letdown. I don't recommend this film. I did not like it. House of the Devil. This was really well filmed, actually. I like the way it's meant to be taken. I think it's meant to be taking place in the 70s, and it does really capture that look about a babysitter who gets told to mind his child, but don't go into the room because he will not wake up. All we want you to do is sit in the living room. So she's a bit suspect of the family and stuff. It's a good movie. I do enjoy that one. Hot Fuzz, a film I've only seen once that everyone loves. I think this is an alternate cover. No, it's not. I did really enjoy this when I watched it back in the day, but it's one of them that I have a rewatch list on my phone, and this is on there just because I really did enjoy it and I want to see it again and I know what to expect. Hot Tub Time Machine. I remember expecting to really love this. It was just okay, but I love this guy, Craig Robinson. I think he's so funny. That's the main reason I wanted to watch it. But yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Howard the Duck, Marvel's first movie, I believe. Does exactly what it says on the tin about a duck who's kind of a superhero. It's one of them 101 films boxes. I'm just trying to get this out here because he's cracking the egg there with the cigar coming out. And we have this booklet, which is a great cover. I wish that was the cover art, really, but I'm glad to own this. It's a pretty weird film, but it's fun. Goes up in the third act. It goes a bit far, but it's fun. Howard is a great character. I really do enjoy him. How I Spent My Summer Vacation. I expected to really like this because Mel Gibson's in it, but the whole jail was just, it wasn't really like a jail. It was like a mini city, and I thought this was going to be a really good prison thriller, and it just wasn't. I didn't really enjoy this film at all. How to Train Your Dragon. Decent little animated film from Pixar, DreamWorks, sorry. About a young boy who everyone doubts that he can't ever train his dragon and stuff. And you can kind of guess where it's going to go from there. How to Train Your Dragon 2. I forgot the young boy's name in this. But he is more mature and stuff now. It's a good little story. It's a decent sequel. But I don't own the third one. Next up is Hulk with Eric Bana, the one that came before the Incredible Hulk, Marvel's first attempt at this character, if you like. Yeah, not a very good film. It's alright, but the Incredible Hulk is way better, which is here. And a lot of people don't really like this. They say it's the black sheep of the MCU and stuff. I thought it was okay. I mean, it is very generic in places. Ed Norton is miscast. I love Ed Norton. He's a great actor. But Mark Ruffalo is definitely a better Hulk. He was miscast. He's kind of too slim and skinny to be this character, I feel. But I enjoyed this film. I didn't like Liv Tyler in it, though. She is way overacting in this. It's a good little movie. It's a very easy watch. The Human Centipede, one that I plan to review on my most shocking movies of all time. I've done a Twitter poll. What movie would you like me to review on that? And this one won, so that will be coming very soon. Only seen this once. I thought it was, from what I remember, I think people were way over the top with it, like saying it's one of the most shocking films ever. I don't remember it actually being all that shocking. The second one is. Well, maybe if I watch it again, I might change my mind on that. I don't know. My memory's a bit vague on it, but The Human Centipede. I think that's uncut. I wouldn't buy it if it wasn't uncut. The Hunger Games Steelbook. Very, very good film, actually. Like a toned down version of Battle Royale. I do prefer Battle Royale, but Jennifer Lawrence is great in this movie. It's a really, really fun action sci-fi film. Yeah, definitely worth a watch. And then we have Hunger Games 2 Catching Fire. Very, very solid sequel. I was wondering what direction this was going to go in because I think she gets called back to play the game again along with Pete. And you're just thinking, what's going to go on here? I mean, can they survive this game again and stuff like that? But yeah, solid sequel. The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. Talk about filler. This film was just made to make money because we have The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2 And this is definitely the better of them two movies. It could have been one film, and it would have been even better if they just made it one film, but money talks. But they're all steelbooks that I own. I got the first one on steelbook and just had to get the rest. OCD, of course. The Hunt, a very underrated movie starring Mads Mikkelsen. A lot of people do absolutely love this, who I hear talk about it, and I think he gets accused of being a paedophile in this village, but it's not true, and it just shows how dangerous a lie can be. I won't say too much more, but definitely worth a watch. A great little drama. The Hurt Locker, this film was great. I remember watching it because of all the Oscar nominations and stuff, and when I watched it, I was like, wow, amazing movie. First time I ever seen Jeremy Renner in a film, and I thought he was fantastic in this. And it really does make you think at the end, like, all the way through it, it's counting down how many days he's got left in this hellhole, basically. He's disarming bombs every day. And then he goes on leave, and then he comes back, and it's getting to like 50 days left, 20 days left, 8 days left, and you're thinking, is he going to survive this? My God, he's got a family at home. Then he goes on leave for a bit and comes back, and it says days left 356, and I'm just like, oh my God. Really, really good war movie. And last we have Hush. This is basically like that recent film on Disney Plus, No Exit, where someone is spotted in a van and they have to investigate why this person's been tied up in the back of a van. But he sees the door open in this van on a motorway, and there's a girl tied up in there, basically. British movie. It's quite good. And that is it for the H's. Onto the I's now, and again, the ever-changing shelves behind me there, as you can see. I won't mention it again, just letting you guys know that. Just filling in the spaces. Okay, so first we have I Am Legend. So weirdly, we got, I think it was yesterday, by the time of this video, a sequel to this starring Michael B. Jordan and Will Smith, which will be interesting, but I wasn't a massive fan of this. Thought it was pretty average. It was alright, worth a watch, that's about it. The Iceman, based on a book I own about this killer who's an assassin. I think he's in Russia or something. I thought it was going to be bad, but it was actually a pretty decent film, actually. Decent little true story, gangster flick. Ill Manners, another British crime movie. Not one of the best, but it's still a decent watch. Can't remember too much about it, I just remember liking it. I Know What You Did Last Summer from 88 Films, the box set. So I have actually reviewed these in full on the channel in my Horror Revisited playlist. We got I Know What You Did Last Summer. When I rewatched this, I watched it back as a teenager when it first came out, but when I rewatched it, I was actually really into the story. That goes a little bit stupid with all the horror traits, but I really did enjoy the story here. It's a clever film. And then we have I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. Now, if that one contains some stupid horror traits, this one has the worst horror trait you could ever have. Basically, this is Jennifer Love Hewitt has just seen a dead body in her apartment, and they're all stuck on this island. So what does she do? She doesn't try and get off the island. No, the next day her friend says, just forget about it. It's all in your head. So she goes onto her sunbed with her Walkman in, so she can't hear anything. What's going to happen? It frustrated me, this film, but there's some okay little kills in there. And then we have I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer, which was a straight to VOD release, but for what the budget had and stuff, I don't think it's terrible, but it's not a very good film. But I have reviewed all three of these on the channel, and this is a lovely little box set. And I've ranked them as well, so you can find that in my Horror Revisited playlist if you want to. I Love You Man, my girlfriend bought me this because she said it's one of her favourite comedies and she couldn't believe I hadn't seen it. And this was a really fun film, actually. He's getting married, Paul Rudd, but he doesn't have any friends for the best man. So he goes out and runs into Jason Segel's character. He's actively looking for someone to be his best friend. And these two really do hit it off. So it's a good little comedy. I enjoyed this. The Imitation Game, a true story about Alan Turing, I think, who solved this code, but no one would listen to him because he's gay in World War II, I think it is. Really, really great true story. Probably a one-time watch, but I really did enjoy this. Benedict Cumberbatch is excellent. The Impossible, disaster film a lot of people really love. I thought it was okay, but there's better disaster films out there. This is all about the tsunami that happened in Thailand, I believe, uh, back in the early 2000s, I think. It's alright. About a man trying to, search for his family. The In-Betweeners movie. I remember I went on a date to watch this before I got my fiance years ago, and obviously, and I totally forgot what this show was like. It's very, very sexualized, and it was just very awkward. And she came to me and said, "You knew this was like this, didn't you?" Laughing, and I was like, "I totally forgot." Hilarious film, one of the funniest films I've ever seen. Will is my hero. The In-Betweeners 2, an equally as good film, in my opinion. They will go to Australia in this one. The water park scene is amazingly funny. I was laughing my ass off at that. I really enjoyed them two films. I love the show as well. Inception, one of Christopher Nolan's best movies, definitely gets better on rewatch. Took me a couple of goes, but by the third time of watching this, I realised that it was absolutely brilliant. I love this movie. The first time I think I seen Tom Hardy as well, and he absolutely stood out above every other character, and I didn't even know who he was at the time. Incident in a Ghostland, bit of a blind buy for me this one, but really, really enjoyed it. Really creepy film. First 30 minutes is sinister as hell. I love the way it all came together at the end and started to make sense. It's a very, very good film. I highly recommend this if you're a horror fan. The Incredible Melting Man, another Arrow film, right next to Incident in a Ghostland there. Very, very low budget. I wasn't a massive fan of this. Kind of boring in places as well. It should have been better than what it was with a name like that, but I absolutely love that cover art. The Incredibles, one of Disney Pixar's best movies in my opinion. I really had a good time with this. About a family who's basically a bunch of superheroes. I love the way they've all got different abilities and stuff. Yeah, really, really enjoyed this one. Then we have The Incredibles 2 on 4K. This is definitely... I'm really sorry. I forgot the mum's name in this, but this is definitely more her film where the dad has to stay at home and be a stay-at-home dad, if you like. Pixar do some really good films, don't they? The Indiana Jones, The Complete Adventures. I don't own the 4K. I've always been a Temple of Doom person. That's the film I've rewatched more out of this whole franchise, and it's my favourite one. I know that's sort of not the same thoughts of a lot of other people. I recently watched Raiders of the Lost Ark though, and I appreciated how amazing it actually is. I didn't actually realise how good of an adventure movie it is. So I'm definitely want to give Last Crusade another watch. It's not a franchise I've seen a hell of a lot. I just watched Temple of Doom so much as a kid, and that was it. And I could never really get into the other ones because I loved Temple of Doom so much, and they were a little bit different. So after watching Raiders of the Lost Ark like a year or two ago, I thought it was great, and I need to give The Last Crusade another go for sure. The fourth one is not as terrible as everyone says, but it's not very good. The Inglourious Basterds, one of my favourite Tarantino films, probably top 5, top 4 even. Absolutely love this movie. The opening scene is so tense filled. Dialogue's great. He rewrites history in here. He had the brass neck to do that. That's why I love Tarantino, man. He just doesn't care. Wonderfully acted film. Christopher Walter's excellent in this. I just absolutely love it. And when I say war movies aren't my thing really, this is definitely one of the best ones. But it's a different type of war movie. It's more of a drama that takes place in the war, if you like, with Tarantino all over it. Inside Out, very surprising Pixar movie for me. This is basically about a young girl who is controlled in her head. It's sort of insinuating that everyone has these things controlling their head, like anger, emotion and stuff like that. It just works really well the way these people are controlling her brain and stuff. Love this little angry guy, he's great. Reminds me of my friend Jack, if you're watching. Insidious, a film that terrified me back in the day. I do think the first half is definitely better. When we go into the further, in the second half of the movie, it does lose a little bit, but there's still some amazing jump scares in that second part of the film. A very, very creepy movie. Very, very creepy. Insidious 2, definitely not as good. Goes more for the jump scares in this one. but it's okay. It's a decent sequel. However, this one was a very underrated film from Lee Whannell. I love all the direction this went in about this girl who, I think she gets ran over and can start seeing things. I think it's more of a prequel film if I remember. It's been a while since I watched it. I just remember really, really enjoying this one. It was a very underrated movie, and one that just took me by surprise, if you like. The International, I bought this very, very cheap back in the day. If you remember Play.com, sometimes they used to sell films for like 50 pence and stuff, especially with all the reward points you had to get. I can't remember a damn thing about this. I really can't. Interstellar. Now, this, I went to the cinema to see this and I just couldn't get on board with it. It was a drag. It just went on way too long and I didn't have any clue what was going on. But my friend Jamie felt the same, and then he's rewatched it now and said it's amazing. Everyone says it's amazing. So I bought this to give it another go. And I'm sure I might like it this time. I've checked the 4K out just to see what it looks like, and it looks fantastic. But I haven't rewatched the whole film yet, so hopefully I will get round to that soon. In Time, decent little concept actually, which could have been executed a little bit better, but this is basically time is your currency, really. I mean, all the rich people in this have so much time, but once your time runs out, you die. Decent little performance from Justin Timberlake, and Amanda Seyfried was decent in that as well. Good little sci-fi concept. The Internship, about these two guys who I love together, working for Google, I think. It is a very forgettable film. It's not on the level of Wedding Crashers or anything, but it's an okay little watch. In the Heights, I bought this on 4K last year just because it was one of them films I never got round to, and I wanted to do a 2021 entire film ranking every single film I seen from worst to best, and I wanted to see this before the year ended, so I went and bought it on 4K. Like, musicals, not really my thing. I thought this was okay. I didn't love it as much as everyone, but I loved the whole look of it. The music was great. It was the story that I just didn't really care about too much, but yeah, it looks great on 4K, it really does, and it was a really nicely shot film. In the Line of Fire, one of my favourite 90s movies. Rewatched this so many times as a kid. John Malkovich trying to take out the president and assassinate him, and Clint Eastwood is the president's bodyguard, and he is doing everything in his power to stop him. Very, very good film. Very, very good film. There's a 4K of that out now as well. Interview with the Vampire, a film that I just didn't feel anything from. I don't know why this is so highly well regarded, because it's boring as hell. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, another one that I just found very, very boring. Just did nothing for me. Every time I see Donald Sutherland in films, they just seem to be very boring. I don't know why. I'm not saying it's him, he's a good actor, but a lot of the films I see him in just don't do anything for me, and this was another one. I can't lie. It's just my feeling I got. The Invisible Man on 4K. I think I put this second in my top 10 movies of 2020. A brilliant modern horror that utilises the story so well for the time period that we are in now. Absolutely loved it. Did not see that restaurant scene coming in a million years. And Elizabeth Moss was excellent in this. What a great actress. And this is my favourite performance from her for sure. She was great as the main protagonist in this movie. Brilliant, brilliant modern horror film. I thought that wasn't even going to be that good as well when I seen the trailer. The trailer nearly gave the whole story away, but it really was a good film. Irreversible, brilliant little box set here. Haven't watched this version yet, but I have seen it on DVD back in the day. Brutal movie with some hard-hitting moments, especially, well, you've all heard of the rape scene, of course, but there's another moment involving a fire extinguisher, and the aftermath of it, you'll know what I mean when you see it, makes it even harder to take in, if you like. Brilliant film, one of the best movies I've ever seen. Simple as. I mean, Memento sort of goes backwards, but this one is a better film in my opinion. Different story, but this one is done better. Monica Bellucci and Vincent Cassel are amazing in this. Just a brilliant, brilliant film. As soon as Indicator said they were going to release this box set, I just had to have it. Another Criterion here, The Irishman. This is the first Criterion I ever bought. Love Martin Scorsese. and I can't wait to watch this again. I absolutely loved it. A lot of people saying it was dull, boring, and a drag, but I loved this. I thought it was a great film. Yeah, so can't wait to give that one another go. Iron Man, one of my favourite MCU films. I had it ranked at number 1 for a while. That has been overtaken now by Spider-Man No Way Home. But the time of this video is not out yet, so I don't own it. But Iron Man is just a brilliant MCU film. What a start this was for that universe. Love Robert Downey Jr. in this, and it's a very, very simplified movie, but it just totally works for me. Iron Man 2, one of my least favourite MCU films, going from one of my best to one of my worst. I just think, I didn't like Downey Jr.'s character in this, just being up his own arse and stuff and doing all these stupid little dances. The story is crap. Yeah, just a weak movie, and surprisingly, he's a great actor, but Sam Rockwell, is it? Yeah, I hated his character in this film. Iron Man 3, definitely one of the funniest films in the MCU. I absolutely adore this. First time I watched it, I wasn't really into it, but the second time on my rewatch, I loved it. Me and my fiance just laughed our asses off at this. It's just a brilliant comedy, if you like, in places. And when he says, "I need my sandwich" to that young kid, oh my god, I rewound it about 20 times. And one of the best opening title sequences as well, with Blue. And Blue Dabba Dee Dabba Die by Eiffel 65. Great song choice. I See You, a very great original concept, and the movie halfway through, you like kind of don't know what's happening. Halfway through, it all starts to make sense. Really, really decent little thriller drama. That's definitely worth a watch. Like Arrow, again, they pick up some of these titles from 2019, 20, and they're usually always good. So, yeah, this was one of them. One of the worst films I've ever seen in my entire life, Island of Death. Oh my god. I'm going to review this on the channel one day because I have a lot to say, but probably the most two unlikable characters I've ever seen in a movie. I know they're probably intended to be like that. So many stupid character choices in this. A paper mache man is held out of a helicopter on a rope. It's that bad, the special effects and stuff. Just a terrible, depressing, dull, awful, awful, awful movie. I Spit on Your Grave, another video nasty. I believe Island of Death was as well. Revenge thriller. There's some hard-hitting moments in this. I think this is actually cut, and like I said with the Human Centipede, I wouldn't have bought it if it wasn't cut, but this was very early in my Blu-ray collecting days, and I didn't realise till I bought it that it was actually cut. But yeah, still a good version to have. This is a nice little box set. Includes like posters and booklets and stuff. I Spit on Your Grave, the remake. I thought this was actually a good remake as well. Very, very violent. I haven't checked 2 and 3 out though. I know they're out there. Stephen King's It, one of my most rewatched horror movies. Even though it's 3 hours long, used to watch this as a kid all the time. Absolutely adore Tim Curry's Pennywise. I love the whole story. I love each character's, when they go to the young and the old. I just love how, you know, they deal with this clown individually and then they all come together. The final 20 minutes isn't great, I'll admit that, but just a brilliant horror drama, if you like. I've read the book as well. The book is the best book I've ever read. It, the remake, really well shot, but the special effects and CGI let it down, and that's why I don't love this movie as much as everyone else. The CGI pissed me off, and Pennywise going, ooh, but the story side of things is great. It's a good remake. It Chapter 2 though, not as good as the remake there. It was just missing a lot of things that I wanted. I love the opening scene in the circus. That was all good. I remember that from the book. It's very early on in the book. But just a very, very big disappointment for me. It's way too long as well. It didn't need to be this long, and yeah, the other two are way better films. It follows one of the best modern horror movies from the past 10 years. Basically an STD in the form of horror. If you basically have sex, you pass on this sort of thing that comes after you, and if it catches you, it just kills you. But it takes all different shapes. Like at one moment, it's an old woman just walking towards this girl and stuff. Really, really great concept. Really creepy film. I really enjoyed this. And last for the eyes, It's a Wonderful Life. One of the very few films I would give a 10 out of 10 to. The best Christmas movie of all time. James Stewart is one of the most likable characters ever in George Bailey. I just absolutely love it. Highly recommend this. It blew me away. I only watched it for the first time about 2 or 3 years ago, and I just couldn't believe how good it was. Just one of the best movies ever made. That is it for the eyes. Okay, getting on to the J's now. I'm going to do the J's and the K's just together in one take because there's not too many of each one. So, yeah, there will be no little break in between. First up, we have Jackass 3, a hilarious, funny set of scenes of people doing stupid things. I used to love this show as a kid, and Jackass 3 is great, especially the moment where that guy can just fart whenever he wants, and he he does it on a cigarette, and Bam Margera smokes the cigarette. Oh, that's disgusting. It's so funny though. I absolutely love the new one as well, Jackass Forever, so I will grab that when it comes out on Blu-ray. Jackie Brown, a film I have only ever seen once, kind of like Hateful Eight, from Tarantino, but I've got some desire to rewatch this. I do think I'll like it a whole lot better this time, but I liked it anyway. I thought it was really good, but I've had a desire for a while now to give this one another go. Jack Said, now this is actually the worst Blu-ray that I own. Not the worst movie, but my least favourite Blu-ray, and the reason for that is the film isn't very good, but it's part of a trilogy, and it's actually the second part of the trilogy. And I have no desire to go and get Jack Falls and Jack Says to bookend this little trilogy. I've just got no desire whatsoever. So it's kind of just there in the collection. And I never really get rid of Blu-rays. I always keep them. So yeah, it's kind of just there. I mean, even if I seen them for really cheap, like 50 pence each or something, I probably wouldn't buy them. I don't want to put myself through watching them. But you never know. Let me know if they're any good if you've seen them. Jacob's Ladder, a movie I haven't seen for a very long time, but I remember this being kind of what's the word, like psychological thriller type film, but I just haven't seen it for a long time. I know Tim Robbins is in this. It's been I think I watched it on DVD the last time I watched that. Jane Got a Gun, one of the modern westerns, not one of the best modern westerns. It's a little bit slow in places, but it's okay. I kind of enjoyed it. Basically, Jane's husband has been shot and she's got to sort of save him, take out these outlaws, all based in the Wild West, played by Natalie Portman. Jarhead, a film from Sam Mendes that I have not seen for quite a while, kind of like Jacob's Ladder. My memory is a little bit phasey, but I remember thinking this was just okay. Nothing groundbreaking or anything. Here's a film that is groundbreaking, Jaws on Steelbook. Just getting that J card there. The worst rear of a steelbook ever, I think, but probably one of the best covers. That is one of the best movie posters ever, isn't it? I rewatched this a couple of years ago because a lot of people in my community just absolutely adore this film, and I never felt quite the same, but after rewatching it, I just couldn't stop thinking about it for days on end. I think it's one of the greatest films ever made, to be honest. And I really appreciated You're Gonna Need a Bigger Boat this time around. I know why that's one of the best lines ever. Brilliant movie from Steven Spielberg. May grab that in 4K in future. I've heard 4K is really good. Jane, Silent Bob, a comedy I used to rewatch constantly. I thought this was really funny back in the day. It's been a while now, but I do remember the movie quite a bit. It's stuck in my head there. But I remember really liking this. It's a really fun time. JCVD, a very weird film from Jean-Claude Van Damme. I remember thinking this kind of dull, and he does this big kind of speech in the middle of it. It's really weird, like this monologue. It's weird. It's totally out of place as well. He just breaks the fourth wall and stuff. Not a great movie, to be honest. Jingle All the Way, a hilarious Christmas film with Arnold Schwarzenegger. I just love this guy. He cracked me up. I'll watch anything with him in. And I rewatched this not last Christmas, but the Christmas before, and I had a really good time with it. It's just one of them films that flies by. It's such a fun time. Basically, him trying to get the latest, greatest toy for his kid, but it's all sold out, and he's running around town trying to find it everywhere. He keeps coming across this guy who's trying to find the last one as well, and they have little battles in the street and stuff, fighting with each other. John Q, really good film actually. His son, I think he has a heart attack playing basketball or baseball, sorry, and the hospital can't operate on him because he hasn't got the money, so he kind of holds the hostage at gunpoint and makes sure that they operate on him. And he's not really a bad guy. I mean, I think a lot of people would do the same. Good performance from Denzel Washington, decent little drama there. John Wick, a film that I was very late to. I think I watched it last year for the first time, but I really did enjoy it. Keanu Reeves was great in this, some great fighting scenes and stuff. I love the whole assassin hotel thing. I think that's a great little concept. So yeah, really enjoyed John Wick. Now I do own the second one. They're both on 4K by the way, but I haven't watched this one yet. I know I really need to get to it. I've heard people say this is the worst, and I've heard people say it's the best out of the three. I don't own the third one. I will definitely watch these before the fourth one comes out though, 100%. I'm very late to that franchise for some reason. Jojo Rabbit, I've been waiting to talk about this one because this is a film that I hold a very special place in my heart for, because it was the first film I ever reviewed on this channel. I've done it all in one take. If you want to watch it, it'll be in my 2020 movie review playlist. I didn't have a clue what I was doing, but I felt so good when I reviewed this and got it out on the channel. It just felt like I'd overcome something that I had wanted to do for a very long time. And this is an amazing movie. What a film to start with by reviewing movies. I give it a 9 out of 10 back then. I think, am I going too high here with these reviews and stuff? But it is. It's a solid 9 out of 10, maybe even more. And it's just a brilliant, brilliant film. Directed by Taika Waititi, who's just awesome. He's great in this as Adolf Hitler. And it just shows so much satire to the World War. I absolutely loved Jojo Rabbit. Joker, my favourite film from 2019 on 4K. I think it's the same cover art, yeah. I don't really buy films the day they come out. Sometimes I do, but hardly ever. Because I usually wait, because they usually go to like 2 for 30 or something, especially the 4Ks in like 3 months after the release. But I bought this day one. I had to have it, and I rewatched it as soon as I bought it. This would be a 10 out of 10 movie for me. It's just the last scene I really don't like. If it would have ended where he's kind of on the car there and he broke out and stuff, that would have been a perfect ending for me. But an amazing, amazing movie. I absolutely love Joker. Fantastic film. Journey to the Center of the Earth. It looked very, very dated when I watched it. The special effects do not hold up at all, but it's an okay little adventure film. Nothing special. Jumanji, a film I used to absolutely adore as a kid and still do to this day. I can rewatch this constantly. Robin Williams is great in this. Rest in peace. Probably my favourite Robin Williams film, I think. Basically about a board game that comes to life and you've got to finish the game. You know, like all the jungle is coming into the real world and stuff, and you've got to finish the game to end it, basically. So it just gets worse before it gets better, if you like. Absolutely love this film. It's so fun. Jumanji is a great family entertainment. Jumanji Welcome to the Jungle, the remake on 4K. Yeah, I really enjoyed this one as well. Good little take with it being a video game and stuff. And they actually go into the jungle in this one instead of the jungle coming out. Kevin Hart was hilarious in this movie. I absolutely loved him. But I loved all 4 of these. Just great characters. A very, very fun movie. That's how you do a good remake. And Jumanji, the next level. It obviously must have made a lot of money, so they made a sequel. Not as good as the first one, but it's still a very entertaining film, and I just love Kevin Hart once again in this. His weakness is running fast, and he's going, how can that be a weakness? And then they have to run from this stampede, and he's going, why am I running so slow? Yeah, really, really good entertainment, them 2 films, or them 3, should I say. Jumper, a film that could probably do with a remake. It's a really good idea. Decent little sci-fi movie, but it felt like it was missing something. Hayden Christensen there, coming off the back of Revenge of the Sith, I think. The Jungle Book, one of my most watched movies of all time. One of my favourite Disney animated films. Not far behind Aladdin, to be honest. I used to watch this as a kid all the time. I own the VHS. I just absolutely loved it. What a great film. Everyone's seen The Jungle Book, I'm sure. The Jungle Book, the live action version. A lot of people seem to love this a lot more than me, but I did watch it on a plane, and I'm not a big fan of flying, so maybe that was sort of distracting me when I was watching it. So I would like to give this another go. It's okay though, from what I remember. Jurassic Park Ultimate Trilogy. The first one is obviously the best. A lot of people give hate to the third one, but I actually went to the cinema back in the day and really enjoyed that movie. It's a decent little trilogy. The first one, though, is far superior, but the other two are really good as well. Can't wait for Jurassic Park Dominion. Thinking about maybe reviewing the first one just before Dominion comes out, and if it gets quite a lot of views, I might review them all. I don't know yet. Jurassic World 3D, although I've never watched the 3D Blu-ray before. Yeah, I thought this was a sort of a remake. I don't know. It is a sequel, I suppose, but I thought this was quite good. I did enjoy it. I don't own Fallen Kingdom though. Zack Snyder's Justice League, my biggest surprise hit of 2021, was it? Yeah, I think I put this second in my ranking video for all 91 films from last year. I'd never seen Justice League because I was so put off by Batman vs Superman. And when this was coming out, everyone had hype for it, and I was like, oh my god, 4 hours. I mightn't even watch it. I mightn't even review it on the channel. But the hype was too much, and I was curious, and I watched it, and my jaw hit the floor. I couldn't believe how good this movie was. It was absolutely fantastic. I've watched it twice. I watched it twice in a week. I just thought it was brilliant. Ben Affleck is amazing as Batman here. And I love the whole dark Superman thing going on. Cyborg has a great story here. It's just an amazing movie. It really is. Well done, Zack Snyder. I'm so happy he got that version out. California, a bit of a road trip film where Brad Pitt is a bit of a menacing character in this. He's sort of buddying Juliette Lewis and stuff. And both of them are really bad people. But you do feel sorry for Juliette Lewis at times because she is bullied into a lot of the bad things that they get up to. Decent little thriller movie, really. Brad Pitt is really good in that. Something a little bit different from him. The Karate Kid. I am now a massive fan of Cobra Kai. I just absolutely adore the show. Probably my top 10 TV shows of all time. And I haven't watched this movie since watching the TV show. So I watched this, then got into the TV show. But I haven't gone back to this, and I would like to see it in probably a different light now. But it's a really good 80s film. I enjoy that. The Karate Kid, the remake, not bad. I actually watched this before The Karate Kid. I don't think this was bad at all. It was decent movie. I do prefer the other one though. Kick-Ass in this weird little steelbook. I'm not going to take that J card off because it's stuck on with weird glue, but there is the front. It's like a horizontal steelbook. Oh, it has come off. There you go. I think I put this in my top 10 films of the decade. I really did enjoy this. It's like a comic book movie for adults, really. Lots of violence, lots of swearing and bad language, especially from this young girl by Chloe Grace Moretz. I think she's like 11 or 12 in this movie. Yeah, Kick-Ass is great. And then we have Kick-Ass 2 on Steelbook again. Yeah, decent sequel. I enjoyed this one. I really enjoyed Christopher, I forgot his name. Christopher Mintz-Platz, who plays Fogel from Superbad. He became the motherfucker in this. What a name that is for a superhero. Yeah, really enjoyed Kick-Ass 2. Kidulthood, very good British drama. I've watched this a few times, especially back in the day when it first came out. Really gritty crime ridden drama, if you like. Feels very real life portrayal of what the streets of London can be like. I really enjoyed this. It's definitely worth a watch. I don't own Adulthood. I really should get that one. Kill Bill, a double bill box set, double bill. Very generic movie posters these. I've never really been a fan of these movie posters. But we got Kill Bill 1 and Kill Bill Volume 2. Definitely towards the lower end of my Tarantino ranking. Probably just before Jackie Brown and Hateful Eight. But I actually prefer Volume 2 over Volume 1. I don't know why, I just like the more story-driven aspect of it. But I really do like both of these films. They're great. We need that is another one like Kick-Ass where we need a third. Maybe I should do a top 10 most wanted sequels video. And Kill Bill 3 and Kick-Ass 3 will be in it. But yeah, really enjoyed both of these movies. I like the direction Tarantino goes in a lot of the first one, especially with the comic book story and stuff of how her parents were killed. Killer 8, very, very standard and generic action movie. Not great, to be honest. One of De Niro's worst films. It's not a bad movie, it's just a very average one. The Killer Inside Me, another one that I thought I was really going to love. Casey Affleck being this serial killer. I wanted to like it more than I did, but it was alright. Don't really see much of Casey Affleck no more. Well, maybe you do, but I just haven't personally seen much of him lately. Killer Clowns from Outer Space, one that appeared in my top 10 Arrow movies. Wacky, fun. I love the look of the clowns in this, who are really aliens disguised as clowns. And they come down and start wrapping people in cotton candy, or candy floss if you like, so they can harvest them and take them back to their planets, and causing chaos around this little town. It works because it knows it's a B-movie. It knows it's cheesy. I absolutely love it. I have a lot of fun with Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Kill List, very, very underrated British horror movie. The more this goes on, the weirder it gets, and I really enjoyed this different little take, if you like. But British movies, like I said, they've always got that little something different about them. Kill List is a very, very good film. Kindergarten Cop, again, Arnold Schwarzenegger, absolutely love him in this. I love it when he does comedy, and he's just so great in this. It's weird the way this movie's at 15. You think these days when this would be made, it would be definitely toned down. But it does have some dark moments in this, but I absolutely love his relationship with the kids and stuff. And they all just like sort of really frustrate him at times, but he's just a great teacher. I really love when he hits one of the kids' dads because he's sort of abusing him or something. And the head teacher goes, "What did it feel like to hit that son of a bitch?" That little old lady who's the headmaster. King Kong from Peter Jackson doesn't really get spoke about too much these days, but this was a massive blockbuster back in the day. I really did enjoy this film. I think it's great, but I have only seen it at the cinema. I haven't given it a rewatch yet. Kong Skull Island, I didn't love it as much as that. I know it's a different universe and stuff. This is more in the Godzilla universe. It was okay, it was fun enough, but I didn't love it as much as a lot of other people, I'm not going to lie. Always love Samuel L. Jackson though. King of New York, another one that seems to get a lot of praise, but just done nothing for me, this movie. Christopher Walken is good in this, but he has some weird moments as well. I don't know what the big fuss is about this film. It's a very, very highly rated film, but maybe I just came way too late to it in life. It just didn't do much for me at all, to be honest. The King's Speech, a good movie, but definitely didn't deserve all the Oscars it got. It was just a decent little story for me. Nothing more. Good performance from Colin Firth, I'll give him that. And Jeffrey Rush, he was really good in the movie as well. But yeah, overrated, I'd say. It was just a good 3 out of 5 movie for me. Maybe people see something I don't. Knives Out, a fantastic film from Rian Johnson. Really, really great mystery whodunit film. I absolutely loved Anna de Armas in this. She was fantastic in this film. My only problem with it is I guessed the end, and that is not great when you're going for a murder mystery movie, but it's still a very, very solid film. I really did enjoy Knives Out. Can't wait for the new one coming to Netflix, I believe. Knocked Up, decent little comedy drama. It's Seth Rogen. There is funny moments in this, but there is definitely a lot of serious tones where he gets this girl pregnant on the first date and stuff, and they have to deal with having a baby. Katherine Heigl's great in this as well. Forgot her name there. Krampus, Gifted to me by my cousin Michael. Thanks for that, Michael. I watched this for the first time at Christmas and I did enjoy it. But I think it's one of them I have to rewatch it to really appreciate it. But there was some really, really creepy moments in this. I love a good Christmas horror film. And lastly, for the K's, we have Kung Fu Panda. Really fun animated film. I love the way the panda, voiced by Jack Black, his dad is a goose. That is just hilarious to me. And that is it for the J's and the K's. On to the L's now. First up we have LA Confidential, a film I've only ever seen once, but I remember really thinking it was like one of the best films I'd ever seen when I first watched it. Great cast, detective, crime, thriller, noir, mystery if you like. Really, really well directed film. I do really recommend that one. And the video game LA Noire definitely takes a lot of inspiration from it. Lady and the Tramp. I think I bought this because I was going to watch the live action version when I first bought Disney Plus. Yeah, really good animated Disney classic, really. Not much more to say, it's just one of them Disney films. Lakeview Terrace, one of the first Blu-rays I ever bought. This came out at the time Blu-rays first started coming out, I believe. Samuel L. Jackson does not take kindly to the new neighbours who've moved in because they're an interracial couple. He doesn't agree with that, and you know it starts to get a little bit too serious involving his character, and dangerous things start to happen. It's an okay film. La La Land on 4K blew me away. This film, I may have stated on the video, I'm not the biggest musical fan in the world, but this film was absolutely incredible. Damien Chazelle is slowly becoming one of my favourite directors. Even though I've only seen 2 of his movies, I need to check First Man out, and this pushed me to wanting to get that on 4K. But this film was amazing. Brilliant performances from Emma Stone especially, and Ryan Gosling. I just absolutely love this film. I say I don't like musicals, but there's been a few in the last couple of years that I have enjoyed. Land of the Dead, probably my weakest Romero movie. Well, The Crazies and then probably this. I just thought this was a little bit out of place. It didn't feel like the original trilogy that I know and love. And there was a few silly character moments in this, or decisions if you like. Yes, like the zombies were a bit too humane, if you like, in some parts. It was okay. Last Action Hero probably contains my favourite Schwarzenegger line where he says, "You want to be a farmer? Here's a couple of acres," and just boots the guy in the balls. A film that was probably ahead of its time. John McTiernan is a great director, I feel. And this is a fun film about a kid going into the action movies with his action hero and going on a big action adventure there. The Last Boy Scout, can't remember too much about this one. I seen it a very long time ago. Remember just thinking it was very average, to be honest. The Last Exorcism, I've seen this quite a few times actually. A really good found footage movie about this priest who is a fake priest, if you like, and he says once you do an exorcism, people will believe in their heads that you have got rid of the demon. But then, obviously, he encounters a real demon and he doesn't quite know how to deal with it. Quite creepy in places. Recommended if you like found footage horror. The Last House on the Left. Sorry, I was just checking the shelf or something there. A film, again, I've only seen once, but this is a lovely addition from Arrow. Yet to watch this version, even though I went out and got this lovely box set. I have started a shocking movie review series on the channel. I've only done one film up to now, but maybe I'll rewatch this and throw it into that because this was causing outrage when it came out. And I remember thinking when I watched it last, there was still some hard hitting moments there, so it might be worth doing a review on that. Last House on the Left, the remake, definitely preferred this over the both. This is a really good film with Aaron Paul in, believe it or not, who gets a bit of a horrid death in this. But this is one of the better horror remakes that we've seen in the last few years. The Last Stand with Arnold Schwarzenegger. This is after he became the mayor of California. He started getting into films again. Pretty forgetful movie. It's nothing great. I think he done quite a few of them generic action films, didn't he? Limitless, a very clever movie, but one that just doesn't quite execute it the way it should have been. But it's still a very good film. I love the ending as well, the outcome of how he overcomes this problem. But basically, the more of these tablets you have, the more clever you become and stuff. It's a decent little movie with Bradley Cooper and Robert De Niro in. Lion, a fascinating true story. I picked this up as a blind buy, really. But yeah, it's about this kid who just basically goes missing in the middle of India and he can't find his family. And he has to use the help of Google Maps and stuff to track them down. But there's some sinister people that he encounters along the way. Very, very good drama. I do recommend that. The Lion King, everyone's favourite Disney animated film. Not quite mine, but it's still a very, very good movie. I'm sure you've all seen The Lion King. It is one of the better ones, to be fair. I think I've got these a little bit mixed up because The Lion King remake should be next. So these are in a little bit of a wrong alphabetical order, but it doesn't matter. Laura Biden's Citizen, a film that I found very overrated. It was okay, but it was just trying to be serious way too much, and it was definitely too far-fetched for what it was going for. I know a lot of people love this movie, but I do feel like people praised it a little bit too much. I found quite a few flaws in this. Lawless, pretty good movie about the Prohibition era in America in the 1920s. Great little cast here: Tom Hardy, Shia LaBeouf, and Guy Pearce was great in this as a really, really horrible villain. Do recommend this, it's quite good. I'm going to push them up there so I have a little bit of room to put the other ones on. Another Tom Hardy film, believe it or not, right next to Lawless. Legend, he's great in this. He plays two parts, Ronnie and Reggie Cray, who are gangsters in London. A lot of people have heard of them. If you're watching this video, I'm sure you have. But this is one of my favourite roles for him because he just adapts, so you can definitely tell who is who. It's never too familiar, and I really did like this movie. I went to cinema to see that one. The Lego Movie, only ever seen this once. Thought it was just okay. Everything is awesome. That stuck in my head for weeks. I thought it was just okay. Yeah. Le Mans 66, otherwise known as Ford vs Ferrari in the US. Pretty good film. 2019 was just a very, very strong year, wasn't it? And this was one of the best contenders. True story. The Ford Motor Company, it just reminded me reading the back, they tried to make the world's fastest car. Pretty good film. Leon, one of my favourite films from the 1990s. Absolutely incredible movie about a hitman who has to look after this young girl who sort of comes into his life. Gary Oldman is a brilliant villain in this, and I love the end. The final act is brilliant, the way it all plays out. Lethal Weapon box set. I've only ever seen these films once. I remember thinking the second one was the best. With... I forgot her name. Oh, God. The actress name. Anyway, she was really good in this. But I love it when Joe Pesci comes into part 3 and 4. He's really, really funny. And I love the chemistry between Mel Gibson and Danny Glover. It's a good little buddy cop, 4-movie series. Maybe do a cinema revisited on these when Lethal Weapon 5 comes out. But I did enjoy all of them, to be honest. All of them are pretty good, solid films. Let the Right One In, a foreign film about a guy who's getting bullied. Sorry, a young kid who's getting bullied, and he befriends this girl who looks after him, but she is in fact a vampire. Pretty good movie. Don't Know Let Me In though. Life, a very, very underrated film in my opinion. Basically, these people are on a spaceship, or International Space Station, and they encounter this life form, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and starts terrorizing them. Absolutely love Rebecca Ferguson. She's great. She's really good in this as well. But yeah, very, very solid film. I highly recommend you check that out on 4K there. Life of Pi, a film that really I did not think I was going to like. I don't know why. I just thought, is this going to go for, the way of the visuals and stuff over the actual story? But it was a really, really great film. It really, really was. I highly recommend this. I do. It's brilliant. The Lighthouse, sent to me by my good friend Alex. There was some Alex Hampton. There was something about this that I did like. I don't think I quite grasped what it was going for, though. It definitely is going to require a rewatch for me. But the atmosphere and tone that it captures, there's like this big noise in the background like every 20 seconds, and it really does get you in the mood. But fantastic performances by Robert Pattinson, and especially William Dafoe, who's just top tier now, isn't he? He really is. Just acts with ease. I do think that happens to a lot of actors and actresses, like Jodie Foster as well. He's one, just ease. They just do it with ease because they've been doing it for that long. The Lion King, which is where it all got mixed up in the alphabet there, but sorry about that. Yeah, decent little live action version. One that I'm probably only ever going to watch once, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll check this out on 4K at some point. I remember getting this for really cheap, and, if I was going to show off my 4K, I'll probably, throw it in there and show this off. But I haven't watched it on 4K yet. I just have no desire to go to it. Because I'd probably go to the animated version, but maybe one day. I don't know. I did really enjoy it, though. I thought it was a solid 8 out of 10 film. The Little Mermaid, haven't seen this since I was a kid. I think that does have a different cover there. Well, sort of. I haven't seen this since I was a kid, but I do have this desire to rewatch it because I've got so many memories with this film. All the songs, the characters, and Sebastian is great. I need to give this another revisit, definitely. Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, one of the best British movies ever, in my opinion. Just love the way this is all like built up, like scene by scene, how it's built. I'm trying the screenplay it's sort of escaping me, but just the way Guy Ritchie directs this is great, and the way it all comes together and starts making sense more. He put so many characters into this film, but it all fits nicely. Brilliant movie. Lock Up, starring Sylvester Stallone. I thought this was alright. I think a lot of people do love it more than me, the 80s kids, but it was alright. Decent little prison drama with Sylvester Stallone in. A Lonely Place to Die. Pretty underrated film, actually. These two girls go out to the mountains and there is a sniper trying to pick them off. I think it's in Scotland. It's a good little film, actually. The Long Kiss Goodnight. I've not watched this one yet, but I have heard so many great things about it. Loads of people say it's so underrated, and I've recommended this to me, so I hopefully will get round to it pretty soon. Got a bit of a big boy here now. The Lord of the Rings, the motion picture trilogy. Now this is a lovely, lovely box set. It isn't the 4K, it is Blu-ray, but it's kind of like the Hobbit box set you've seen before. Maybe I should have them next to each other on the shelf. 3 10 out of 10 movies, 3 of the best films I've ever seen in my life. The perfect trilogy. Perfect trilogy. Looper, a fantastic sci-fi film. Bruce Willis and Joseph Gordon-Levitt. It's very, very hard to explain this, but basically they are sort of hitmen. I think they're called loopers, and if they retire, they are given a hell of a lot of money, but they also have 25 years to live, and that's it. So by the end of the 25 years, Bruce Willis starts to think, wow, I'm going to get killed off soon, and he tries to go back in time to sort of kill his younger self. It's a very clever film, definitely recommend it. The Lost Boys, my favourite vampire film of all time. Just absolutely love this. Such a great, fun 80s movie with a great cast, great horror comedy. I adore it. I've seen this film countless times. Just one of my most watched movies ever, and one of the first horrors I ever watched. I hold a lot of love for this film. I really do. Luca on 4K. I haven't watched the 4K yet, but I did watch it on Disney Plus. It's a pretty new movie. I love how colourful this film was. It was a great little idea, and it did really capture Italy so well. I felt like I was there sometimes. The gelatos all over the place. This great little seaside town. Disney Pixar really did capture the whole theme they were going for there. It's a good film from last year. Lord of War, only seen this once, but remember really loving it. Nicolas Cage is basically selling weapons to people. He doesn't care who it affects and stuff. He's just there to make money. He goes to all these different places like Afghanistan and stuff. Yeah, one of my favourite, well, I say favourite because I've only seen it once, but one of the best Nicolas Cage films I've seen. Lords of Chaos, absolutely fantastic film. In my top 10 Arrow videos, I put this in it. A bit of a blind bite. I had heard little things about it, but I loved this movie. It was so gritty and dark, but you couldn't take your eyes off it. Apparently a true story, although the band who it's about have come out and said that it's not true to any, like, they do exaggerate it a bit, but it doesn't take away the fact that this film is brilliant. Rory Culkin, amazing in this. Highly recommend that, I really do. Lost Highway, what a film this is, from David Lynch. I've seen this twice now and it creeped me the hell out. Even though I just don't totally get it, because it does flip halfway through, you just can't take your eyes off it. This film is incredible. It really is. David Lynch can give you so many creepy vibes and so many great horror elements in films that aren't really horror films. Although this is probably more of a horror compared to all his other movies. This is more horror focused than them. Basically, this couple are finding videotapes on their doorstep of people filming them in their house. Just watch it. Love Actually, a great Christmas film. I really do enjoy this. It's, I would say it's like Lock, Stock, but I mean in very, very nicer tone. What I mean by that is there's lots of character stories going on, all coming together and stuff, if you get me. It's not like Lock, Stock, but I just mean the way it's filmed with so many different characters, but you can easily follow it, if you get me. Yeah. Good Christmas movie. And lastly, we have Lucky Number 11. I've seen this film so many times. The first 10 minutes of this really does get under my skin. It's really does upset me, actually, what happens to, I can't really give too much away, but a certain character in the movie, or his relation. But yeah, I do recommend this. Basically about hitmen and stuff like that. Gangsters trying to rule the city and stuff. I can't say too much about it, just definitely worth a watch. And that is it for the L's. Okay, on to the M's now. If you noticed, I do have an haircut. Like I said, I haven't filmed this whole video in one day, so I've had my hair trimmed in between. So if that's off-putting, I'm sorry, but I think it looks better anyway. Anyway, first for the M's, we do have Machete. Now, this was like Cowboy with a Shotgun. When Grindhouse came out in the cinema, this was a fake trailer, I believe. Danny Trejo just kicking ass and, you know, having women all over him. It's a pretty good film. I enjoy that. It's very, very violent in some places, over the top, like that sort of Tarantino-esque type film, if you like. Next up is Madman from Arrow Video. Not a film I absolutely loved. It was okay. Very, very low budget horror. I just think I wanted a little bit more from this, about a madman running around it's like a farmhouse or something. I expected a little bit more, but it was alright. Nothing special. 5 out of 10 movie, really. Next up is the Mad Max Collection. I'll just get one of these out individually. First up, we have Mad Max, a film that I found very, very strange. I just couldn't believe it got like a sequel and a third one for me. It was just a very weird movie. But next up we have The Road Warrior, definitely the best one. I love his sidekick friend in this, I forgot his name, but definitely the best one out of the 3, I feel. And next up is Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, which was, for me, personally, might have been better than the first. The first was just, I can't describe it, it was just like a movie that someone had made for very low budget and I didn't quite get it. And I just expected more because it's Mad Max and this character. It was very different in the first movie. But Thunderdome, it's alright. But the Road Warrior is definitely the best, I feel. So that is the Mad Max Collection there. And we have Mad Max Fury Road. A film I'm definitely going to have to rewatch. I don't want to echo my thoughts on the first movie, but this is kind of something else I didn't expect. I didn't expect the whole film to just be full of action and a big chase scene. So I would like to give this another go because so many people love this movie. Cinematically, though, it was very well filmed, but I've only seen it the once. Magnolia, a film that I think got a lot of praise back in the day. This hit me in some of the right notes. Some of the notes hit me right, but some of it was just, it was like half the movie was working for me, half of it wasn't. And this is a lot of different stories woven in. A bit weird when it rains the frogs and stuff. Tom Cruise quite decent in this as this guy who's like training men up to be able to pull women and stuff. I read a book on that years ago, and I think it was based on the same character, Neil Strauss. But it's alright. Maniac Cop, a fun movie from Arrow Video about a cop just going on a big rampage. I think it might be around New York. But the guy off Bruce Campbell from Evil Dead is in this film. I think he's trying to track down the murderer and stuff. Yeah, it's a good movie. I enjoyed that one. Man of Steel doesn't sit right with me because of the whole Batman vs Superman thing, but I do remember enjoying this, but nothing spectacular for me. But it is a good Superman film. But I definitely want to rewatch that Batman vs Superman again, just because Zack Snyder's Justice League worked so much for me. So I would like to give that one another go as well. Man on a Ledge, probably a film I won't return to. I remember thinking this was okay, but nothing special. Just I think it's a guy threatening to jump off a building, but he's got like a plan in mind. Man on Fire, not to repeat myself, but this is another one I'm definitely going to have to rewatch because everyone, like Laura Biden Citizen back in the day, just said how amazing that this movie was, and it just didn't quite click with me, but I have only seen it the once, to be honest. The Man Who Laughs, I think this may be the oldest film I own in this collection. 1928 movie. Absolutely brilliant film, it really is. The inspiration for the Joker, he's not actually a villain in this film. It's just the smile and stuff was based on the Joker. Bob Kane has admitted that. But this is basically... I forgot the guy's name. I'm really sorry. It should be on the back here. But he's a fantastic actor, the guy who plays him. Oh my god. I can't find it. Oh, this has got a different cover art there. Conrad Veidt. He plays an amazing part in this because he can't really talk. He's got his face covered up, so nearly everything is in his eyes, the whole movements and stuff. But it's a fantastic tale, really. It really is. I highly recommend this. A romance drama that just works on so many levels. It is, obviously it's dated, but it doesn't feel like that way when you're watching it because it's just such a fascinating story. I do highly recommend this. I've done a full review for that on the channel as well. Another little bit of an old movie, not as old as that at all, but this is from 1963, The Man with the X-Ray Eyes. I actually watched this on Amazon Prime and then I seen it in HMV and I just knew I wanted this little lovely box set here. Basically, this is about a professor who invents this eye drops which makes him see through things, but then it gets more and more and it goes to extremes. But really funny, at one moment he's in a party and he can just see everyone dancing naked. It's billed as a horror movie, but I don't think it is. I think it's more of a sci-fi adventure type film. I do recommend this. It's a really good film, actually. The Martian, decent movie with Matt Damon. Not one that hit me on the levels like it did with everyone else, but I do remember this is really well shot. I do think this is actually a good film. It's not in the spectacular mode that a lot of people were saying for me, though. Martyrs, very disturbing and distressing film. It's best for me to not describe this because you're best just going in blind if you haven't seen it, but it's a French movie and there are some brutal scenes in this, especially the opening 10 minutes, and then it just goes into realms that I couldn't predict. I just didn't see most of this movie coming. Brutal as hell, it really is. The Mask, one of my favourite films from the 90s, absolutely brilliant comedy. Probably my favourite Jim Carrey film, I think. Yeah, I mean, I just absolutely love him in the Mask. And this is like kind of a superhero movie, but he's got like this sinister side to him. He can't actually control what he's doing in this mask half the time. I just think he's so funny with the quotes in this. I love it when he's got all the police officers dancing to the Mexican tune and stuff. Cameron Diaz in this as well. Great supporting actors. The Mask is just so much fun. Matilda, one of my most nostalgic films. Used to watch this all the time. Story by Roald Dahl. Danny DeVito, I think he directs this and does the narration and stuff. He's great as Mr. Wormwood. But it's just a heartwarming tale. Very, very nice, easy watch. Yeah, just full of great characters. You know, like the Trunchbull is a great villain, by the way. But yeah, you really do feel for all the kids at this school because they're all such nice kids, and this Trunchbull is just the worst person in the world. It's going to move that up there. Next up, we have the Matrix trilogy. Do not own the new one. I won't be in any rush to buy it. I'll probably get it just because I'm a completionist at some point when it's probably like really, really cheap. But I really didn't like that fourth movie at all. But this, definitely the best is the first one. It's one of the best sci-fi movies of all time. Probably my top 50 films ever. I'm sure you've all seen The Matrix. And The Matrix Reloaded is one that I actually do really like. It was one of my favourite cinema experiences, especially with Trinity's on the other side of the motorway and stuff on the motorbike. I think that gets way too much hate. I do think it's a very good sequel. The Matrix Reloaded, though, is absolute pants. I think that's one of the most boring and dull movies I have ever seen. It just didn't make sense to me. But The Matrix and The Matrix Reloaded, I do have a lot of love for, but The Matrix is by far the best. I've just dropped the Blu-ray there. I do apologise. A blind buy for me was Maximum Conviction. Or this might have been when my mum bought me some with that Dead and Tombstone and Hirokin. I think that's what it might have been. Not a very good film. You think it would be with Stone Cold Steve Austin, Steven Seagal. You're going to get this big action epic, but it's just a very, very generic movie. It was really, really dull, actually. I think it all takes place in a prison or whatever. Oh, it's not a very good film. The Maze Runner, really great concept, this one. I really enjoyed how they... It's basically they're all stuck in this other world, if you like. And new people come on this elevator, I think, and they can't get out. But they're all boys, and next minute this girl turns up and they're scratching their heads. It's really hard to explain, but the only way out is to run through this maze. But when night comes, these creatures come out and they will catch you and kill you. So you're taking a very big risk trying to get out this maze, but it's your only way out of this world. And most of them don't want to risk it. They've just found a way to survive in this like woodland area, if you like. But this one guy comes through and is determined to get through this maze. Really, really good film. I really enjoyed this one. I really did. Next up is The Maze Runner, The Scorch Trials. Solid sequel for me. Really enjoyed it, and mostly takes place around this, like when they get out the maze, if you like, involving a lot of the same characters, and they are very, very likable characters. Some of them as well, especially the main guy. I forgot his name, but I think he was really good in this. Dylan O'Brien. Good sequel. I do prefer the first. I'm on 4K for some reason. I don't own the others on 4K. Is Maze Runner The Death Cure? Now, I remember watching the trailer for this years ago, before I'd even seen The Maze Runner, and I was just like, what is this? This looks like one of the best films I've ever seen. And then it said Maze Runner The Death Cure at the end, and that made me want to watch The Maze Runner. This is too similar to the sequel, in my opinion. But it is good. It's just way too similar. It's like I was watching the same movie over again. I wish they would have done something a little bit different with this. But it's okay. I just wish they would have went in, because the second one is so much different to the first, and the third one is way too similar to the sequel, if you like. Mean Streets, Robert De Niro, one of his first movies, I believe. This is definitely a product of the 70s. You got the whole rustic feel of the 70s in it. De Niro is great in this, but it's a very strange movie, especially when it gets towards the third act. It's good though. I enjoyed it. It's not one of my favourite De Niro films, but it is a good movie. The Mechanic with Jason Statham, very, very generic action film. I think just a lot of generic action movies came out between 2006 to 2016 there, and this was one of them. I think it came out around then, but it's a Jason Statham action film. There are some that are way better than others, but Yeah, speaking of Jason Statham, The Meg on 4K. I actually did enjoy this one at the cinema. It wasn't an amazing movie or anything, but it was an enjoyable popcorn flick, really. Over the top, massive sharks. I love that moment where you think they've got rid of the shark and then this other one just pops up. Jason Statham actually punching sharks here as well. But my favourite movie moment in this movie is the shark is coming towards land. And this teenage kid gets up and goes, "Oh my god!" And you think the shark's coming and he's looking at some girls dancing in bikinis. But yeah, it's a decent little shark movie. Memento, another film that is kind of like Irreversible, where it goes backwards. I do prefer Irreversible, but it's totally different stories, really. But this is a solid effort from Christopher Nolan. Not one of my most rewatchable Christopher Nolan films, but it's a solid movie. Menace to Society, one of my favourite 90s films. Used to watch this all the time when I was like 15 and 16, but I could still watch it today. A great opening, a strong opening, solid drama about life in the hood, with great characters as well, especially Old Dog, crazy guy. I love it as well where this guy's going to sell this other guy a car, and he says, "Come back at 10 o'clock at night." And the guy who's white is like kind of scared to go through the neighborhood and stuff. And he goes, "Did you say 10 o'clock?" And he goes, "Stutter, motherfucker." Men in Black trilogy. Yeah, surprisingly. Right, well, I'll talk about the first one first, but I remember I went to see Speed 2 Cruise Control. I was so excited for that film. It was kind of like one of the first movies that I was excited for because I loved the first one. And believe it or not, I got into the cinema and they couldn't play the movie because the reel was all messed up. So they said you can either have your money back or go and see a different film. So my nan, who took us to see Men in Black instead. And I really enjoyed it. This was a really good like alien type movie, if you like. People disguised as aliens disguised as people living on Earth and stuff. And you've seen Men in Black, you don't need me to explain the story. Now, Men in Black 2, I really watched half of that back in the day and switched it off because the CGI and stuff really just didn't work for me. And then I went back to it as an adult. I thought it was okay, but Men in Black 3 was one that really surprised me. I really did enjoy that one. It's kind of an underrated film, I feel, and I had a lot of fun with it. But Men in Black 1 is the best, definitely. Men of Honor, Robert De Niro and Cuba Gooding Jr. A fantastic true story, a great drama about this guy who's just, I think he's a diver, and he is by far the best diver that this diving school has ever seen. But everyone there is just racist. I think it takes place in the 50s or something, or the 60s, and Robert De Niro just pushes him to his limits, tells him no every single time, and he will not give up. It's a great true story. I highly recommend this one. Microwave Massacre. Yes, what a name for a film this is. I actually really had a lot of fun with it. It's very low budget, but it's really funny in places. You've got to take it for what it is. I'm glad I own it, to be honest. Basically, this guy is fed up of his wife's cooking, so he kills her and starts putting it in the microwave and eating her. And there's some funny moments where he takes bits of it to work, and his work colleagues are trying bits of this meat, and it's his wife, and they're like, "Wow, bring some more for me tomorrow. That tastes amazing." Microwave Massacre, man. Midsummer, one of the most split opinionated movies I think I've ever seen. You either love or hate this movie. I absolutely love it. I think this film is fantastic. It really is. Ari Aster has made two absolute gems in the horror genre. This is a horror movie that takes place in broad daylight. Florence Pugh is great in this. I would watch this again easily. It's just an incredible film, and I just don't understand the hate. I really don't, because I loved every single minute of this. I don't know which is better, Hereditary or Midsummer. I'm just like that all the time, because they both blew me away. They really did. Mike and Dave Need Wedding Dates. Really fun movie, actually. Aubrey Plaza is always a fun actress to be around, and these two just, they got to get dates for a wedding, basically, and they find these two are even crazier than they are. It's a fun comedy. Miller's Crossing from the Coen brothers. It's an okay film. I don't think it's one of the Coen brothers' strongest. The accents were really put me off in this. Like, they kept saying, instead of go away, they'd say, now make a move and dangle. And it was just like, oh, what? I love that guy who begs for his life as well. And he lets him off. And then he just does something else to piss the guy off. And he goes, find it in your heart. But he's already begged for his life and he's let him off once. He's not going to do it again. Gabriel Byrne was quite good in this, actually. Minority Report, very, very ambitious movie from Steven Spielberg, I think, yeah. There were moments where it weren't quite working for me, but I do think this is a good 7 out of 10 sci-fi film. And another one where Tom Cruise, like, he really grew on me when I watched Mission Impossible, which I will talk about in a minute, actually. And then I watched this, so it's kind of like when I was going through this Tom Cruise thing where he started to grow on me as an actor, because I just wasn't a fan of the guy at all when I was in my younger years, if you like. Miracle on 34th Street. I actually went to cinema to see this. I can't remember too much about it. I bought this like 2 years ago, so me and my fiance could watch it at Christmas, and I just haven't given it a go yet. Maybe this Christmas, who knows? And here we have Mission Impossible 1, 2, and 3. It's not worth getting these cases out. Yeah, it is. They're very, very thin cases, these. Now, Mission Impossible 1, my worst in the franchise by a mile. I've watched this twice now, and it just didn't work for me. I'm not saying it's a bad movie. It's just a very, very complicated one. And the way it's filmed is kind of weird, I feel. It's just all over the place for me. I didn't quite make sense of it even on a second watch. Maybe that's me being dumb, I don't know, but it just grows even better from there, doesn't it? Mission Impossible 2, a lot of people say the worst in the franchise. I don't know why. This is a fantastic John Woo action movie. I love it. I just don't get some people. The majority opinion, I just don't get it sometimes. I really don't. Oftentimes I do agree with it, but when people are going, oh, Mission Impossible 2 is the worst, I'm like, it really isn't. Mission Impossible 3, another great entry into this franchise. I think that a lot of this involves his wife. Is she played by Liv Tyler? Is it Liv Tyler who plays his wife? I can't quite. It might not be, actually. Can't quite remember, but there's a lot of focus on his wife in this one. Philip Seymour Hoffman is a great villain in that. Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. Yeah, another decent entry. The bit on the cover here is definitely the best bit of the entire film. Really nicely filmed, and this is really where you do feel the team coming together a lot with Ving Rhames and stuff. But by far my two favourites. Now I'll just talk. Look, I'm gonna say this now. This one is my favourite by 8mm, mainly because I love that whole water tank scene. That my heart was in my mouth at that. The introduction of Rebecca Ferguson just works for me on every level. She is a great member to add into this team. I thought she was amazing in this movie, and I just fell in love with her as an actress from watching this. An incredible action film, it really is. The director of this, what's his name? Directed by Christopher McQuarrie, is the only one to direct these two films, I believe. And he is directing Mission Impossible 7 as well. So Mission Impossible Fallout on 4K, another great action film. Love, what's his name in this? Henry Cavill. His character's great. Rebecca Ferguson coming back. The final act, though, is arguably better than the final act in Rogue Nation. But just another brilliant action film. It really is. And I definitely fell in love with Tom Cruise with these two films. Just two of the best action films I've seen in a long time. Highly recommend them. Misery, a 10 out of 10 film for me. One of the very few films I would probably give a 10 to. I can't find any fault with this. I really can't. I've only ever seen it once, and the first time a couple of years ago, but it might just be, in fact, it's not the best Stephen King adaptation. The Green Mile is for me, but a pretty solid film. I mean, there's just nothing wrong with it. Kathy Bates is amazing in this, And a lot of people say the bit where she hits him with the wood in between his legs, that's the bit everyone goes, oh. But for me, it was when she spilled the soup on him early on in the movie, and then she just flipped like that. I was like, whoa, holy shit. But you've got to watch Misery. It is fantastic. I never quite know, is that a horror or a thriller though? Because if I was doing my top 10 horror films video, which I do plan on doing in future, do I include that? Let me know in the comments if you think. If you're still watching. We are incredibly far into this video by now. If you are still here, by the way, thank you so much. You know, I really do appreciate it. And if you could give this video a like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Thank you so much. The Mist, amazingly, another Stephen King film right next to Misery there. A lot of people say this is the most gut-wrenching ending to a film ever, but basically this is about a group of people who are locked in a store because this fog has surrounded it, and if they go outside, these creatures who are living in the fog are gonna kill them. It's a good concept. I just hate the religious woman in this movie. She's an arsehole, but she brings the movie down at some points as well. I just hate her guts, but it is a good watch. It really is. I've seen that a few times now. Monsters Inc. Really clever idea from Pixar. Love these two characters of Sully and Mike. Is it? Yeah, Mike Lakowski. Yeah, great Pixar film. Sure you've all seen it, but really do enjoy that one. And next we have Monsters University. Now, I think this is the most I've laughed at the cinema in my whole life. Like, I couldn't stop for 10 minutes and I thought, right, I'm going to start pissing everyone off around me now because I couldn't stop laughing. I don't know why it tickled me, but this is a prequel, by the way, to Monsters Inc. and it really does work for me. But what I loved about this that made me laugh was the headmaster is this big dragon type creature, I think, because they're in university, of course. And Mike Wachowski and Sully are in this class. And the teacher says, now I'm going to teach you all to be scary. Now I know you all claim to be the scariest monster in your town, but you're in my town now, and I do not scare easily. And then the headmaster comes in, this big shadow, and he goes, just kill me. Mortal Kombat, one of the very first video game adaptation films that I ever watched, and it's one of the best. I really did enjoy this one. I've watched it so many times on VHS, and when it came on Blu-ray, I just had to have it for the great characters and stuff. And then we have the Mortal Kombat 4K reboot, if you like. I really enjoyed this one as well. I've only ever seen it the once, but I have got a desire to go and rewatch this again. Done a full review for this on the channel and stuff. It was one of my most anticipated films of 2021. Really enjoyed it. I did. Some great kills in this, especially the one with the spinning hat. Kano is a great character. I love the fight at the end with Sub-Zero and Scorpion, and I just get tingles every time I hear "Get over here." So yeah. Mortal Kombat Legends Scorpion's Revenge. A lot of the Mortal Kombat reboot involving Scorpion took inspiration from this, I think. Not inspiration, but you know, it sort of mirrored the same story. I think that's the whole story of the games anyway. But this is a very, very violent animated movie, and I do highly recommend it. I loved this film. Mother's Day, one of the best blind buys I have ever picked up. Thought this was going to be terrible when I bought it, and it is actually really great. Basically, it's a home invasion movie, sort of. These young lads rob a bank, and they think their mother still lives at this house that they haven't spoke to for ages. And when they go there, she sold it, and all these other people live there, and they take them hostage and call the mother in to say who these people living in your old house, and it just bloodshed ensues. It's a good movie. I really enjoyed it. Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. I really wanted to see this after watching It's a Wonderful Life, because James Stewart is fantastic in that movie, and he's really good in this as well. He will not be bribed by anyone. He will only do what's good for the greater good, and he won't let anyone walk all over him. And he's kind of a politician in this, surrounded by kind of corrupt politicians. It's a good film. I really did enjoy that one. Mud, another bit of a blind buy. I thought this was great. Matthew McConaughey hiding out on an island from the cops because the cops are chasing him. But what's his name? yeah, sorry, I just got mixed up then. But you know, these two kids find them just like on this island and try and help them out and stuff. But yeah, really, really good film. I really enjoyed that one. Mulan on 4K. I watched this in preparation for the live action film, and I thought, you know what, I really want to own that in my collection. It's a good Disney animated film that I missed out on back in the day, and it's basically about Mulan taking her father's place to join this army because her dad's not well, but only men can fight, and she disguises herself as a boy, and it's a really enjoyable movie. Love this dragon character; he's great. I forgot who's voiced by. Is it? It's not Eddie Murphy, is it? I'm gonna make a mess of. I'm gonna make a fool of myself if I try and guess it. And then we have Mulan, the live action film, which I really did enjoy actually. Same sort of story, but there is no dragon in this one because it wouldn't have worked. The witch was a bit of a weird villain, but one of the best looking 4Ks I own actually. This is a great looking 4K, it really is. And I enjoyed this live action. You know what, if I was going to watch Mulan again, I don't know which one I'd go to. That is not usually the case with these live action remakes of Disney. Apart from maybe Beauty and the Beast, which I'd probably go to the live action every time. Not every time, but most times. But Mulan, maybe I'd go to the live action, I don't know. Mulholland Drive, now, I do not smoke marijuana. But the next time I watch this film, I want to be hyped because I just think it would be such a crazy experience. I really do. Joint top David Lynch movie alongside Blue Velvet there. I just loved every minute of it. I did. And even though I couldn't work out what the hell was going on, I just thought it was one of the best films I'd ever seen. I just love the way David Lynch directs. I really do. And this contains one of the scariest moments in a non-horror movie ever. If I watched it now and knew what was coming, I'd still be scared. He does it so well. Just a brilliant, brilliant film. Disney's The Muppets. I remember I bought this because you used to get Disney rewards on the website every time you bought Blu-rays, and I saved up enough and I just got this because I used to love The Muppets Christmas Carol, which I really should get on Blu-ray at some point. But yeah, it's okay. You know, not one of the better Muppet films, but it's alright. The Mutilator, a very low budget B-movie horror, but I did enjoy this. It's about a group of friends who just basically go to... One of the friends' father owns this house and they all go there, get drunk, play games and stuff. And there's this killer going around. But there's a swimming pool at one point and this couple go in the swimming pool and the killer follows them in and gets undressed to get in the pool and kill them. I'm just like, well, you didn't want to get your clothes wet, fair enough. My Cousin Vinny, a really funny film. Joe Pesci is fantastic in this movie. And I think Marisa Tomei, won an Oscar for this, believe it or not. But yeah, it's a good comedy. It really is. And last for the M's, we have Mystic River. Believe this is directed by Clint Eastwood. Yes, it is. Really, really good drama movie about this group of kids, and one of them gets picked up by this fella. It says, your mum wants you or something. I can't quite remember what it is, but he gets in the car and then something happens and he just turns very strange. And then when they're older, one of the guy's kids gets killed, Sean Penn's kid, and he doesn't quite know if it's the guy who he used to hang around with, because when he got in this car, his head went messed up and stuff afterwards. Best not saying too much, but it is a good drama. It really is. Drama thriller, if you like. And that is it for the M's. Onto the N's and the O's now. I'm going to do these ones together. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. One of my favourite Christmas films. I watch it nearly every year. Clark Griswold is such a great character. It just always cracks me up, and it's just, you know, that with his other side of his family come to stay for Christmas and he can't stand them and he's got to pretend to be happy for them, and Cousin Eddie is just a really hilarious character. Great film though, great comedy. One of my most rewatched films, to be honest. National Treasure, starring Nicolas Cage. I thought this was okay. You know, it's not like on the level of Indiana Jones or anything, but it's a decent little adventure type movie. And we have National Treasure 2. I thought they were pretty much on the same level, to be honest. I do enjoy Nicolas Cage though. I think he's a fun actor. Natural Born Killers, a very, very violent film. Tarantino-esque. I think he wrote this. I might be wrong. He definitely has some involvement in it though. I think he does write it actually, but don't quote me on that. But just about two killers on a road trip really, and I really love what's her name in this. Um, Julianne Moore, is it? No, not Julianne Moore. Oh my god, her name is escaping me. Juliette Lewis, right? Sorry about that. Who also was in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation as well. But yeah, it's one of them films. Like I think the more you watch it, the better it gets. To be honest, Ned's a really strange British movie, kind of on the same level as This Is England. I think it's actually in Scotland. This, um, it kind of reminded me of This Is England, but about this guy who sort of just turns in down a very violent path, if you like. I think it's all in a school and stuff. Need for Speed, haven't watched this one yet, one of my most recent pickups, but I do think I'm going to enjoy this movie. I do love Aaron Paul in Breaking Bad. It just looks like my type of film, to be honest. The Negotiator, one of my most watched 90s movies. I absolutely loved this back in the day. Always used to be on display in the video shop about a negotiator who has to take down another negotiator who's took a few people hostage because he's been framed and stuff. Fantastic film. Highly recommend that one. New Jack City. This is a film that I always was intrigued by looking at the poster and stuff, because I always used to see it for sale on VHS. And I think it's just because I had Wesley Snipes in and I was a big Blade fan at the time. And this guy kind of reminded me of Joe, the bad guy from RoboCop, even though it is Wesley Snipes. And I was just always intrigued by it for some reason, but it's a good film. I finally own it now on Blu-ray. I've only watched it once. It's a good movie. I don't mind it. This was a bit of a blind buy, The New Kids. John from Mondo Chelovic Movies actually did recommend it, but it was still a bit of a blind buy for me because I didn't like the look of it or anything. But I thought this was a real nice gem actually, about a brother and sister who moved to this new with their family on this kind of farm type house, and these guys who live there are trying to sort of get into this guy's sister, but they're just being assholes about it and being turned into like bullies and stuff, and it's about these two fighting back. It's a really nice little hidden gem, that one. One of them 101 Films releases. I love them box sets. Night at the Museum. I had a lot of fun with this movie. Only recently watched it a couple of years ago for the first time, but basically the museum comes to life at night and Ben Stiller is a caretaker. The rest does the trick, but the rest of it will say itself what it's about and stuff. But I had a really fun time with this, just nearly dropped it. And we have Night at the Museum 2. I think this is the one with, yes it is, the guy off Friends, who is the bad guy in this. He's a really good bad guy actually. Very comic book type, over the top. But he does a good job, and I had a lot of fun with this one as well. I don't own the third one, I would like to get it though. Nightcrawler, one of Jake Gyllenhaal's best performances by far, about he's sort of a news reporter, but he does it for himself, and he tries to get there first every time, and then he starts going a little bit more down a sinister path and causing these accidents himself so he can get there first. Great movie, highly recommend this. Such a dark thriller, that one. The Nightmare Before Christmas, one that really does grow on me every time I watch it. This is one of my fiance's favourite films, so we watch it quite a lot, usually around October time. Love Jack Skellington as a character, but the imagination that goes into this film is just brilliant. Sorry if there's any glare on these Blu-ray covers, it is very bright outside. But yeah, I absolutely love the imagination that's gone into these characters. Halloween Town, Christmas Town, and it's fun because it could be a Halloween or a Christmas movie. It does a bit of both. Not very often you see that, but yeah, really, really good film. Nightmare City, I wasn't a big lover of this one, to be honest. It's about these zombies running around just killing people, but they're not like zombies, they're like infected people because they sort of act like humans a little bit. The makeup design on them isn't great and stuff, but there's a lot of kills in this. There's like 50 kills or something in this, so if that's all you want, you'll get a lot of it here, but I don't think this is a great film in all honesty. A Nightmare on Elm Street franchise, in fact, my favourite horror franchise alongside Child's Play 2. There's a terrible movie in here, which is Freddy's Dead, but the rest are really at least watchable to me. But I love the first three, especially, and New Nightmare. I actually think the third one is the best movie. But the first is a great original horror film. Wes Craven, fantastic there, thinking up that idea. The second one is one that I remember the most being scared by. And Freddy is so dark, and Freddy's 2, Freddy's Revenge. Great opening scene on the bus, I love that. And Dream Warriors, my favourite personally in the franchise. I just think it's got great characters and stuff. Lots of creative kills. Part 4 is a little bit of a slope downwards. I think it just starts going a little bit too comedic there. It's still a good film though. Part 5, not as good as the rest, but it's still watchable. They had some good ideas, didn't execute them very well. Freddy's Dead is a train wreck of a film. It's just way over the top. It's not scary in the slightest. A New Nightmare is a good new idea from Wes Craven to bring Freddy into the real world. So I love this franchise. We need Freddy back on the big screen for sure. And we have the Nightmare on Elm Street remake. I don't hate this as much as a lot of other people. I think it's a decent 5 or 6 out of 10 movie. There's some questionable things that they do with Freddy in this though that I just don't like making him more of a paedophile type character. But it's a good, not a good remake. It's an average remake at best. I don't think it's as terrible as people say. Night of the Hunter, a film I've wanted to watch for a very long time, and this is the one of them films that I actually won in the Criterion competition. I used to own this horror book, and it went through the years of the best films, and this was in it. And I just remember this guy having love-hate on his fists, and I've always just wanted to watch it because of that. Hopefully I'll get round to it soon. I do think that's going to be a very good movie. Another Criterion that I won, believe it or not, right next to Night of the Hunter Day, Night of the Living Dead. I really do want to rewatch this actually, and the Criterion has pushed me to wanting to do that. But I remember it being a decent little zombie film. Did actually start the zombies that we know and love today. I mean, there was 1 or 2 zombie type movies before this, like Frankenstein and stuff, but this is the one that really did start them hordes of zombies running around, didn't it? And yeah, really good zombie flick that. Ninja Scroll, a anime that a lot of people do love. I personally didn't, but there was some very violent moments in this, to be honest. But I just thought the story was a little bit of a mess for me. Didn't really push me towards anime too much. I didn't love it, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Nobody, my number 1 film of 2021. There is somewhere on the channel where I rank all the movies I watched in 2021. I've done a top 10 2021. This did actually come first. I absolutely loved this film. Got it on 4K here. Bob Odenkirk is great in this, and it just works so well because he's not he is a great fighter and stuff, but he gets hurt himself, so you can sort of relate a little bit more than someone like John Wick, if you like. It's because he gets hurt all the time, and he's not the greatest fighter in the world, but he always overcomes it. But I highly recommend this. It's so entertaining. I hope we get a Nobody too. I would be so down for a sequel. No Country for Old Men, a brilliant film from the Coen brothers. Very dark, on edge of your seat, with a great killer from Javier Bardem here. He is just so menacing in this movie, chasing this guy all over this outback, if you like. Terrifying in places. It's a really great movie. North by Northwest, one of my favourite Alfred Hitchcock films. I would probably put this in his top 3, along with another film I'll speak about on the next bunch of letters. But I really do recommend this film. It's kind of a guy who's been framed, and people are chasing him around the country, and he's trying to get the bottom of it, what's going on. I've only ever seen it once a long time ago, but it sticks in the mind. It's just such a fantastic film. This is actually a steelbook. There is a J card on the back here, so I'll just take that off. That's a nice little steelbook edition there. Yeah. North by Northwest, highly recommended movie. Notorious, about the Notorious B.I.G. I really did enjoy this when I watched it. It's just his life story, a music biopic. Nothing more, nothing less, but a good film. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Another Coen Brothers movie. I didn't relate to this too much. I didn't love it, but it's one of them. Like I said about the Coen Brothers before, they need some rewatchability with their movies, I feel, and I do need to revisit this one again. I didn't hate it or dislike it or anything. It was just not hitting me like it does with a lot of other Coen Brothers films, like Miller's Crossing and stuff. I'd probably need to watch it again. Oceans 11, 12, and 13. I've only ever seen these movies once. I know a lot of people, they are quite popular and stuff. I actually think I remember Ocean's 13 being my favourite, maybe because Al Pacino was in that. But they're good little heist films. Oculus, a very underrated horror film from Mike Flanagan, who is a hit and miss director with me, but this is, for me, his best work. I just love this movie. Karen Gillan is great in this. Just such a creepy tale about a mirror that everywhere it goes, murder happens. Highly recommend that one if you're into your horror. Old Boy, a brilliant Korean film, I believe, about a guy who's in prison for 15 years, and when he gets out, he's got to find out why he was put there. It's an Arrow edition. Very, very nice slipcover there, but yeah, Old Boy is a great film. Only ever seen it once, but I'd like to give that another go soon. Olympus Has Fallen, a film I unfortunately have not watched yet. I've heard this is really good though, and it's kind of like White House Town, but I think this is the better version. But yeah, just haven't watched it yet. Do look forward to that one though. The Omen trilogy, pretty strong trilogy actually. The Omen is definitely the best. It's one of the most classic horror films, and it still works today. It's not dated or anything. Some great kills in that, especially with the decapitation scene and the nurse throwing herself out the window. The Omen 2 is when Damien is like 13 or something. Really, really strong sequel there, and The Omen 3 is all about him trying to take over the world. The weakest one in the trilogy, but still definitely watchable. Good little trilogy that. I don't own The Omen 4 Awakening of it. It's terrible. Once Upon a Time in America, a fantastic gangster movie with the longest ever phone ring you will ever hear in a film. Honestly, it opens up the movie for about 10 minutes, just his phone ringing. Robert De Niro just doesn't miss, does he? Especially in these older films that he was in. Basically, it's about a group of teens who grow up to be these gangsters and stuff, and it goes, half the movie is them as younger adults, if you like. Oh no, I'd say teenagers, and then the second half is when they're like in the 30s and stuff. There is a scene in this, a rape scene, that just totally turns me off one of our characters, and it would, if I'd done a video on scenes that I love, that I hate in movies I love, I'd probably put it in there. And there's an idea for a video. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, a fantastic movie by Quentin Tarantino. Love the whole look of this, the colour, the way he captures the 60s. Brad Pitt, DiCaprio are just great in this. Margot Robbie, for the little screen time she gets, just adds to that little bit of magic to the movie. Just a brilliant, brilliant film. I love how tense the scene is as well when Brad Pitt and the hippies, as they get called in this, won't let him into the caravan. Brilliant movie. I can't wait to watch that one again on 4K. I had a great time at the cinema, and the ending of this film is off the scale. Once Upon a Time in the West, considered one of the greatest movies of all time. Only ever seen it once. I remember being a little bit bored by it, but I was like 14 at the time. It was one of the first Blu-rays I ever bought, I think. Maybe a bit older, actually. Yeah, I was probably about 17 or something. Just couldn't really get into it. But yeah, Western's not my strongest point, unfortunately. 1 Hour Photo, one of my favourite Robin Williams performances, something very different from him, going down the more sinister route. Basically, he works as a photographic developer, and believe it or not, people used to get photos developed. I know they still do in places now, but he copies this family's photos and keeps a copy for himself as well. And he's got them all around his house, and he pretends he's part of this family. Really, really good, mysterious thriller, that one. Highly recommend it. Very underrated film. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, when I think about it, it's probably one of the best films I've ever seen. First time I was like, yeah, it was a good movie. Second time, really hit me how great it was. Full of great characters about these. They're all in a mental institute, really. And Nurse Ratched is just a bitch. But yeah, really, really great film. One of the best ever. A lot of people didn't like the Ratched TV series. I did. I thought it was quite good, actually. I enjoyed that. Worth a watch if you like that film. One Missed Call, don't remember anything about it apart from it. It was absolutely terrible when I seen it. I just couldn't get into this at all. Onward, one of the very first films I reviewed on the channel, own it on 4K here, of course. Tom Holland and Chris Pratt doing voiceovers as these brothers who go on a magical journey to find their father, I think, or something along them lines. They get to spend a couple of days with their father before he passes or something like that, or they bring him back for a day. Can't quite remember, actually. It's like a road trip film full of all these fun mystical characters. Yeah, good movie. Onward, I enjoyed that one. Open Season, can't remember too much about this one, in all honesty. I remember being a fun animated film, but I just can't remember the story or anything. It was a long time ago. Orphan, another really underappreciated horror movie, if you like. Great twist at the end, but about this family who take this orphan girl in, and a few murders start happening and stuff. So, but we are getting a second movie, I believe. Looking forward to that. The Orphanage from Guillermo del Toro. I didn't love this movie, in all honesty. I didn't. I just thought it was very average. A lot of people think it's fantastic, but it just wasn't really quite hitting me, to be honest, like it did with everyone else. The Others, another movie with a great twist. Nicole Kidman and her family are played by ghosts in this massive manor that they live in. Great performance from her. She is great in this. And yeah, just a really, really good story, if you like. A very clever horror film. The Other Guys, really fun buddy cop film. These two guys were just terrible. They are terrible at their jobs compared to these other two, played by The Rock. And is it Samuel L. Jackson? Is it The Rock and Samuel L. Jackson, or is it The Rock and Michael Keaton? Oh, I can't remember. But I think it is Samuel L. Jackson. But they just can't get to the height them two do, and it's like a little battle and stuff. But yeah, fun movie. Outlaw, a film that is definitely better on rewatch. I was expecting something different because it's an ex-love film and he usually goes for the fun type vibe, but this is definitely one of his more serious movies. And I was just like, oh, I don't know about that. Second time I watched it, I really did appreciate this film. Just about a group of outlaws who are trying to take down some bad guys. And they're not like the strongest willed of people. Some of them have been bullied and stuff like that. And they start to take matters into their own hands. I do recommend this. Great British flick, that. Overlord on 4K. Watched this not long ago, actually. I thought it was alright, but very dragged in places. I expected something a little bit different. I was expecting this absolute like action epic, and it's not quite that. Good little idea with Nazis, you know, inventing like this virus to make them stronger and stuff, but I didn't love it. I just thought it was a good film. 3 out of 5 on Letterboxd I give it. And Oz the Great and Powerful. Not a great sequel to The Wizard of Oz at all. It's a bit of an eyesore, I feel. There's just too much CGI. I didn't really enjoy it. And that is it for the N's and the O's. Onto the P's now, and we've got a few Q's in here as well. Not too many, so I'll just do these both together. First up, we have The Page Master. Now, this is one of my most nostalgic movies, if you like. I used to watch this all the time on VHS. Thank you for Phil 4K Baker for sending me this. I love this movie. It's fantastic family adventure, animated, half live action, half animated. And this boy goes into these storybooks and meets these, you know, characters called adventure, horror, and fantasy. It's just a really great film. I really enjoy it, and this appeared in my top 10 most nostalgic movies video. So yeah, The Page Master. Really, really happy to own this one in the collection. Pain and Gain, a very weird movie in tone because it's about a real life murder, but they sort of make a black comedy out of it. It's a strange film from Michael Bay, but Mark Wahlberg and Dwayne Johnson are good together in this movie, I suppose. I can't quite work out if I liked it or not. I mean, it's probably due a rewatch, like I say about a lot of films in this collection, but it wasn't bad. Pan's Labyrinth, a fantastic dark fantasy movie, which blends wartime with fantasy, if you like. This young girl whose father is this captain. He's a real sinister man. She's staying with him, and she goes. I think she goes into the back garden, or this basement on below. I can't quite remember where it is, and this mystical creatures live. But there's a really creepy moment in this with the guy with the hands. I'm sure you've all seen him. Fantastic film. Absolutely love that movie. Paranorman, decent little animated zombie flick, if you like. I really liked the animation style in this. Good film, good movie. Onto a franchise now, Paranormal Activity. Really, clever film for the money they made with this. So low budget, and it works. It's a creepy movie in a lot of places. And next up, we have my personal favourite in the franchise, Paranormal Activity 2. I just think this was more darker, if you like, especially with that guy gets his neck snapped, and the CCTV all over the house. I think this takes place the day after the first one, so it is linked. Paranormal Activity 3, one of the best camera shots in this movie is where the camera that moves left and right, and there's like a ghost with a sheet over its head. Yeah, I enjoyed this one. Kind of, I think it might be a prequel, that one. Can't quite remember. Paranormal Activity 4, the weakest in the franchise, but still a very watchable film. There is a lot of Xbox Connect advertising in here, which leaves an even worse taste in the mouth because that didn't quite take off anyway. But it's still decent. I still enjoyed it. Paranormal Activity, the marked ones, I actually thought this was going to be terrible. And this is a franchise where I think, okay, this one's going to be bad, this one's going to be bad, this one's going to be bad. But it always does surprise me until Paranormal Activity 7, which came straight to streaming, Next of Kin. I didn't like that movie at all. I don't own it. But this one takes place in Mexico, I think. And I really, this one took me by surprise. It was better than Paranormal Activity 4. And next we have Paranormal Activity, the Ghost Dimension. You can tell there's a little bit more budget in this, and it has a worse effect, if you like, because there's a lot of CGI. But it's still very, very watchable. They're probably the second worst after 4 for me. Parasite, a half-genius film, own this on 4K, the Oscar winner. I loved what happened in this film, and this has actually got a black and white version. I would love to watch that, which I will one day, of course. But yeah, this is like nothing you've ever really seen before, and that's the case with a lot of these foreign movies. They just do something different, and it is a Korean film, I believe, yes. The Korean films especially, they just do something different, don't they? But this is a brilliant movie. I highly, highly recommend it. Pathology, a film I did not like whatsoever. It's about these students dissecting bodies, I think, but they've got like a dark secret to them. It's not a good film at all. I just bought that because it was really cheap. Paul Blart Mall Cop, Die Hard for kids, if you like. It's an alright movie. It's watchable. Just one of them you can just watch and forget about, have a good time with. I think there's about 5 of them movies now, weirdly. Paul, with these two, who appeared in the Cornetto trilogy. This isn't part of that trilogy. We find this Alien. It's okay. I didn't love it. It was alright though. Payback with Mel Gibson. Only seen this once quite a long time ago, but I remember really, really enjoying it. Some of Mel Gibson's best work, if you like. Great film. Great thriller. Pearl Harbor. A lot of people give this movie a lot of shit, but I actually think it's quite good. I actually like the whole story attached to Ben Affleck and his girlfriend and stuff. I love the way it looks. One of Michael Bay's better films for me. I do enjoy this movie, I do. The People Under the Stairs, one of my horror classic favourites from Wes Craven. I've actually done a full review for this on the channel, one of my first horror revisited episodes. Absolutely love this film. I've seen it so many times. I love the mum and dad character in this. They are just so strange. And it does the dark comedy well, but there's a girl who gets thrown in a bathtub in this. And it's like the hottest bathtub ever, and it makes me wince every single time I see it. But it's a home invasion film turned on its head. I do recommend People Under the Stairs. Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief, given to me in that free haul I got from my fiance's brother. It's alright. Didn't love it. it is what it is. It's a decent little fantasy adventure movie, and Percy Jackson's Sea of Monsters, not as good as the first one, but still watchable. I don't love these films though, I'm not gonna lie. A Perfect Getaway, quite a surprising horror, if you like. This has got Chris Hemsworth in. Is that Chris Hemsworth? I think it is. Surely it is. I haven't seen the film for a long time. It is Chris Hemsworth, who appeared in a few of these horrors, like Cabin in the Woods. But yeah, this has got a good little twist going for it. I enjoyed this movie. It's not great, but it's decent enough. Pet Sematary, I done my horror movie collection about a year ago now, or 9 months ago or something, and it has done very well on the channel, and this is the only horror film I forgot to include into it. But this is just such a great Stephen King movie. I absolutely love it. Zelda is a terrifying character, but it's just a great story. It is, and really, really creepy, and some hard-hitting moments that you wouldn't expect. And we have the Pet Sematary remake on 4K. I'm always probably going to go to the original, but this was alright. It just didn't do too many different things. Oh, by the way, I love Fred Gwynne's character in this, Judd Crandall. Stay away from that road. You don't want to go down that road. And when this guy in this who was playing his character didn't speak like that, I was massively disappointed. Next up is the Phantasm box set from Arrow Video. I watched these a couple of years ago with my girlfriend, maybe a year ago actually, because she got me it for my birthday. Did she get me? I can't quite remember. I got it around then anyway. But this is a very, very strange franchise, so let's just get into it. Phantasm, really, really good film, but halfway through you just start going, what is going on here? But it's got a really great kill scene with a ball that sticks to this guy's head and then drills into his head and spurts blood out the back. One of the most infamous horror kills, that one. And then we've got Phantasm 2, equally as good as the first in my opinion. I think they're more on the road than this one, but it's decent enough. Phantasm 3, I remember liking this on the same level as Phantasm 2. They introduce a great character into this young girl who, she's a good addition to this little team, if you like, who are trying to find out where the tall man is. Phantasm 4, Oblivion, a terrible movie, probably the worst in this franchise. They use a lot of footage, you can tell from the first movie, that they didn't use in that film, like deleted scenes and stuff. You can just tell they're throwing them in here. Half the movie is film new and half of it are cuts from older films. And Phantasm 5, Ravager. This is the weirdest looking one, I'd say, in terms of special effects and stuff. And at this point, I'm not going to lie, I was just totally lost. I didn't know what the hell was going on. So it's probably the most confusing out the whole of this confusing franchise. Definitely better than Phantasm 4, but that is a lovely box set to own. The Tall Man is a great horror movie character. The Phantom of the Opera, again given to me by my fiance's brother. I didn't like this movie whatsoever. I'm not the biggest musical fan, and this is a good reason why. Even though I'm getting into musicals a bit, I watched this lately and it just didn't do nothing for me. Phone Booth, really, really great thriller that all takes place in a phone box. This guy is not allowed to leave, Colin Farrell, otherwise he will be sniped by this guy who's keeping him on the phone. Good little thriller, I enjoy that one. Pieces, a horror movie from Arrow Video that takes place in a school, I believe, a high school, and there's this guy going around killing people. It's alright, I didn't mind it, it is what it is. Pineapple Express, one of the very first Blu-rays I ever owned. This was like £20 back in the day. I think you can get it for 50p in CEX. It's a good little stoner movie. Some funny moments. I love it when what's his name? Craig. I keep forgetting names on this video. It's really annoying. Anyway. Yeah, his name isn't on the back here, but Craig something, who's in Hot Tub Time Machine. I love when he puts his hand in the food and says, "Is the food still warm?" Yeah, decent little movie. Pinocchio, a classic Disney film. Looking forward to the remake. Is it from Guillermo del Toro? I think it is. Coming to Netflix. But yeah, decent movie. Quite dark in some places, but yeah, an easy little watch about a boy who, a wooden boy, if he lies, his nose grows. You know who Pinocchio is. Pirates of the Caribbean, a franchise I really, honestly, don't connect with too much compared to other people. I don't love this franchise at all. I think the movies are way too long. Some of them are nearly touching 3 hours there. They don't need to be that. And apart from Johnny Depp's character, no one really interests me in these movies. I don't think they're great. I think 2 is definitely the best though. I'll give 2 a pass, but yeah, just a franchise that really hasn't connected with me. That is the first 4, by the way. I don't own the 5th one. But honestly, I think the 3rd was the worst. A lot of people do like that one. I enjoyed 4 better, to be honest, with Penelope Cruz in. Didn't like the 3rd one at all. I really didn't. Pitch Black with Vin Diesel. Only ever seen this once years ago, but I remember enjoying it. It was a decent little movie. And then we have Chronicles of Riddick, which is the sequel to Pitch Black. Remember liking this as well. I just think both of these are quite average, to be honest. I mean, yeah, they are what they are. The Place Beyond the Pines, 3 little stories in one. I really enjoyed Ryan Gosling's story where he's on the motorbike the most. It's a decent movie. I enjoyed it. Good little art style going for it. Well, visual style going for it. It's a decent watch, I think. Planes, Trains and Automobiles, a movie that contains one of the funniest moments in cinema where he is just so angry and he says he needs a car to the woman behind the airport desk. You know that scene. If you haven't, just Google it on YouTube. But if you're not going to watch this film, but it is absolutely hilarious. These two, this guy just wants to get home and he keeps bumping into this really annoying guy who doesn't mean to be annoying. He's like just trying to be his friend basically, but Steve Martin is just, his hair's falling out because he's so annoyed. Great comedy. Thanksgiving movie as well. Planet Terror, the second half of the Death Proof Grindhouse feature, if you like. Double feature. I didn't love this from Robert Rodriguez. I thought I was really, really going to enjoy it, but I just thought it was okay, nothing special. I think it's a mad scientist in space or something. I can't remember. Death Proof is definitely the better version. And this girl's got a machine gun on her leg, which is crazy. That's good when she starts firing that out. Platoon, another film that is lost in the memory a little bit. I know a lot of people love this movie, but I've only ever seen it once when I was about 15 years old. I haven't even watched the Blu-ray since I bought it. I remember one bit where this guy gets his face smashed in with the gun, and it's really hard to watch. But I remember just thinking it was a good war film. I probably need to give that another go. There's just so many movies in the world there is. The Polar Express, decent Christmas film. Watched this for the first time a couple of years ago. Great voice work by Tom Hanks. I enjoyed this, about a load of kids going to the North Pole on this train. Point Break, fantastic 90s action movie about Keanu Reeves who has to go and infiltrate these surfers because he thinks they're bank robbers, led by Patrick Swayze. I love this film. It's so adrenaline fueled. Poltergeist from Tobe Hooper. I think it's alright. It's a horror classic, isn't it? It is what it is, but not one that connects with me like it does with a lot of other people, but it's still a good ghost type haunting movie, if you like. I'm sure you've all seen Poltergeist. Power Rangers on 4K. Used to watch the Power Rangers as a kid all the time. Thank you to Aidan from the Movie Insider who watched my 4K video and sent me this slipcover because it didn't have a slip on it. Yeah, I enjoyed this. There's a lot of advertising going on for Krispy Kreme donuts, was it? But I love the way nearly the whole movie, they're not Power Rangers, they're like coming together, basically. But I really did enjoy this. I need to grab the old 90s Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie. I remember I was so hyped for that as a kid. Predator Trilogy. Now we have Predator in here, the Ultimate Edition. There's a 4K out of this now, but it is what it is. Arnold Schwarzenegger just kicking ass in the jungle with all these great characters around him. I absolutely love this film. Get to the chopper. Yeah, I'm sure you've all seen Predator. One of Arnie's best, for sure. Predator 2, which is definitely a different take. I think Predator's in this, is it New York? Fighting against all these gangs and stuff. Yeah, it's okay. And Predators, which again is okay, but Adrian Brody is definitely miscast in this film. It's alright. It goes back to the jungle roots. I can't remember if it's a prequel or something. But yeah, it's alright. It leads a group of mercenaries to fight the Predators. That is Predator trilogy. I don't own the newest one. I haven't even seen it yet. The Prestige from Christopher Nolan. One of his best films about two magicians trying to outdo each other. Decades ago. I can't remember when it takes place. I'm sorry. But yeah, brilliant film. Highly recommend it. Starts getting a little bit out of hand with these two magicians. Great performances from Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale. One of Nolan's best for sure. Pride, about a movie about the LGBT community who team up with team up with the miners in the 80s to come together to fight the Tory government, if you like. Really great film, full of a decent cast, very heartwarming as well. I enjoyed Pride. Princess and the Frog, an okay Disney animated studios film that takes place in New Orleans, I believe, and captures the theme very well. It's alright. Problem Child 1, 2 and 3. I think this also appeared on my most nostalgic movies of all time. I did do the trilogy, as one entry there. I love these movies. They're so weird. They're intended for adults, but there's a lot of child themes going through it. Like, it quite doesn't know its target audience, but it works for that reason. I just love it. This kid is just out of control, and his dad is having the most stressful time in the world trying to look after him. Part 3 is the weakest, but I still enjoy it because I used to watch it all the time on Sky Movies back in the day. But I love all 3 of these films. They're so great. And that head teacher, Principal Peabody, oh my god, he is hilarious. Your dad's a moron. He's a moron. Prom Night from 101 Films. Decent movie. Nothing really happens apart from the first 5 minutes and the last 30 minutes. It's a bit of a slow build. Jamie Lee Curtis in there, but it's an okay film. Killer who strikes on prom night. I love that artwork, by the way. No, it is the same artwork. I'm sorry about that. There's a different artwork on the book, though. You want to see that? Yeah, another nice little 101 edition. 101 Films edition there. Black Label, Prom Night. Glad to own that one. 80s classic slasher. Public Enemy, starring Johnny Depp, about this true story of John Dillinger, who robs banks. I enjoyed it. I wanted a little bit more from it, but it was still a good film. Stephen Graham is really great in this as well, and Marion Cotillard is awesome. Good film. Not bad. Pulp Fiction, one of the greatest films of all time, in my top 5 for sure. A 10 out of 10, absolute masterpiece. This is a steelbook edition, and there we have Samuel Jackson without his afro, which is really strange to me. And inside we have some artwork there. It's just a dance scene. But yeah, it's a lovely little steelbook, it is. But yeah, just one of the best films ever made. Tarantino's best in my opinion. I've seen a lot of hate for this online lately, saying it's overrated and stuff. I just totally 100% disagree with that. I watched this again last year. I think me and my fiance went out for a few drinks, and I come back and said, you know what, I just feel like watching Pulp Fiction. What on summer's night it was. It just, every time I watch it, it just grows on me even more. It's an incredible movie. It really is. The Purge, a franchise that should be better than what it is. This is basically about, for one night of the year, you're allowed to commit murder no matter what. And these people put all security systems up who don't want to go out and do anything. And this turned into a home invasion film. And it should have all took place on the streets, really. And I thought that was a missed opportunity. So they done it in The Purge Anarchy. But it still really doesn't work for me that much. I'm not a lover of this franchise. The second one is probably the best, though. Purge Election Year, it was alright. I like the little concept they done at the end with voting people in and stuff like that who are up for keeping the purge. But yeah, I've just realised I don't own the first Purge there. I thought I did. Which is a terrible film, by the way, the worst one. Princess Bride. Watched this not long ago for the first time. Really enjoyed it. The fight scene was great. I love it where he's climbing up the rope as well for so long and nothing can stop him. Some great moments in this. Really loved the villain in this. I forgot his name, but the little guy who shouts at the other two. Yeah, it's a good film. I can see why so many people love it and hold it close to their heart. Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time. Not a bad movie actually for a video game adaptation. I enjoyed this. It's just a decent little adventure movie, but a forgettable one as well. I mean, Disney pump a lot of money into their movies, and people go and see them at the cinema once, and that's it, don't they? They haven't got the most rewatchability. Kind of the same with Pirates of the Caribbean for me, in all honesty, for me. Now, this is a film that I really, really want to watch again because it is so loved. And I watched it when it first came out, and I thought, yeah, that was a good thriller. But with so many people saying how amazing it is, I want to go and watch it again, and that is Prisoners. I think about a young girl who goes missing. Denis Villeneuve, is it? Who directs this? I want to give this another go because I don't quite think I quite appreciated how good it was, the way people talk about it. But I remember liking it. Project X, a brilliant found footage movie if you like, but not in the horror sense. This is just a guy whose parents go away for a weekend or a week, and he has a big party in his house, and the house gets absolutely trashed. Some funny moments in this. He's like a no-mark at school, and then after this party, he becomes the most popular guy at school. Brilliant film. I do highly recommend it, especially if you like the found footage type way of making films. Prometheus, don't know what Ridley Scott was doing here. Didn't really like this movie at all. Very, very boring. It was just like, he was just trying too much. We didn't need this in the Alien franchise. I'm not a big lover of it, in all honesty. A Prophet, decent little foreign, is it French? I think it's a French movie about a guy who goes to prison and has to survive in there. Enjoyed it. It's a decent watch. Prowl, a vampire flick that is very, very low budget, and it's by this label, After Dark Originals, who I bought a movie I've spoke about on this video earlier on. Can't quite remember the name of the movie. Fertile Ground, and that was a terrible film, but this one was actually quite surprising. It was actually alright, I didn't mind it. Alfred Hitchcock, your best movie in my opinion, Psycho, my second favourite horror movie of all time, behind one that is coming when I get to the tease. I love it. I absolutely love it. It just works for me every single time. Norman Bates is just such a great slasher icon. Love the way it's filmed and the movie is turned on its head. I love the twist. I just love everything about it. It's just a really, really well-made film. A classic for a reason. Fantastic horror film. Just grabbing these last ones here. Psycho 2, a very underrated sequel about Norman Bates coming out 22 years later, rehabilitated, but some of the community are very angry about that. And then murders start to occur again, and Norman doesn't know if he's doing it or someone playing tricks on him. He doesn't know if he's losing his mind again. This is one of the most underrated films I have ever seen. It's a fantastic sequel. You would have thought back in the day that it's just a cash grab, but no, there's a really good mystery aspect to this, a whodunit film. Highly recommend this if you like Psycho 1. I really do think that's a great film. Queen and Slim, onto the cues now. I think there's only 2 of these. This is one of the very first ones I reviewed on the channel about this couple who getting into an altercation with a cop who pulls them over for no reason, and he pulls a gun on them and the cop is killed somehow, and they go on the run, but it's not their fault, and they become widespread media attention. Fantastic drama, if you like. I really enjoyed this one, I really did. And last for the P's and Q's is A Quiet Place on 4K. I really want to grab the second one. I absolutely love the second one, so I want to grab that to add to this. But this is a great concept for a horror movie. You make a noise, that these aliens that have took over will just come and kill you in seconds. What a great opening scene as well. Pulls at the heartstrings, really. It's very impactful, the start of this movie. But yeah, Emily Blunt is just great in this. John Krasinski has a bright future as a director. He just films this so well, and filmed the second one even better, so that is A Quiet Place. So that is it for the P's and the Q's. Okay, first for the R's. By the way, I do apologise if there's a little bit of background noise there. I don't think you should be able to hear it, but I can hear the little buzzing sound outside, but I do apologise for that if you can hear it. First up, we have Rabbit in another 101 limited edition black label, I think they call it, edition here, and I think this has a reverse cover. No, it doesn't. I'm sorry. Just the same with a booklet inside. That's great artwork on the front. This is basically a body horror film. This woman who has this extra limb, I believe. I just want to get this booklet back in, sorry. She has like this extra limb, and I think it starts killing people and stuff. But I remember really liking this David Cronenberg movie, and I always remember the cover in the video shop of this, and I always wanted to rent it, so I'm glad to own that in the collection now. Decent horror movie. Raging Bull, one of Martin Scorsese's best films. Only ever seen this once, kind of know how good it is off that one watch. Probably one of the best films ever made. A brilliant performance from De Niro as Jake LaMotta, and Joe Pesci again, just awesome. But Rob De Niro is definitely the star of this movie out the two. Just a brilliant, incredible boxing movie and a true story. Raya and the Last Dragon. I think this is the same artwork. Yes, it is on 4K. This actually became in my top 10 of 2021. You can find a video on my channel if you want. I know a lot of people enjoyed Encanto and Luca more, but this was my favourite Disney film in the animated style last year. I really did enjoy it. I love the world building. I love Raya as a protagonist, and I love this dragon played by Awkwafina. Great movie. The Raid. A lot of people, really do love this. One of the most popular foreign films out there, about a group of criminals holed up in this apartment block, and this guy has to go up to the top to find the mastermind, but he has to fight his way through all these drug lords and stuff, using kung fu and lots and lots of violence. It's a great film. However, I do enjoy The Raid 2 a little bit more. This is one of the best sequels I've ever seen, I think. This just expands on it and gives it more of a story, and this guy is just kicking ass again, and there's a chase scene in this, which is just fantastic. Highly, highly recommend both of these action movies. Ratatouille, little fun concept, taking place in Paris, and about this mouse, or rat if you like, who just loves food. And I always remember the part when he says, this is nice, but when you mix them, and he just does this big smile because he loves food that much, especially when he mixes stuff, and he helps this guy become a top chef by sort of controlling him through his chef hat. Julia Ducarneo's Raw. I think this is her debut film. She's only made 2, I think. And the other one is Titan, which I want to get for this collection so bad. Please hurry up and release that movie. This is an excellent film about a girl who tries meat for the first time and then sort of gets a taste for flesh. But I really am excited to see more from Julia Ducarneo. I think she's got a lot of talent behind the camera. Ready or Not, I really had a fun time with this in the cinema. I haven't watched it on Blu-ray again yet, but this is basically a deadly game of hide and seek in this rich family's manor, if you like. And what's her name of Samara Weaving is great in this. Really fun film, that. Rear Window, Alfred Hitchcock. Look, I don't love this movie as much as a lot of other people. I do think it's a very good film, though. It's just not top tier Hitchcock for me. Definitely prefer Psycho, North by Northwest, The Birds. A lot of people say this is his best. However, this is a great concept. I mean, it's one of them famous concepts now. The Simpsons have done it and stuff, where this guy is sort of bedridden or wheelchair ridden, and he sees a murder across the street in another apartment block, and he wants to get to the bottom of it. Grace Kelly is great in this as well. Look, it's a very, very good film. I'm not going to deny that it is. Wreck from Arrow Video, a great found footage movie that is Spanish, I believe, and this news reporter goes out with this fire crew, these crew of firefighters, and see what they get up to. And the first call they get is to an apartment block that has had a virus outbreak of these zombies. Really, really well done film. I didn't love it as much the second time I watched it. I didn't have the same impact, but it's still a very good movie. Red Dragon, a prequel to Silence of the Lambs. I think this is a remake of Manhunter. I may be wrong there. Apologies if I am. But this is basically a prequel. Reanimator, I done my top 10 movies I have never seen list a few months back, and this was on there because I heard a lot of people in the horror community talk about this film, and just after I'd done that list, I went to HMV, seeing it, and went, you know what, here's my chance, I'm going to grab it, and I had a lot of fun with it. I have actually watched it now. I love the way the body's just walking around with that head, but this guy, is his name Herbert West. He's just a really intriguing character, if you like. He's just so fascinated with the body, exploring like the body and what it can do and stuff. Red Lights, a very unmemorable film, to be honest. And I remember Momentum Pictures just brought out a lot of these very forgetful movies, and this was one of them. Not Robert De Niro's greatest moment. It was it's just a very dull film, very, very boring in all honesty. I wouldn't recommend it. Red Hill, I remember I picked this up just because I seen the trailer, and it's actually from Momentum as well. I actually do prefer this one, about a guy who comes back to this town and the whole town starts panicking because last time he was there, mayhem was happening, and he's just like this really dark character. But it's kind of a western in modern times, if you like. It's like an old country style town. The Resident, I can't remember too much about this movie, to be honest. I think the next door neighbour, played by Hugh Jackman, is it? Is it Hugh Jackman? I think it might be Hugh Jackman. I think it is. No, actually, it's not. She's got a weird guy living next door who's just spying on her and stuff. I think it's about that. I haven't seen it for a very long time. Resident Evil Collection. I don't own the new one. Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City, but I do plan on picking it up. I was really disappointed with this film back in the day because it just went way off to what the video games were, and I was just like, oh, why? The source material is there to do a great Resident Evil film. Look forward to the new Netflix series though, and see what they can do with that. I think these films do get progressively worse. First one is watchable, even though it's just nothing like the game, but that laser moment where it starts taking people out, the lasers, that's a great moment. Apocalypse does try to incorporate Nemesis from the games. It just doesn't work though. Extinction, it's alright. Afterlife is really bad. I don't own the other two. I think there's two more. I have no interest even to fulfill that collection. Maybe I'll return to it one day, who knows, but I just have no interest really at the moment. Repo Men, can't remember too much about this one either, to be honest. Yeah, future people in, yes, it's something to do with augmenting the body and stuff like that. But I can't remember too much about it, I'm not gonna lie. I remember just thinking it was alright. Requiem for a Dream, one of the most disturbing films of all time, if you think about it. But a really, really well done film about drug addiction and drug abuse and people's lives just spiraling out of control because of drugs. And it sort of tells a few different stories about a few different characters, and what, like, one of them is an old woman played by Ellen Burstyn, and she's just on these, I think the painkillers or antidepressant, I can't quite remember, but it just starts sending her mind a bit loopy and stuff. But there's other people addicted to heroin, and it just shows these different stories of how these people are losing control. Jennifer Connelly is great in this. There's one moment where her boyfriend, played by Jared Leto, can't get these drugs for her, and she just flips out, and it just shows you how much control these drugs have over these people. I do recommend this film. Might be a one-time watch for you, but you'll probably notice the score. If you haven't seen that movie, you'll probably notice the score because it's a very famous score out there. It's used in lots of TV programs and stuff. The Revenant, a fantastic movie. Not one that I'm going to watch all the time, but Leonardo DiCaprio is awesome in this, as is Tom Hardy. And I'll never forget the bit where he wants to keep warm and he has to use the bear skin and wrap himself up in it. The cinematography is great in this. I love the snowy environment and stuff. It's a fantastic film. Ride Along, I had a lot of fun with this. I just love the way these two bounce off each other. Kevin Hart is going out with Ice Cube's girlfriend, Ice Cube's sister, sorry, and he just doesn't like him, and he has to take him out as his buddy cop, if you like, one day while he's on the force, and they just have a lot of fun together. I love that movie. And Ride Along 2 is equally as funny. I mean, the other one is probably a little bit better, but they're both fun films. I enjoy them for what they are. Kevin Hart really makes me laugh. The Ring Collection from Arrow. Now, I'm not going to lie, I didn't fall in love with this film as much as a lot of people, but I do get why people love The Ring. I just thought it was an average horror film, but there is some, it's an interesting concept. I love the whole start with the videotape when we first see it and stuff. I love the way that it's like a mystery movie. This woman's got to stop her kid who's watched the tape from dying, basically. But it is a very slow-paced film. Definitely the best one out of the three. However, I really did not like this one, Ring 2. I thought it was god-awful. One of the most boring, terrible movies I've ever seen. Just tries to do way too much. It's a fucking bore fest. I hated it. And Ring Zero, which acts like a little bit of a prequel. This did, you know, it was a decent watch. You know, maybe I liked learning about. I forgot Sadako's character before she became this character in a videotape. But I really like this box set from Arrow. You can't really go wrong with them, can you? Getting onto a franchise now, which has a bit of a cult following here in the UK. I have reviewed 3 of these movies on the channel. I should really do the other 2 and rank them all, really. I've got a feeling another one's going to come though, so maybe I'll do it nearer the time, but that is Rise of the Foot Soldier. I absolutely adore this film. It's an indie flick that has just gained a big cult following. Very, very violent movie, but she's got it's so rewatchable. I've done my top 30 most rewatched movies in my collection, and this was in it. It's just something about it. I love all the characters. I love the true story aspect to it, and I love the way it's all about Carlton Leach, but the final 40 minutes, if you like, goes on to 3 other sinister characters who are involved in his life. So it moves away from this Carlton Leach character who basically started as a football hooligan and then went into being a gangster, basically. But I do recommend this British gangster flick to you if you have not seen it. And I've just realised that these are a little bit mixed up. I do apologise, but I'll just carry on with the Rise of the Foot Soldier franchise now. Did a little bit alphabetically mixed up. Sorry about that. Rise of the Foot Soldier Part 2. Definitely the worst in the franchise for me. I just thought it had this very dull feeling, and Carlton Leach is addicted to cocaine in this, and it just makes you feel like his life is so depressing, and it makes the film depressing. Not a great sequel. That's one of the ones I haven't reviewed. Rise of the Foot Soldier, Pat Tate story is another one I haven't reviewed. This is basically focusing on the best character in the franchise by a mile, played by Craig Fairbrass, who is just absolutely fucking awesome in these films. And I really wish he was a top tier actor by now. He should be, because he is that good. I'll watch anything with him in. This is decent. I think it takes place kind of in the middle of the whole first The Rise of the Foot Soldier. Sort of does its own thing. Rise of the Foot Soldier, Marbella. Again, focusing on Craig Fairbrass more than anyone. This is another story that takes place in between the years of the first film, because Craig Fairbrass's character Pat Tate goes missing a few times, and it's because he's in like Marbella, he's in jail. That's what them 2 films focus on. This is definitely the more comedic film, and where it started going down the very, very silly path, if you like. Way too much comedy in it for me. However, this one definitely picked it up. Rise of the Foot Soldier Origins. I think this may be my highest reviewed video on the entire channel. I remember at the time only like 2 people had reviewed it when it came out on the cinema. Definitely the second best in the series after the first. Prequel, all takes mostly focusing around Tony Tucker's life. But yeah, this definitely picked it back up for me. I'd watch another Rise of the Foot Soldier film, why not? Okay, so we're going back to a little bit alphabetical order here, but it doesn't matter, they're all still ours. Red State. Decent movie about a Christian cult that's gone crazy. However, they definitely didn't have enough money to finish this film, because the ending is too abrupt. I don't mind abrupt endings, but this one just didn't feel right. It's an okay film though, from Kevin James, I believe. Kevin Smith. I got their names mixed up a lot. Red Tails. Oh, I remember I watched this when I was so sick. I had the norovirus and I was off work, and I was just so sick, but I was so bored in my bed. I was just sick of feeling like shit, and I thought, I'm just going to watch a film that I own, that I haven't watched, and I picked this, and I just remember having a dull time with it. Maybe because of the mood I was in, I don't know, but it wasn't anything memorable or anything. One of my favourite looking Blu-rays here, the Reservoir Dogs in the petrol tin can. There's all postcards and stuff in there, but my second favourite Quentin Tarantino movie. What a debut this is from the best director ever, in my opinion. Excuse me. Great cast. You know, what a film. What a film. All takes place in a warehouse, but tells an absolutely brilliant story. You can tell he's working on a budget here, but he makes it work better than a lot of movies who have 10 times this budget. One of the best films of all time. Has to be said. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I loved this film. I just thought it was going to be like an average little apes movie, but A lot of this takes place with the main character Caesar, and when he's like living in the museum, and I think it's Draco Malfoy from the Harry Potter films who's teasing him all the time. But this is like the beginning of the apes sort of taking over the earth, if you like. And then we have Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, which is a brilliant sequel, absolutely fantastic movie. And this is in the midst of the war with the humans, if you like, or I think they've took over part of this world where they inhabit, and they all live there, and the sort of humans don't really go there. But I haven't seen it since its release, really. But I think, what's his name? The Batman director movie, Matt Reeves. Yeah, one of his 6 films that he's made, and there's another one of his 6 films he's made, War of the Planet of the Apes. A brilliant third entry into the series. It's a great trilogy, it really is. I think my fiance is, because we went to see the Batman, and I said Matt Reeves made the Rise of the Apes trilogy, and she was saying, I've never seen them, so I think we're going to watch these soon. But there's a character in this who's very, very comedic, and it was very risky for them to do that. I actually remember Chris Duckman saying that, I'm taking the words out of his mouth, but I did agree with him, and they make it work. Looks brilliant in 4K. The Road, a post-apocalyptic film about Viggo Mortensen and his son, I think, trying to make ends meet and getting across this country. It's alright. Road to Perdition, very similar to The Road, actually. Tom Hanks has to look after this young boy. I don't know if it might be his son, I can't remember. I've seen this film quite a few times, though, but not for a while. A brilliant gangster flick. Jude Law is hot on his tail and is after trying to kill him. Yeah, I do recommend this. It's a very, very good Tom Hanks gangster movie. Sorry, my throat is just really clogged up today. Robin Hood from Ridley Scott. An okay film, but it does drag in a lot of places. It's kind of slow and dull, and a prequel to Robin Hood. I mean, does anyone really want that? This is on Steelbook, by the way, not the best Steelbook in the world. It's just very... but I'm glad Ridley Scott made The Last Duel, which could be mistaken for being in the same type of boring tone for some people. But that was an amazing movie. But Robin Hood, it's okay. I'm not really a massive Robin Hood person, to be honest. I think that's the only Robin Hood film I've seen. Here we go then, my most watched movie of all time, my personal favourite film of all time, RoboCop, which will explain this shit. The Arrow version, and there is a 4K coming very, very soon. I'm in 2 minds whether to pick it up, but if I do, I'll buy it on Steelbook. But this is a great set. It's probably my favourite Blu-ray that I own, to be honest, because I love the artwork. With it being my personal favourite movie, just adds to that. I never know where to start with this film. It's just absolutely fantastic, isn't it? It really is. One of the best things to come out with the 80s. I've gushed about this film so many times on the channel. All I'm going to say is, please go and watch it if you haven't. It's incredible. It really is. Clarence Bodiger, the greatest villain of all time. RoboCop trilogy, so I own the first movie twice here, but this is the only way to get RoboCop 2 and RoboCop 3 here in the UK. Now, the RoboCop 2 is an okay sequel. A lot of people hate on it, but I think it's alright. Just not as good as the first. And RoboCop 3, a lot of people hate that as well, but because I'm such a RoboCop nerd, I can watch it. I can watch all 3 of these movies, really. It's not a very good film, though, the third one, but I enjoy it. I do. So RoboCop just has a big part of my childhood. I mean, my mum really wouldn't let me watch the second one for a long time because there's a kid in it who's like 12 who drug deals and shoots people. Even though the first one is way more violent. But I used to watch these films constantly. I still do to this day. I'll review all 3 on the channel at some point. 100%. I'm just kind of trying to pick the right time to review my favourite films on this channel. RoboCop, the remake. I tell myself this is a bad film, but it's watchable. However, I just hate the way they went for a 12 rating. RoboCop should be a violent-ass adult flick. And they just tried to appeal to a young audience here, and what it ended up being was a very, very forgetful film. It's watchable, nothing more. I'm really sorry, I'll try not to do that again. The Rock Nicolas Cage movie with Sean Connery and Ed Harris. I can't remember who directed this, but do you remember them Jerry Bruckheimer productions on VHS? I think Con Air was one, Armageddon. This just fits in that. I think there's like 12 of them or something. But yeah, this is basically a bomb. Is it a bomb on Alcatraz, I think? Or a nuke or something, and they have to go and retrieve it. Something like that. I haven't seen it for a while. It's okay though, from what I remember. Rock and Roller, a lot of people love this Guy Ritchie film. I remember it just being very average. I wasn't a big fan. One of the first times I seen Tom Hardy. Rock of Ages, A Blind Buy. I'm not a big musical person. This is watchable at most. Didn't do much for me. I'm not gonna lie. One of my favourite franchises of all time, the Rocky Undisputed Collection. Rocky 1 is definitely the best overall film out of all of these, but not the one that I rewatched the most. I think I've only ever seen it once, but I remember thinking it was amazing when I watched it. However, Rocky 2 is a very good sequel, probably got the best climax of any of the fights in these films. Rocky 3 is the one I rewatched the most. I just love Clubber Lang. It was one of the very first VHSs I owned, along with Home Alone 2, and I used to watch them two films all day, or every day. Rocky 4, everyone's favourite. I love the Ultimate Director's Cut. I will grab that if it comes out on 4K, but I like this version too. Over time, I do think I'm going to prefer the other version because it doesn't have that stupid Paulie robot and stuff. But Drago is a great character. Rocky 5... a lot of people hate that film. It's watchable to me. I like the end fight in the street. My ring's outside. And Rocky Balboa is probably my... I've only seen it once and I just found it okay. Nothing special. Very, very average. But what a franchise. Love the Creed movies as well, as I spoke about before on this video. Rollerball. I'm going to get in trouble here, but I just did not like this film at all. It done nothing for me. I'm afraid maybe it was just because it's a bit dated or something. I don't know. I know there's a few people on YouTube who like this, but it just done nothing for me, I'm afraid. Got to be honest, haven't you? Roller Coaster on 101 Films Black Label Edition. This is definitely out of print now. I mean, you can buy it without the box and stuff. I love that artwork there. Basically, this is about a guy who's gone around setting bombs in fairgrounds on roller coasters. Great opening scene. I remember my dad taped it for me back in the day on TV because I was obsessed with theme parks and stuff. And I watched the opening scene and then the film kind of trailed off and got really boring for me. But as an adult, I appreciated it. I think it's quite a decent thriller, actually. It's a good film. I liked it. Rosemary's Baby, classic horror. Mia Farrow is excellent in this. And this is a very, very slow build-up. Lots of mystery surrounding it. Why all these characters in her apartments are just being so nice to her and her newborn baby. Or she's got a baby coming. Her husband is very friendly with them all and seems to take a liking to it. So she goes along with it. And everything is worth watching for the final scenes. What a film. I can see why that's a horror classic. Rubber, about a killer tyre. It's as daft as it sounds. I can sometimes go for these films, but this, I wasn't into this movie at all. A telepathic tyre. I think it makes people's heads explode or something. I can't quite remember. I thought I was going to love it and I didn't. Rum Diary, another film that was quite forgetful for me. It just did nothing for me. I mean, I love Johnny Depp and stuff, but this one just didn't feel anything for it. It's a very forgetful film, in all honesty. Run Fat Boy Run. Simon Pegg tries to win his wife back, I think, or his ex-wife, who's run off with David from Friends again. Remember that guy from Night to the Museum? And he's so fit and healthy, and he's got a bit of a belly, if you like, and he proves that he's gonna make it up to her by running the marathon. Or he wants to see his kids or something. I can't quite remember why he runs it. But David from Friends is an arsehole in this. Is it Hank Azaria? Oh, I forgot his name. Yeah, Hank Azaria. He's an arsehole in this. And last for the R's, we have Rush. I'm not a big Formula 1 fan by any means, but I love this film. Fantastic rivalry between oh, what's his name? James Hunt and Nicky Lauda. Brilliant little rivalry between these two. And there's a moment where they hate each other, but at the end they're about to run a dangerous race and they just look at each other and say, good, like sort of nod to each other, like hope you get through this. Great moment. Brilliant film. Absolutely brilliant. And that is it for the R's. On to the S's now, by far the biggest section in this Blu-ray and 4K collection. I think it is well known that most movie titles, or the most movie titles, have the letter S beginning with them. So my Blu-ray and 4K collection will prove that. There's about 3 shelves worth here, or 3 of these spaces that you can see behind me of S's. So let's just get into it. Sabotage, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. Not one of his greatest films or anything. He has a few good moments in this, but ultimately it was full of bland characters and just a very generic action film in my opinion. And I love Arnold Schwarzenegger. Same with this one, Safe, with Jason Statham. Again, it's Jason Statham, just a very, very generic modern action movie that didn't do too much, to be honest with you. Safe House with Denzel Washington. I wasn't a massive fan of this. I know a lot of people really do like it, but just done nothing for me. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't get into this movie at all. 3 films there on the run that made me sound like a real neggy any, but I'm being honest. Salem's Lot, a very long film, a 3-hour epic from Stephen King, a TV movie, I believe. I only watched this for the first time about a year ago. My girlfriend bought me it for Christmas. I'd always wanted to see it. It's got a really nice, different artwork there. I love that. Yeah, it's decent. I really like the bit where the vampire comes at the window and stuff. But good little story, good little vampire story. Worth a watch. Are you all ready for this? Salo, the 120 Days of Sodom. Now, I'm just going to cover that up there just because, in case YouTube gets angry. But this is one of the most disturbing films of all time, according to a lot of people. I am looking to do a full spoiler review on this in my Shocking Movies episodes. I've only done one up to now, but I'm looking to do Salo at some point. Basically, 4 rich people kidnap these teenagers and abuse them in sexual and physical ways. That's what it's about. But this is from the BFI collection. Nice little set there with a booklet and everything. That is Salo. Salt with Angelina Jolie. I enjoyed this back in the day. A little bit of a spy thriller, and I do like Angelina Jolie. You know, she's in a lot of fun movies, and she's got a great screen presence. I like Salt. It was a good film. San Andreas, went to cinema to see this. You can tell it's very CGI heavy and the world feels a little bit empty, Los Angeles. Now, I know a lot of people have escaped because it's a disaster, but you would think there was more than 3 people in this city. The Rock, his wife and his daughter. But I enjoyed it. It's a good little disaster film about an earthquake. Santa Sangre from Alejandro Jodorowsky. I've seen a couple of his films. The other one is El Topo, which I don't own. This was a weird movie. It's kind of like a circus type deal, and lots of weird stuff happens. But you know what? I did enjoy it. There's some shocking imagery in here, like horrific horror elements, if you like. I can't really tell you what it's about. It's basically about this woman who loses her arms, and her son controls her. Or it's the other way around, it might be. I can't quite remember. It's a bit weird. It's very, very strange. But one thing in this that was quite funny, there's a funeral going on, and the circus folk turn up to this funeral. I think it's an elephant's funeral, yeah. And these clowns are like crying these fake tears. Savages. Basically, Blake Lively is in a triangle of love with these other 2 characters. You know, she's in love with both of them, and it's a big criminal type movie involving them 3. It's alright. I've heard the book is amazing though. Saving Private Ryan, one of the best war films ever made. I absolutely love this movie. I've only seen it a couple of times, but I've loved it each time. One of the best opening scenes in a film ever, the D-Day landing, full of great characters. Yeah, one of the best World War II movies, that. So, we are getting into a franchise here now. Saw is in my top 10 horror movies of all time.
When I seen the ending of this, I was just like, oh my god, my jaw dropped. Basically, two people wake up in a bathroom and they don't know who's put them there, and they have to find out with all these clues. But fantastic movie. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this. Definitely the best in the franchise for me. I absolutely love Saw. And Saw 2 is one of my favourite sequels, actually. I love the way this wasn't just a throwaway cash grab like some of them. They really put thought and effort into this story, and it really did work. And again, a brilliant ending that I did not see coming. Lots of great traps in that one, especially where the girl gets thrown into that pit of needles there. Saw 3, yeah, I think this is one of the weaker ones. I know a lot of people say it's one of the better ones. I don't agree. I always remember that bit, though, with the pigs getting chopped into pieces and the guys, like, drowning in them. It's alright. Dina Meyer in that one, who I do really love from Starship Troopers. Saw 4, yeah, not a very memorable one. Kind of like on the same lines as Saw 3, just nothing special, to be honest. Just really felt like they were milking the franchise at this point, and Saw 5 is the same. I do believe this is the one with the traps where everyone's got the chain around the neck, and I think they could explode or it'll pull the head off or something. It's a good little game, actually, the dynamic, but again, Saw 6, this is actually one of the better ones in my opinion. I just thought it did actually pick up after the last 3. I think after 1 and 2, this is the best one in the franchise. And a really, really horrid death at the end with that guy with the acid pipes going into his body. Saw 3D, definitely the worst one in the entire franchise. I just don't enjoy this movie at all. It feels very cheaply made. It feels like a budget film. And you could just tell no one's heart was in this no more. Jigsaw, a lot of people hate this film. This is on 4K. I don't mind it. It's alright. I think most of this takes place in a farmhouse and stuff. Yeah, I didn't mind it. It was better than Saw 4 and 5 for me anyway, definitely. Should have moved them up there. I don't own Jigsaw just yet. Scanners from David Cronenberg. The head exploding scene is the most talked about part of this movie. He's a bit of a hit and miss director for me, David Cronenberg, but I didn't really get on board with this. I thought I was going to love it, and I didn't. It was alright. Scarface, possibly one of the most overrated movies ever, because there's a big cult following of this, and it's the most talked about movie back in my teen years. Everyone loved it, and it is a very good film. It's a good 8 out of 10 movie, but you'd think back then in my teenage years that it was the best film ever made, because everyone just referenced this. It's a very, very big in pop culture, but Al Pacino definitely gives one of his best performances beside Heat and The Godfather there. He's unbelievable as Tony Montana, and this is, you know, a really, really enjoyable flick. Like I say, I could probably watch this like anytime. It's a very, very good film. It really is. I just say it's overrated because I don't consider it one of the best gangster films ever. I mean, when you take into comparison of Goodfellas and The Godfather and stuff, they're on another level for me. But it is a very good film. Another Al Pacino movie, Scent of a Woman. I think he won the best actor for this. Yes, he did. He is amazing in this, playing a blind guy who just wants to live out. He's got like a little bit of a bucket list, if you like, and Chris O'Donnell has to take him round and look after him. Very, very good film. Really enjoyed that. Schindler's List, a film I've only ever seen once. I thought it was good. I'd probably have to give it a rewatch to get them, because I visited the concentration camps in Poland, and me and my girlfriend said we want to watch this movie after visiting that, and we still haven't got round to it. So I would like to give this another go, but I remember it being really, really powerful, really strong film. Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I think the director of this, I've just seen one of his movies. Edgar Wright. Yeah, I've just seen Last Night in Soho. Yeah, good movie. Love the concept. He has to fight the 7 evil ex-girlfriends. Yeah, it's a fun movie. It's kind of like shot like a video game type where he's got to fight these bosses on levels, but they're his ex-girlfriends. It's fun. I enjoy it. The score. I thought this was alright. I mean, no, my cousin recommended this to me, saying it was amazing, and I think that got my expectations up a little bit. It's alright. I think it's like a heist movie and stuff. Robert De Niro, it's okay. Another franchise now, Scream. Definitely one of the best horror movies from the 90s. One of the best opening scenes again, like Saving Private Ryan. It's up there in the top 10 probably. Loved the idea of having two killers, if you like. I didn't see that one coming at all. Sorry if there's any spoilers there, but the movie's been out for 25 years now. A great slasher that parodies the genre in a clever way, full of great characters. Absolutely love Scream. Oh, by the way, if you want to see my Scream reviews, I've reviewed all 5 of them on the channel, and I have a ranking as well. If you want to go and check that out, that'll be in my Scream playlist. Just go to my playlist. I can't link so many videos underneath because I've referenced so many videos I've done, and it just takes me forever. So it is on my channel if you want to find it. Won't be too hard. Scream 2, decent sequel actually. It's a very strong franchise, this. But I enjoy this one. I do. It kind of just plays on parodying horror sequels, if you like. But yeah, it's a solid sequel. I do like it. And we have Scream 3, the weakest in the franchise, but by no means a bad film. I love all the openings to these as well. This is another great opening with Cotton Weary. There's this kill in this, though, that is, you sort of have to take the believability factor out of it, because it's like a 7-step situation that the killer has planned, and any of it could go wrong at any point. So you have to suspend your disbelief for that. And there's a few comedic moments that I can't get on board with. Don't really love the reveal of the killer in this either, because I feel like it cheats the audience. But overall, not a bad slasher. I do like the way we go and revisit Maureen Prescott's past in that one. Scream 4 picked it right back up. Very, very surprising sequel this, and has one of the best Ghostface killers in the entire franchise, alongside one of the killers from the first movie. Absolutely complete psychopath. Yeah, really enjoy Scream 4. And the 5th one I don't own just yet, but I enjoyed that as well. Scrooge with Bill Murray. I wasn't a big fan of this, I'm not going to lie. I think I just missed the date when it came out, and it's kind of aged for me, so I haven't grew up with it too much. It's watchable, but yeah. Secret Life of Pets, not a bad movie. Every time their owners go out, they kind of meet up and, you know, hang out together, all these pets who live in these different apartments and stuff. It's a fun animated film. Senna, again, not a big Formula 1 fan, but I wanted to watch this documentary, and it was really great. He was absolutely worshipped in Brazil, and you can see why. Yeah, I don't watch Formula 1, but I don't mind movies and documentaries on it, which is weird. Just try not to knock them. Now, this is a movie that I just don't see why everyone loves. I kind of hated it. I just was bored to tears, and it's got my favourite actor in, but I just did not enjoy it at all, and that is Serpico. I just don't know what the big fuss about this movie is. Just didn't like it at all. It just done nothing for me, bored me to tears, I'm afraid. Sorry, Serpico fans. Serenity, a film I watched without watching the TV show, and I did quite enjoy it. There's some great action scenes in this. I didn't get it the first time. The second time, I kind of picked up the story a little bit. But yeah, it's not bad. Not a bad sci-fi action adventure. Now, 7, one of the best David Fincher films for me. Probably his second best after Fight Club. Great crime thriller. Absolutely love it. The whole mystery, what's going on. The first time you watch it has such an impact. Brilliant ending. Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman are great together as these buddy cops trying to catch this absolute psychopath. Brilliant film. One of the greatest films of all time. £7. Yeah, really clever film with Will Smith here. I really do enjoy this one, but the ending is really sad. Really emotional ending, but really clever film at the same time. 7 Psychopaths. What an opening this is. It's alright. It's a bit all over the place for me though, but not bad. 7 Samurai, considered one of the greatest films of all time. Absolutely love the score for this. It's so simple, but it just works. Just like 2 little beats there, 2 or 3 little beats. I loved the first 2 hours of this film. I absolutely loved it, the whole build up and stuff. The final act, or the final hour and a half, it is a long movie. Kind of dragged. Not dragged, but it was it's not as good as the first 2 hours. It's a good film though. I can see why it's appreciated. I wouldn't give it 5-star or anything, but it is a very good movie. I just enjoyed the first 2 hours more than the rest. Seventh Son, I can't remember too much about this. It was alright. It's about a dark fantasy with witches and stuff like that. It was okay. Sex tape, not bad. This couple make a sex tape and it gets out there and they have to try and stop it. It's alright, just a run-of-the-mill comedy, really. Sexy Beast, a fantastic British gangster movie that sort of takes place in Spain and a little bit in London. But Don Logan is absolutely one of the greatest villains of all time. So Ray Winston basically has retired from the gangster life, and Don Logan comes and says, I need you to do this one last job, and he will not take no for an answer. Worth watching for the, did I say Don Cheadle then? Did I? No, Don Logan, sorry, played by Ben Kingsley. Worth watching for him alone. Shaft with Samuel L. Jackson, thought this was okay. I think there was some good music in this. It's the cop movie, it's alright. I haven't seen the remake from Netflix though. Shallow Grave, yeah, very good film. They have a dead body in their flat and they kind of don't know what to do with it. One of them wants to go to the cops, I think, but then they all decide to hide this body in the attic because there's some money with it or something. Decent little British flick from Danny Boyle. One of the very first Blu-rays I ever owned. Shape of Water in 4K. I haven't watched this 4K yet, but I have seen the movie. Really, really well shot by Guillermo del Toro. Fascinating little story with a great villain. Absolutely do recommend that for the visuals alone. Shaun of the Dead. Now, I was on a live stream the other day talking about this, and it never really hit with me back in the day because I think everything was just like too horror comedy, and I didn't like that. But I think if I revisit this now, I would actually love it. And it's high onto my to rewatch list soon because I want to give it another chance. Everyone loves it. Yeah, I think I was just being a bit of a teenage bitch back then, if you like. But yeah, I do want to rewatch this. I do think I'm going to like it this time around. Shawshank Redemption, one of the best films to come out of the 90s by far. Brilliant prison drama. Just brilliant friendship between these two. You know, Tim Robbins is wrongly imprisoned in Shawshank Prison. And the prison has its own stories to tell with lots of great, fascinating characters. And I really feel bad on that old man who gets out of prison and he writes to his friends in the prison, and this manager in the supermarket where he works is always shouting at him and he goes, I don't think the store manager likes me very much. He hasn't even done nothing wrong. Yeah, fantastic film. From Frank Darabont. Man, that man needs to direct more films. Sherlock Holmes and Sherlock Holmes, A Game of Shadows from Guy Ritchie. I wasn't a massive fan of these movies. My dad absolutely loves the second one. I suppose the train part is quite good and stuff, but I wasn't a big fan, to be honest. The Shining from Stanley Kubrick, one of the greatest horror films of all time. I think I have this third in my top 10. Jack Nicholson is unbelievable in this. I love the story. It's quite scary, actually. I remember back in the day, something scary happened when I was first getting into horror films. And then the screen just went black with Tuesday written on. I was like, fucking hell, put the lights back on. But yeah, fascinating story from Stephen King. I know they had a bit of a row out the movie should be made, Stephen King and Stanley Kubrick, but I like this version of it. I've read a bit of the book. I need to go back and start it again. Shocker. Actually, a really good film from Wes Craven. Bit of a surprising one. Very, very violent. Horace Pinker is a great villain in this. He just wants to go through everyone. He gets the electric chair and then comes back through electricity, coming through people's TV screens and stuff to kill them. It's a fun movie. I enjoy Shocker. Shoot 'em Up. Little story for you here now. The very first Blu-ray I ever bought. Yes, I remember buying my PlayStation 3 with Metal Gear Solid 4 and Shoot 'em Up. One of the biggest reasons I bought that PS3 was for the Blu-ray player. Yeah, fun movie. I love the bit where he's kind of having sex with Monica Bellucci but taking all the bad guys out at the same time. Funny scene. Yeah, over the top action, but it's a good watch. Shrooms. I'm not a massive fan when movies kind of do dream sequences and people thinking they're seeing things. And that's what this movie does a lot. It was alright. Shutter Island with Leonardo DiCaprio from Martin Scorsese. Great, great twist ending. I really didn't see that coming. Yeah, it's a good film. It's a good film. I know a lot of people absolutely adore this, but I just thought it was a good 8 out of 10 movie. It's not, you know, Deals with mental health really well, actually. Sicario, what a score this movie has. This is definitely one of the best looking 4Ks I own. Just absolutely brilliant film. I absolutely loved it. Very, very tense throughout, and a brutal ending. Emily Blunt's great in this, but this guy, Benicio del Toro, is off the scale. I love him as an actor, and he's amazing in this movie. But even though Denis Villeneuve didn't direct this second one, I do like it better. This is definitely more brutal and even more tense, in my opinion. Just shows you how gritty, the crime can be in the world. It really does. But I absolutely love this film. What a sequel this is. Both of them look great on 4K. Signs from M. Night Shyamalan. Watched this not long ago with my fiance, actually, because I was saying it's got the biggest jump scare ever in it, and it has. It's still effective to this day. I love the way there's this alien invasion taking over, but we never ever go to the outskirts, of the big cities and stuff. We just see it on the TV screen. I love the way it's all filmed on the farm, and it's kind of just happening outside the farm. But, I like the way it's grounded and stays in that location. I think this is Rory Culkin, one of his first movies. He's a really good child actor in this, and Mel Gibson and Joaquin Phoenix as well. Really, really great. I like this film, I do, from Shyamalan. I think it's a clever movie. The Silence of the Lambs, definitely one of the best films to come out of the 90s. Again, absolutely love it. It's got an atmosphere about it. It's weird because you're seeing all these characters and stuff and this story play out, but there's just this killer out there, and you can feel that. I love the way it gets the atmosphere, and when Hannibal Lecter comes along and breaks out, it's the least of their worries. The other guy is the least of their worries, but I love Jodie Foster and everything. Yeah, it's just a brilliant crime thriller detective film. I just love it. It's a fantastic movie. I'm just going to get my bearings here, guys. Yes, this is the pile that I need to do next in alphabetical order, but here we go. Silent Night, Deadly Night, Part 1 and 2 from 101 Films. This is a nice little box set. There's the back. Yeah, I love dark horror Christmas films. I do, and this first one is actually really good. This young boy's parents are killed by an evil Santa Claus on the road who robs them, and it messes with his head. And then Silent Night Part 2. The only problem with this, it shows half the first movie. And then the second half is kind of one of the worst movies you've ever seen, but you can't take your eyes off it because the acting in this is just so over the top with the eyebrows and stuff. Garbage Day! Yeah, considered one of the worst films ever made, but when it does its own thing, and doesn't just take a lot of footage from the first film, it's actually really entertaining. And there's a nice little booklet in there as well. I had to grab this set. It's Silent Night Part 2 is one I've always wanted to see all my life. And when it came from 101 Films, I grabbed that set straight away. But yeah, I'll review these at one Christmas on the channel at some point. Sorry, I'm just going to fix this right here. Silver Linings Playbook, another movie that deals with mental health really well. I enjoyed this film. It's a great drama, and Robert De Niro actually is really good in this as well, but these two are fantastic. Jennifer Lawrence and Bradley Cooper. Really, really solid drama. I do recommend it. Sin City, a film I used to watch all the time as a teenager. I do think this is probably in my top 100 movies ever. I just love the way it's filmed. I love the black and white aspect and everything. Love the three little stories. All three of them are solid. But my favourite character here is Jackie Boy by a mile. Benicio del Toro again. But I just absolutely adore this movie. I do. I think it's brilliant. And we have Sin City 2, which I feel is a very underrated film. Not as good as the first, but does a lot of things right. It's just the same cover. I remember the cinema being empty for this. It absolutely bombed at the box office, but I do think this deserves a little bit more praise. I really enjoyed it. Especially Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character story. I like that. Sinister, the last movie that absolutely terrified me, to be honest. I felt very uneasy watching this because this family move in and they discover some videotapes of past families who've lived there who've been murdered, and this guy is filming them getting murdered. Something like that just doesn't sit right with me, and when he's watching these tapes, it just really creeps me out. So this was the last film that absolutely terrified me. It is a scary movie. I don't easily get scared, but that was scary. 16 Candles from Arrow Video. The only thing I couldn't get on board with this, I don't think her parents would have really forgot her birthday. They're kind of a normally functioning family. It's not like they absolutely hate her or anything. I just couldn't get the believability through that. I remember it being alright. Molly Ringwald, John Hughes movie, I believe. Not one of his best though, but it is alright. Sixth Sense from is this from M. Night Shyamalan again? I think it is. Yes, of course it is. One of the biggest twist endings ever. I knew the ending before I watched this, unfortunately. But Shyamalan was really, really clever with this back in the day, wasn't he? Good film, good spooky ghost story. The Slayer, I wasn't a bigger fan of this. I'm more of a fan of the artwork from Arrow Video there. Absolutely brilliant. Nothing really goes on in this, and the last 5 minutes just don't make sense. It should be great with that cover and the name of the movie, but it just wasn't. Arrow can be hit and miss at times. Sleepers, brilliant coming of age film from the 90s. Again, my favourite decade. So basically they are kids and they go to this young offenders institute because I don't know if they kill the guy or really injure him. They push his trolley car down some stairs and crush him. But they go to this facility and Kevin Bacon is there who sexually abuses them, and he is just the most disgusting character you've ever seen. And the second half of the movie is when they're all grown up trying to get justice and stuff. Brilliant film. And apparently it's a true story. Slugs does exactly what it says. A bunch of slugs attacking people around the city. I enjoyed this. It wasn't spectacular or anything, but a good low budget film. It's fun enough. Again, great artwork there. Slumdog Millionaire. I do apologise, I really do. I've just got this terrible cold. Slumdog Millionaire, I went to cinema to see this. I thought it was really well done, the way it all played out and stuff, even though it was very coincidental. But everyone was raving about this back in the day. It's alright. Snatch from Guy Ritchie. This, Lock, Stock and the Gentleman is top 3 films for me. But it is absolutely brilliant, this film. I love all the characters, love the dialogue, love all the comedic moments, and Brad Pitt as this gypsy boxer is just incredible. One of his best roles. Guy Ritchie's really clever the way he does his screenplays and stuff, the scene by scene and how he builds scenes, and I just think he's really clever behind the camera. Species, if you want to see Natasha Henstridge without any clothes on, this film's for you. But apart from that, it's actually quite a good story. Actually, she's looking for a male to mate, so his alien form can be born and take over the planet, really. Yeah, good film. Michael Madsen and Ben Kingsley in there and stuff. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Disney's first feature, I believe. I've seen this a few times as a kid. I enjoy it. It's a good Disney film. I'm sure you've all seen Snow White. Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. The Social Network, a great film from David Fincher, good drama about Facebook and how it came about, and Mark Zuckerberg, what he was kind of really like. I really do recommend this. One of Fincher's best. Fincher is just a brilliant filmmaker. Look, the filmography he's got is unbelievable. Solomon Kane, another dark fantasy film. I really enjoyed this actually. I thought it was a great film. Lots of great action and stuff. Highly recommend. Summerstown from Shane Meadows again. Not his best film, because This Is England, Dead Man's Shoes are his best, but this is still a really good movie. I really enjoyed the little friendship between these two. Sonic the Hedgehog on 4K. Looking forward to the second one. I did enjoy this. One of the better video game movies out there, and I'm really, really happy that they changed Sonic's look. But Jim Carrey in this, back to his best as Dr. Robotnik. I loved him in this movie. And Sonic was the first video game I ever played. And I will never ever forget that memory. So I hold a lot of love for Sonic the Hedgehog. Son of Rambo, another one of my first Blu-rays I picked up. Decent little British movie, actually. This kid is not allowed to do anything because he's in this religion called Plymouth Brethren, who are against music, they're against TV, and he meets this kid who kind of wants to get him out of that. And you know what? It's a good little heartwarming movie. And this is, I forgot his name, out of Midsummer. I am very, very sorry. What's his name? Will Poulter. A very young Will Poulter in this. Good. It's an underrated movie, actually. Sorcerer, from William Friedkin. Definitely one of the most tense movies of all time. Seen a lot of people talking about this on social media lately. I do think this is a fantastic movie. I do. And there's this what the fuck moment that happens, and you're just like, yeah. Good movie. It's basically, they have to transport something in this van, these chemicals, but if they do the slightest bump in the road, they will blow up. That's how tense it is. Soul from Disney Pixar came out in the year 2020 when movies are getting pushed back left, right and centre. I do like the way this is definitely intended for children and adults. Both of them can enjoy it. Clever movie. I just wasn't sure when it went to this soul world. It was a little bit off-putting, but it's still good. It just takes away the animation, because the animation otherwise is just unbelievable in this. Source Code. A lot of people say this is a clever movie and stuff. I don't agree. I just think it was very, very average. Southpaw with Jake Gyllenhaal again, believe it or not, right next to each other there. Enjoyed this boxing movie. Kind of predictable in places, but I did enjoy it. Rachel McAdams in this. Emotional moment. I've sort of just given away there, haven't I? I'm sorry. I apologise. But good boxing movie. Space Jam. Remember seeing this as a kid on the cinema and really enjoying it. I was always fascinated with animation mixed with live action. And this is a good little sports movie with Michael Jordan in. By the way, speaking of Michael Jordan, I really want to grab The Last Dance documentary on Blu-ray at some point. 10 out of 10. If you haven't seen it on Netflix, definitely watch it, because even if you don't like basketball, because I'm not a big fan of it, it's absolutely amazing, trust me. Speed, one of my favourite films of all time. This, RoboCop and Terminator 2 are my most watched movies ever. I used to just constantly watch this on VHS. I had this on Blu-ray, but I just had to upgrade to 4K. It's one of the very few 4Ks I've upgraded to, and I think this is due another rewatch soon. Keanu Reeves, this is my favourite role of his. He has to get on a bus and stop it from going under 50 mile an hour, otherwise the bus will blow with all these passengers on. If you haven't seen it, do yourself a favour and watch it. It's just so fast paced and suspenseful. Just a brilliant film. Getting into another franchise now, we have Spider-Man trilogy. Now these cover arts are absolutely terrible, but here we go. Spider-Man, absolutely love this. One of the best comic book films ever made for me. It absolutely just reinvented comic book movies, didn't it, at the time? And I just love the whole look. It's not really dated in my opinion either. Great story for Peter Parker becoming Spider-Man and stuff. I really do enjoy Spider-Man. It's just so well paced. Spider-Man 2, everyone's favourite. I do actually prefer the first one just a little bit there, but this is a solid sequel. And Spider-Man 3, which is alright, but it has them cringe moments in it, doesn't it? But it's alright. That is the Spider-Man trilogy box set, which has come to light recently because of a certain film that came on the cinema in 2021. The Amazing Spider-Man, a good little reboot with Andrew Garfield. I do enjoy him as Peter. I'm not sure I enjoy him. Sorry, I enjoy him as Spider-Man. I'm not sure I enjoy him as Peter. He bounces around a little bit too much for me, which is what Spider-Man does, so yeah, why not? But I love the chemistry with him and Emma Stone's character in this. Yeah, not bad. Now, this is the one everyone hates, The Amazing Spider-Man 2, but I really did enjoy this. I got a kick out of it. I did. I don't see the hate. I really enjoyed this movie. I really did. I'm just going to bring this pile a little bit closer to me, guys. I'm really sorry about this, but it'll just be easier than stretching over for every single movie. Like I said, there's a lot of S's here, a hell of a lot of S's. But we're getting there, Definitely past 3/4 now. Spider-Man Homecoming, Spider-Man's appearance in the MCU just after Civil War there. I think this is my second favourite Spider-Man film. I absolutely love Michael Keaton in this, and it has one of my favourite scenes from a movie where he knows that he's Spider-Man and he's in the back of his car because he's taking his daughter to prom. And he goes, I bet you were happy when your old buddy Spider-Man showed up, didn't you? Good old Spider-Man. I absolutely love that bit. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. But yeah, brilliant Spider-Man film, absolutely love it. And I love the way the suit is part of a character in this as well, because she's sort of helping him along the way. And then we have Spider-Man Far From Home. Definitely not as good as Homecoming or No Way Home, which I don't own yet, by the way. At the time of this recording, it's not actually released here in the UK. But it's still a good movie. I love Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio in this. And then we have Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, which is a brilliant animated movie. I loved what they done with the animation here. Really, really great story as well. I'm looking forward to rewatching this one, actually, because I'm going to do it before the second one comes out. Spirited Away, I think this may be the only Studio Ghibli film I own. It's absolutely crazy. It's actually quite haunting at the start as well, where her parents are just eating that much and turning into pigs and stuff. Some weird imagery in this movie, just especially when that big ball of gloop is just marching through this kingdom because it wants to get a bath and no one can stop him. Yeah, I can't explain this film. I really can't. You just have to see it. I can't even tell you what the story is mainly about. You just have to see it for yourself. It really is strange, but good. Really, really good, actually. Split from M. Night Shyamalan. The second in his superhero trilogy, if you like, or Dark Universe, whatever you want to call it. This is everyone's favourite. I actually do prefer Unbreakable, but this is great as well. James McAvoy doing all these different personalities and stuff. And that is great acting right there. It really is. So yeah, it's quite scary in places as well, the way he's acting and stuff around these kids he's kidnapped. Yeah, not a bad film. That and Spider-Man Homecoming were the first 4Ks I ever bought. Split second, my friend Adrian in my old job used to tell me about this all the time. So when it came on this 101 Films Black Label, I grabbed it straight away, and I did kind of enjoy it. I remember I fell asleep with the last 10 minutes though, so I do have to rewatch it. So technically I haven't watched the full film yet, I'm afraid, but I would like to go back to it. I think it's like people getting killed around the city and he thinks it's a killer, but it's actually some sort of monster. Spy, ridiculous movie, but I enjoyed it. I did. I got a kick out of this. I thought it was alright. Fun little time. The Stallone Collection. Now, this is like a box set, but I'm not going to get them out because they don't have the but all the covers are just like this. We've got Cobra, Assassins, Tango and Cash, The Specialist, and Demolition Man. Now, Cobra was a good 80s flick, actually, with a serial killer type theme going on. Assassins is good as well with, what's his name? Antonio Banderas. I think he's trying to take each other out or something. Tango and Cash, decent little buddy cop film, but I didn't love it as much as everyone else. The Specialist, not bad. Shannon Stone, it's not bad. But Demolition Man is definitely my favourite movie in this. A 90s film I used to rewatch constantly as a kid. Fun little movie, and I just absolutely love Simon Phoenix in that, played by Wesley Snipes. What a great villain he is. Just trying to find the right place to put them. Sorry. Stan and Ollie, very, very emotional film. I thought these two got the roles down to a T. And what I like about, you kind of think it's all an act, but even in real life, they're kind of bumping into things and stuff, which I thought was a good little touch there. But John C. Reilly and Steve Coogan are just brilliant in this as Laurel and Hardy. I really did enjoy this. I thought it was a great film. I really did. Definitely recommended. And I haven't seen too much Laurel and Hardy stuff. I've seen bits and stuff. But it was fantastic. It really was. True story. Stand By Me, another film that is one of my most watched films of all time. One of the best coming of age movies ever. I just love these four on screen. They just have such a fun time. Basically, they hear of a dead body that is like a 2-day journey away, and they decide to walk and get the dead body because they believe they're going to be heroes by finding them, because the whole town's looking for them. But it's just the whole adventure that they go on. It really is great. It really is. Stand By Me, one of the best films ever made. Simple as. A Star Is Born. Went to cinema to see this as well. I was actually really surprised by Lady Gaga in this. She was great. I think I might have mentioned it in this video, but if I haven't, me and John from Mondo Chelovic Movies done a best performances, 5 each we picked, and he actually picked Lady Gaga from A Star Is Born. I can see why. She hit it out the park here. She was brilliant. I know she's appeared in little moments in films, but this is her full debut. Bradley Cooper, really well directed movie as well. Some hard hitting moments. It's a great film. It really is. Starship Troopers from one of my favourite directors, Paul Verhoeven. Absolutely another brilliant film from him. I love the violence in this. I love the dark comedy. I love the characters. I love the look of the creatures, or the arachnids if you like. Kind of parodies itself. It's kind of not parodies itself. It's a satire on war, really. I can't get enough of this film. I love it. I watch it all the time. Just one of my favourite, most rewatched films ever. And this is one of them. This was my first lesson in not judging a film by the trailer. Because I seen the trailer back in the day and went, that looks absolutely shit. And then for some reason I got it from the video shop and it was just like... Starship Troopers 3 Marauder. Don't own the second one or any of the others. I find it hard to find the second one on Blu-ray for some reason. I mainly picked this up though because Johnny Rico was back, but this was not a very good film in all honesty, and that religious woman just pisses me off all the way through it. Star Trek, not a TV series I ever watched before. This was actually given to me. But this wasn't a bad film. I thought Chris Pine was really good in this. I don't love it. It's okay. And then we have kind of the same feeling for this one. Star Trek Into Darkness. Just alright for me. You know, doesn't really do much for me. It was okay. Now we're on the final little pile here. So let's just get into this. Starred up with Jack O'Connell. Decent little prison drama. Enjoyed it. Not bad. Now we are getting into possibly the most famous franchise of all time. And I own quite a few of these on Steelbook. So let's just get into these. Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. This was actually my least favourite in the franchise when I watched them. I was just getting really lost and it was very confusing for me. I'm not a massive Star Wars geek. I just enjoy the films for what they are. But this was my least favourite, even though Darth Maul rescues it. But I've just watched Star Wars A New Hope, so I am planning on watching the whole franchise again. Because Obi-Wan is coming out soon. So maybe I'll change my mind on this on a second viewing. Attack of the Clones, probably the second, the second weakest. But I did enjoy this a lot more than The Phantom Menace, to be honest. And then we have Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, which is where Solo sort of comes into it, this new TV series from Disney+, because I think it takes place 10 years after this one. But Anakin's sort of arc in this comes to life, him becoming Darth Vader and stuff. I really do enjoy that. Definitely the best one out the prequel trilogy by far. This is actually a really good Star Wars film. I do enjoy that one. Star Wars A New Hope, like I said, I've just rewatched this. I watched it on Disney Plus in 4K. I really did enjoy this. I really did. But I don't know if I'm in the minority here or not. I love the first act where it's C-3PO and R2-D2 and meeting all these characters. I absolutely love that. The second act was perfect. It was perfect where they go and rescue Princess Leia. That was perfection to me. So well paced, all so well done. I loved all of that. The third act for me, where it's kind of, taking place in the space battle and stuff. I forgot the name of the ships. I'm sorry. I bet you Star Wars fans who are watching this are shouting at the screen right now. Are they X-Wings or something? That was the bit I didn't love. I don't know if it's because it's dated a little bit for me or whatever. I don't know. It was alright. Definitely preferred the first 2 acts of the movie though, especially the middle act. But I appreciate why everyone loves these films. I get it. I know why they're so adored around the world. I get it. Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back, which is the next one I plan on watching really soon. I remember really enjoying this though. You know, I did. Some great moments in this. Leaves on a bit of a cliffhanger as well. And then we have Star Wars Return of the Jedi. Again, another great Star Wars film from what I remember back in the day. And I loved the whole opening with Jabba the Hutt and stuff. And then we have Star Wars The Force Awakens. Now, I'm just going to say it right now. This is my favourite in the entire franchise. Went to cinema to see this and absolutely loved it. I did. And I know that is probably an unpopular opinion, but I'm just being honest. This is my favourite Star Wars film. I thought it was brilliant. I really did. And then we have Star Wars The Last Jedi. A lot of people hate this film. I thought it was okay. I give it like an 8 out of 10 or something. It was alright. I enjoyed it. And then we have Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker. Another one that a lot of people don't seem to like. But again, like The Last Jedi, I enjoyed it. You know, I'm a casual Star Wars fan. I'm not a diehard. And you can see why with my thoughts on these films. I do think Rey is a really great character though. I loved her in these films. I really did. And then we have Star Wars Rogue One, a Star Wars story. This isn't on Steelbook. I love Darth Vader kicking ass in this. I did. Decent film. I enjoyed it. And then we have Solo on 4K, which for me is a really good film. Actually, I really enjoyed this one. Decent little Han Solo origin story. My only problem with it, Alden Reach wasn't really doing it for me as Han Solo. I'm not gonna lie. But Woody Harrelson was great in this and stuff. Sorry about that. I enjoyed this. Good little adventure movie with Han Solo. Next we have State of Play. And I'm not going to lie to you guys now. I can't remember a damn thing about it. I have seen it. But it was very forgetful by the sounds of things. I just can't remember anything. I'm sorry. Step Brothers, one of the funnest comedies out there. These two are just great together. John C. Reilly and Will Ferrell. Basically, the Step Brothers, like it says, they hate each other at first and then they become best friends and they just get up to all sorts of weird shit. Straight Outta Compton, really great biopic about NWA. Really sad to see what happened with Eazy-E. I thought the guy playing Dr. Dre was brilliant in this movie. Got him down to a T. And I love all rap music and stuff from the 90s and the 80s. You know, that's what I grew up with listening to. I still listen to it to this day. So this film was right up my street. Street Kings with Keanu Reeves. I think this is about crooked cops and stuff. Again, I can't remember too much about it. I'm not going to lie. Street Fighter. I know there's another version out here in the UK now from, is it 88 Films, I think. But I've got this version, this weird version. I was so let down by this back in the day. I hated it. But I've watched it a few times since, and it might actually contain one of the greatest movie quotes of all time. So when Chun-Li says you killed my father to M. Bison, and he says, when I killed your father, it was the most important day of your entire life. But for me, it was Tuesday. What a line that is. Street Fighter The Legend of Chun-Li. This was fucking awful. M. Bison didn't look anything like himself. It's just a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. Now, this is definitely my favourite Street Fighter film put to screen, and that is Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. This is the first manga film I ever watched, and I loved it. The music in this is amazing, and it's basically about M. Bison and his little cronies, Sagat and stuff, trying to find Ryu because he's the greatest fighter in the world. It'll make so much sense when you've played the game and stuff. It's just a brilliant animated film. I absolutely love it. I've watched it so many times, and the fight with Chun-Li and Vega is awesome as well. Stitches, a film, a horror comedy about a clown who gets killed at a party by accident and then when the kid is older, he comes back to the kid having a party when he's a teenager and starts killing everyone off in the house. It's alright. The Strangers, a home invasion film. Everyone said this was terrifying and stuff. It was quite creepy actually, but it's not a film I absolutely loved or anything. It was alright. I have to grab the second one actually. Straw Dogs, a film that quite disappointed me, to be honest. It just didn't do much for me. I didn't really fall in love with this movie at all, to be honest. However, I did enjoy the remake a hell of a lot more. One of the better remakes out there. Yeah, definitely preferred this one. Definitely. Nearly there. Sunshine on Leaf, really good musical. Like I said, I'm not a big musical fan, but her dad, my fiance's dad bought this for us because we were talking about it for some reason, and he said, "Yeah, I got you," and I had a good time with this. I really did. Super 8 from J.J. Abrams, kind of before Stranger Things and stuff. It kind of plays on that 80s type vibe. Good little sci-fi movie. Didn't mind it. Superbad, one of the funniest comedies I have ever seen. Jonah Hill is unbelievably funny in this. I just love it. They're basically trying to get some alcohol because this girl has invited them to a party and they've lied that they've got this fake ID. But then their friend does get a fake ID, but he's the worst geek ever. Yeah, I love this. I love this film. Superman 1, 2, 3, 4 and Superman Returns. Now, Superman 1 and 2 are actually really great movies. I especially the first one, but the second one has some great villains in there. Them 3 characters who come from the planet and stuff. Superman 3 isn't great. Richard Pryor as the villain doesn't work for me at all. Now, Superman 4 is, according to everyone else, is the worst one in the franchise. I think I liked it a little bit more than Superman 3 because of the villain, the guy who's from the sun, and when he walks everywhere he just melts the pavements and stuff. I forgot his name, but Superman Returns, I wasn't a big fan of that one. But 1 and 2 are where it's at. Then we have Supersonic, an Oasis documentary. Some of the stuff these two got up to back in the day, you just wouldn't believe. I mean, the amount of drugs they had and arguments. Crazy a crazy pair of geniuses, if you like. Good little documentary there. Gonna pick these last 3 up now. Suspiria. I am in one of the boats where I think this is a very overrated film. I love the look of the blood and stuff though, the way it's all bright red. It's a good little story, but I just wasn't feeling what everyone else was feeling. And it has the longest ever breakdown of a door you will ever see in a movie. It goes on for like 4 minutes. It was strange. The Sweeney, yeah, I mean, I was very disappointed in this because at the time I absolutely loved Ben Drew, Plan B. I thought he was a great villain and stuff, and he's playing the good guy in here alongside Rainn Winston, but it wasn't a great film, to be honest. Sweeney Todd and the Demon Barber of Fleet Street. It's an alright musical from Tim Burton. I love the whole character looks and stuff though. And finally, for the S's, we have Swordfish. Now this is actually a really good film. I used to watch this on DVD quite a lot. John Travolta as this absolutely brilliant ex-mastermind, if you like. And he needs Hugh Jackman to hack into something for him, who's the best hacker in the world, but the FBI is sort of watching Hugh Jackman. I absolutely love this film, to be honest. I think it's great. So, yeah. And that is it, guys, for the S's. Well, I've got that pretty big section of S's out the way. We're onto the T's now, which is fairly big in itself. Not as big as the S's, though. We're going to be starting off with a bit of a trilogy here. Well, a bit of a trilogy. A trilogy. And that is Taken. This is a nice little steelbook, actually. I got this from Play.com back in the day. Not bad. But yeah, inside, a bit of art. I'm not going to show it all. Maybe I'll do a steelbook video one day or whatever. Like I said, I don't collect too many steelbooks, but that's got a nice little slip thing there. I like that. Yeah. So, yeah, probably Liam Neeson's best action orientated movie. I know he's done Schindler's List and all that, but as far as action goes, this is probably his best one, isn't it? Absolutely love the phone call. I will find you and I will kill you. But you know what I fucking absolutely hate in this movie? His daughter. She's a fucking arsehole.
She's so annoying. Sorry. Next up we have Taken 2. Very, very generic action movie. It's definitely just a cash in, this one. I wasn't a massive fan of it. It just was kind of dull and boring, to be honest. However, I know this is probably a cash in as well, but Taken 3 is actually better than Taken 2 for me. I just enjoyed this one a little bit more there. I think, does his wife get kidnapped in this one? I can't quite remember, but I remember liking this better than Taken 2. 1 is the best though. Taken got Pelham 1, 2, 3. Another decent action movie. John Travolta and Denzel Washington with... did they take over a train in this or something? A hostage situation on a train. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember enjoying it. Now this is a little gem. Tammy and the T-Rex. Very low budget film starring Denise Richards and Paul Walker. This is one of them 101 films box sets with the booklet and stuff. This was such a nice surprise for me. If you can just go into this and tell yourself to have a little bit of fun with it, you will. What a cover that is as well. I absolutely love that. I had a fun time with this. Basically, Paul Walker is killed by these bullies, I think, and then they put Paul Walker's brain into this model T-Rex, and the T-Rex comes back for revenge. It's as ridiculous as it sounds. It is actually a fun movie. I did enjoy it. Tangled from Disney Animated Studios. Yeah, decent film. Really enjoyed this one. One of their best in the most recent years, I feel. This is another one from After Dark Originals, which the Fertile Ground and Prowl with the other ones there. And this is The Task. They basically are put into this house and they have to try and get out of it or stay in it for a night or something. It's alright. It's got a decent little twist at the end of it. Taxi Driver from Martin Scorsese, a film I didn't appreciate first time watching, but I've seen it about 3 times now and I absolutely love it. De Niro is fantastic in this. I love how much Scorsese just captures the whole grittiness of New York in the 70s there. He absolutely nails the atmosphere in this film. Brilliant movie, brilliant drama, one of Scorsese's best. We have Ted. A funny movie, but it's kind of, that comedy is kind of, we've been there, done it now. It's not something I'm probably going to return to too often, but at the time this was quite fun. Seeing this teddy bear come alive, and Ted 2. Not as good as the first, but enjoyable enough. I love it when the guy at the start in the party has a line of coke. And then looking around the party and you go, guess which one's had the coke? And then he punches someone and jumps out the window. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles trilogy, the original movies. I used to watch the second one most on VHS all the time. It's the only one I owned. And I only ever watched the first one for the first time when I got this Blu-ray box set. Now the first one is definitely the best. It's a great movie. I really do enjoy it. The second one, I just love the fascination with the ooze. I don't know why. It's the fun little concept in there. I don't know why. I think when you're just a kid and you see all this goo and stuff, you think, oh, that looks like something, because you used to get stuff like that to play with as a kid, didn't you? Turtles 3, Turtles in Time. Only ever watched that at the cinema when I was a kid. It was one of the very first films my mum and dad took me to see, and I didn't like it. They changed the look of the Turtles and stuff like that. But I do enjoy 1 and 2 a lot. But 3, I've just lost total memory in it. I think they go to China in that one or something. Michael Bay's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it's alright, but I'm not a massive fan of how the Turtles look in this, but it's a decent little action movie. And then we have Turtles 2, Out of the Shadows, another Michael Bay film, the sequel to the reboot, obviously. Yeah, more along the same lines, it's enjoyable, but I definitely prefer them 2 originals, definitely. And then we have Tenebrae from Dario Argento. I did really enjoy this, actually. I liked it a lot better than Suspiria. And I liked the whole, the conclusion to the end. It's basically about this writer and people are copying his murders in his books, and we're going to find out who it is. But I do really enjoy this one. Tenet on 4K, a film I am itching to rewatch. I just don't know when. You've got to be in the mood to sit down with this one, I suppose. But I did really enjoy this at the cinema, but I didn't have a clue what was going on. But I love the whole look of it and stuff. That backwards fight scene was unbelievable. But I do want to give this one another go. This is a nice little box set there with a big booklet in and stuff like that. HMV exclusive. Sorry about that. It's just basically an art book. But yeah, I don't know how this got released in 2020. It was like the
most expensive movie that year and stuff like that, and they just released it right in the middle of the pandemic, right at the right time when people were allowed to go back at the cinemas and stuff. But yeah, he could have done better sound mixing though. Sometimes I just can't hear a damn thing the characters are saying. And I think Nolan's a little bit stubborn with that. The Terminator, James Cameron, one of the best movies of all time, definitely in my top 20 movies ever. Arnold Schwarzenegger is absolutely brilliant in this. Arguably his best role. I know he's brilliant in Terminator 2 as well, but he's definitely more terrifying in this one. And this is kind of a horror sci-fi movie in my opinion. Just so many great scenes, and it does actually contain my favourite movie scene of all time, the Technar shootout. I love everything about that. One day I will do a full video on just that scene because I absolutely adore that moment in movie history. But I've done my top 10 movie moments. It's on my top 10 list in my playlists. And that was actually my number one moment. So yeah, it was just a brilliant, brilliant film. Timeless. Will never get old. I can watch it anytime. Just one of the greatest films ever. And then we have Terminator 2. If Terminator 1 is in my top 20, this is in my top 5. I think after The Godfathers, this is my favourite film of all time. Best film I've ever seen of all time. But definitely up there with Speed and Robocop as my most rewatched movies ever. The best action film ever, probably. It's just perfection, isn't it? I mean, I don't have any complaints with this. And the whole shootout scene from the Skynet building. In fact, when Arnold, Linda Hamilton and Edward Furlong all go into that Skynet building, everything from there is just absolutely amazing. The whole chase down the street where Arnold's shooting the police officers, the helicopter going under the bridge. Everything about it is just action movie perfection, isn't it? And Linda Hamilton, for me, is the star of this one. As good as Arnold is, as good as the T-1000 is, as good as John Connor, Edward Furlong is, Linda Hamilton is the star of this movie for me. I absolutely love her in this, and it's one of the best acting performances of all time, in my opinion. I wish she was in more movies, I really do. Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines. Only ever watched this once when it came out on VHS back in the day. Wasn't a massive fan, it was alright. I did enjoy the villain, but I think the movie just relies on a lot of CGI, and it just... I know the second one does, but for some reason the second one doesn't feel dated, and this one did, even at the time. I don't like the jokes and stuff in this, talk to the hand and all that bollocks. It's alright, it's alright. I probably need to give that another go, actually. Terminator Salvation, wasn't really a big fan of this at all. There was... I just couldn't get on board with it. I didn't enjoy it, in all honesty. And this one is definitely the worst in the franchise, Terminator Genesis. Going by the trailers and stuff for this, I thought, oh my god, this is going to be amazing. They're bringing the T-1000 back and everything. It's going back to the first movie, oh my god. And it was absolutely shite. I hated this film. Probably one of the worst films I've ever seen, honestly. I just didn't like it at all. I did not like it. However, I know this is a bit of a mixed bag, but I really did enjoy this one, and that is Terminator Dark Fate. Bit of bittersweet start, if you like, or a bitter start, mainly for Terminator 1 and 2 fans. But everything after that, I think it does try and go in a new direction, and it works for the most part. I love the whole chase scene at the start of the movie. I think the villain in this is fantastic. The best villain since T-1000, for sure. I don't think it's a bad film. I actually really enjoyed this one, especially at the cinema. Getting on to another bit of a franchise now. I don't own all of these movies because not all of them are released on here on the UK. So I might have to go region A or whatever. But to be honest, there's still 2 of these movies I've never seen, Part 3 and Part 4. And at this moment in time, my cousins actually lent me them on DVD, so I'll get round to them soon. But this is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. In my opinion, the greatest horror film of all time. I know Second Sight are bringing a big box set out of this, so I'm probably going to have to grab that. But this is a really good edition with lots of special features on. I went to see this at the cinema a few months back, and it was amazing. This film is just absolutely brilliant. 1 or 2 little niggles stop it from being a 10 for me, but it's definitely one of the best films I've ever seen. I absolutely love it. The way it's documented, it feels real. The whole narration at the start sets you up and give you this feeling of dread. Just the best horror film of all time, in my opinion. Love Leatherface. And that moment where Pam, is it? She's about to run out the house and Leatherface just brings her back into the darkness there. One of the greatest movie moments ever for me. Next up, we have the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 in a nice box set from Arrow, actually. I wasn't a big fan of this, to be honest, and I struggled to get past the first 10 minutes of that guy just shooting out the car and going, wee wee every fucking 2 seconds. But yeah, it definitely goes more down the comedy route and tries to do its own thing, but I didn't love this film, I'm not gonna lie. I know a lot of people do like it. Texas Chainsaw, went to see this one at the cinema, possibly has the worst line of dialogue ever in movie history. In fact, it has 2 of the worst lines of dialogue in movie history in about 2 minutes here. Do your thing, cuz, and I'm a Sawyer. It's not a great Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie, but I don't hate it. It just got so many problems, especially the start. It was like, it's trying to be a sequel to the original, but it's putting more people in the house from the original that weren't there, and it's like, what are you doing? You're rewriting movie history. Not a movie I hate, but it's not a good movie. A Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake from 2003. Watched this recently, actually, and I liked it a lot more this time. It's actually a very nice film visually. Great cinematography and stuff like that, and it's actually got a very terrifying Leatherface in here. Yeah, I do enjoy this reboot. I like the way it tries to do things a little bit differently, but sticks to the same formula at the same time. It's a good remake. And that is it for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies. Like I said, you can't get the beginning on Blu-ray here, which I actually prefer over the remake, but you just can't get them here, yeah. I'm going to have to fill that collection somehow one day. Next up, we have Them, number 1 in the premium collection. This is a 1950s film about giant ants. It's alright, but the sound does really irritate you of these ants because it's just constantly playing all the time and the ants are getting closer. It's alright though. There Will Be Blood, one of the very few Daniel Day-Lewis films I've seen, and this is absolutely fucking amazing. I absolutely love this film. Daniel Day-Lewis is brilliant in this. I really should check out more of his work because this is one of the best acting performances I think I've ever seen. I think he's like this one of the very first oil barons or something like that. I can't quite remember, but Paul Dano is in this as well as this psychopathic priest, and he's great in this movie. But it's really a good story about Daniel Day-Lewis and his son as well. It's 3 hours long, but I don't think it seems like that. I was just fully invested in this movie. I absolutely loved it. One of the best films I think I've ever seen. Next up, They Live on 4K. Now, a lot of people gush over this film, saying it's one of the best things to come out the 80s and stuff. Is it the 80s? I think it is. I think it's the 80s. If not, I do apologise, but I'm pretty sure it is. But anyway, a lot of people gush over this. And when I watched it, I just didn't feel what all them other people felt. But I've heard on rewatch this can actually be a really, you like it even more. So I bought this on 4K to give it another go. It's a good concept though. The Thing from John Carpenter. This is another one that people just absolutely adore and say it's one of the best horror films ever. For me personally, I think it's a very good film. It's a solid 8 out of 10 movie. But I just have never had that connection that other people have. And I've tried watching this like 4 or 5 times now. Maybe the next time it will click. But I do think it's a very good film. It's a solid movie. It's just not in my top 10 horror films of all time or anything. But great practical effects. They're amazing in there. This Is England from Shane Meadows. Definitely one of his best films. In fact, his best film behind Dead Man's Shoes. I've seen this so many times. I love Stephen Graham in this. He's absolutely, terrifying. And what a great performance. I just dropped the Blu-ray. Can you believe it? Sorry about that, everyone. I'll leave that one in because I'm not going to cut that out. This is the end. I think the world's ending or something and they're all stuck in this house. I can't remember, to be honest, but I remember enjoying it. I think I'm getting mixed up with another movie. I can't quite remember. But yeah, Seth Rogen. You know what you're getting off him. This Means War. Now, this was actually slated by everyone, but I thought it was alright, actually. Tom Hardy and Chris Pine are secret agents, and they both fancy the same girl, Reese Witherspoon. And they work together at work as secret agents, and then they start trying to outdo each other to win her over. It's not bad. It's a good little action comedy. Thor, a lot of people dislike this and say it's one of the worst MCU films, but I think it's actually a really good movie. I don't get the hate at all. And it's fascinating that they built that whole town just for this movie. Then we have Thor: The Dark World. I can sort of agree that this is one of the worst MCU films, but I still enjoy it. There's only 2 MCU films I don't like, Iron Man 2 and Doctor Strange. This is definitely on the lower end of my ranking scale, but I still think it's a good film. And Thor Ragnarok, which I recently just watched because me and my fiance are rewatching the MCU. I thought this was hilarious. I love, I think his name's Krug, is it? Or Karg? Forgot his name, but he's great. See you later, Doug. Yeah, I love the fight scene with Thor and Hulk in here as well. Yeah, it's full of great characters. I love the whole world where Jeff Goldblum runs that city full of rubble and rubbish and debris. That's really well filmed. Yeah, probably the best one out of the 3, I feel. 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri about Frances McDormand looking for her daughter because the cops won't do anything about it, so she sort of publicly shames them and pushes them to do it, and Woody Harrelson is the sheriff, who she's sort of publicly shaming here and trying to get to the bottom of what's happened to her daughter. Sam Rockwell is brilliant in this movie, by the way. Yeah, good film. Enjoyed that one. Is that the Coen brothers? I can't quite remember if it is. I should really do my research before doing all this. I can't quite remember. I'm sorry. I should know that if I like them that much. Three Kings, a movie that I used to watch all the time on DVD. It's good. I like the little dynamic these 3 have, or chemistry should I say. Ice Cube, Mark Wahlberg and George Clooney. They're going to search for some gold in Kuwait in the 90s, early 90s I think. Yeah, it's not a bad war film. Sort of a war film. Well, it is a war film, isn't it? But it doesn't focus too much on the war. It's more about their journey. Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. Soldier Spy. I didn't have too much interest in this film, but this steelbook was £1, and I just had to pick it up. I just thought that's too good of a deal to not pick up. I don't know too much about the story, the movie. In fact, I looked up the most boringest movies ever, and this was actually in it, even though the article said it's a good film. It's just very boring, so I don't know when I'm going to get round to this, but hopefully I enjoy it. But for £1, I could not leave that on the shelf. I just couldn't. Even though I'm just trying to pick up movies that I want to watch now. Now, I need a replacement case for this because I don't know what the hell has happened here. But, yeah, if I just get another Blu-ray case, this should be okay because it's on the outside of the case. But I don't know what's happened to that. But Tintin, The Secret of the Unicorn is this movie. If you can see it, that is just, I didn't even notice that. Oh dear. Looks like it's come off a J card or something. Yeah, good animated movie from Steven Spielberg. I did enjoy this one. Next up we have Titanic. James Cameron movie once again. Fantastic film. I remember this being the biggest movie in 1997, was it? When I was a kid. It was in the video shop and on the cinema at the same time. And this is a brilliant film. It is. I absolutely love it. Probably the best romance film I think I've ever seen, which isn't my favourite genre or anything, but if I was going to pick one, this would be it. Plus it's got a little bit of action and stuff in there as well. So I think, I don't know. To Kill a Mockingbird with Gregory Peck, yeah, really good courtroom drama. I really did enjoy this one. I thought it was a fantastic movie. Top Gun and the film, again, like, The Thing and They Live, it's not really ever hit me as much as it hit everyone else. A lot of people gush over this film as well, but for me, I just thought it was alright. Nothing special. But Top Gun 2 Maverick looks really good, actually, from them trailers, so I might rewatch that closer to the time Top Gun 2 comes out. The Tortured, this is basically just going off the Saw franchise and trying to, came out around the same time, but this has got a very good twist in, actually. Didn't see that one coming. There's some hard to watch moments, but it's not a bad film. Total Recall, Arnold Schwarzenegger, one of his best films for sure. Paul Verhoeven as well. I mean, the guy doesn't miss. Fantastic sci-fi futuristic story, and Arnold is just great in this once again. Yeah, Total Recall is amazing. I love all the costume design in that film. The Tourist with Angelina Jolie and Johnny Depp. Can't remember too much about this, but I remember it all. You know, the look of Venice and stuff looked great in this. Really well shot. I can't remember too much about the story, I'm not gonna lie. The Town, Ben Affleck directed film. I love this movie. I love films about bank heists, and this is one of the best actually. And I love the whole Rebecca Hall, Ben Affleck storyline that we've got going on. Jeremy Renner in the background, just being a sinister character, really. Yeah, great movie, great film. That Tower Heist, another bit of a heist film actually, like The Town, just not as good. It's alright. It's watchable and forgettable, if that makes sense. Next up we have Toy Story 1, 2 and 3. A brilliant trilogy of movies. Toy Story 3 for me is probably the best animated film of all time. I just think it's got everything. It's amazing, and one of the most emotional movie moments ever for me, where Woody waves to Andy. Oh man, that just kills me. I love Toy Story 1 as well. I mean, this was the first Pixar film back in the day, and I was loving the animation. Toy Story 2 again, great sequel. I think 1 and 3 are the best though, but just a great trilogy of films. I love the dinosaur in this, Rex, when in the first one where the kids are bringing all toys to the party and they all think they're getting replaced, and they're looking out the window and all these toys getting brought in, and Rex the dinosaur says, "Are there any dinosaur shaped ones?" And Ham the pig says, "Oh, they're all in boxes, you idiot." Kills me every time. I'm sorry, I do apologise. Still got that little bit of a cold going around. Toy Story 4, a film that we didn't really need, but when I went to watch it, I was quite pleasantly surprised. I really did enjoy this one, and this is definitely more Woody's story compared to the whole gang. Yeah, decent film, and looks great on 4K. Training Day, another one of the best performances I've ever seen from Denzel Washington. He's like a Ben cop really, and he takes Ethan Hawke out for the day, whose first day it is on the job in the narcotic game, and he's got like a little bit of a side to him, put it that way. You haven't seen Training Day, I highly recommend it. Train to Busan. You know, after Dawn of the Dead, this is probably the best zombie film I've ever seen. I heard it was good, and my friend Jamie was going on about it, saying, "Oh, it's just amazing." And I was going, "Okay, try and lower my expectations," but it blew me away. I couldn't believe how fast paced it was. It was just a fantastic film. I loved it. Kind of lives up to the name, like the trains are fast, the movie's fast, and they're getting from carriage to carriage, and there's a lot of human emotion and stuff involved in this film as well. I've done an actual full spoiler review, horror revisited episode on this, if you want to check it out, but I loved this film. Train to Busan Peninsula, bit of a letdown of a sequel. Loved the start, loved the end. It was the whole middle act that just didn't do it for me, and that little sport where they're betting on the zombies against the humans is just ridiculous to me. So yeah, bit of a letdown of a sequel, but thanks to Jamie Powell for sorting me out with this nice little box set there. But yeah, a bit of a letdown for me, I'm afraid. Trainspotting, a film I've only ever seen once, but I remember really enjoying it. Full of great characters who are all addicted to drugs, basically. Don't own Trainspotting 2 though. Let me just get this the right way around. Transformers from Michael Bay. Definitely, I think this might be, if not the best Michael Bay movie. I just think it's great. I love the whole comedy. I love the special effects. I love the story. I just think this is a fantastic film. I love this movie. I do. Transformers 2 Revenge of the Fallen starts getting a little bit complex and complicated, but it's still a good watch and still got all that comedy involved that I love. The comedy works so well with these films. Transformers Dark of the Moon. I do prefer this over Revenge of the Fallen. The new girl that was introduced in this, I thought she was great. So yeah, I enjoyed that one. And Transformers Age of Extinction, I hated this film. I hated it with all the dinosaurs and stuff. I just did not like it. And it has put me off owning Transformers Dark of the Moon, which I haven't seen. Triangle, crazy little concept this one. It's kind of like Groundhog Day a little bit on a boat with this killer going around. I wouldn't say it's one of them a very, very entertaining film, but it's an interesting one. Tropic Thunder, fun little movie that takes place in the jungle. Robert Downey Jr. is hilarious in this film. I love Ben Stiller anyway, so yeah, decent little comedy war film there. True Grit, one of the a good modern western really. Like I said, I like the modern westerns more, and this one was really good actually. And then we have True Romance. I know there's an Arrow box set, and Arrow have just announced this 4K version. This is a film I need to give another go. I've only seen it once and I just thought it was good. A lot of people, again, love this movie, so I'm gonna give it another go. And maybe I'll pick up the 4K from Arrow. And lastly for the tease, we have Troy. Brilliant, brilliant movie. I absolutely love Brad Pitt in this. This whole story is just amazing. I love it where that guy comes at the start and he's like gonna kill Brad Pitt and he just takes him out with one hit. Love that. But just a brilliant, brilliant film all round. A solid, at least 9 out of 10. And that is it for the tease. Right, we're going to do the U's and the V's together here. And I do apologise because I left one T out, which I'll start with. And that is 12 Monkeys. Yeah, I didn't love this film. I thought it was a little bit over complicated and stuff. Probably need to give it another go because I know a lot of people love this film, but I just wasn't really hitting me there, I'm not gonna lie. Next up is Unbreakable, another Bruce Willis film, believe it or not. This is definitely the best one out of the M. Shyamalan trilogy for me. I love how mysterious it is, love the atmosphere in the film that it gathers, because when Bruce Willis, he learns he's the only survivor, and it's just got this silent, you know, tone about it, if you like. I can't quite grasp what I'm trying to say, but it's just got this feeling towards it that something's going on in the world with this character. Love the ending. The ending is amazing. It's just a brilliant, brilliant film. It really is. Absolutely love it. And I was disappointed with that back in the day for some reason. But when you get older, you appreciate them type of films. Uncle Buck, my friend Jack told me to watch this for so many years. So I picked it up and I had a really fun time with it. I did. I love John Candy in this. Just a fun family movie. Next up we have Under the Skin, an A24 film, I believe. I think it's A24. Scarlett Johansson going around the streets of Glasgow, picking up men and sort of, I don't want to say too much, but it's kind of like Species a little bit, but filmed in a more arty style way. It's alright. Now this is a franchise I really just don't like at all. I did not like these movies. That is Underworld. I don't know what it is. It's just too dark for me. It's trying to be The Matrix. I'm not a fan. I'm just not a fan. Underworld 2, definitely a little bit better than the first one, but I, again, just didn't like it. And this one, Underworld 3, Rise of the Lycans, is definitely the worst one for me. I have no interest whatsoever of picking the next two up. These were all given to me as a bit of a gift from my fiance's brother, which I've mentioned before. I just didn't like these films at all, I'm afraid. Unfriended, this was a nice little surprise. I picked this up really cheap. It's kind of like the movie Host, where these people are online and they sort of bully someone into killing themselves by accident. And this girl comes back and haunts them online. And it's all taking place on a laptop and stuff. I really did enjoy this, and I really want to check out the second one, actually. My type of film, found footage. Unforgiven, another film I'm probably going to have to give another go to because lots of people love it. But again, it's that Western type movie that I just can't quite connect with. Although I did think it was alright when I watched it. Unhinged, went to cinema to see this, reviewed it on the channel. Absolutely loved Russell Crowe in this film. He's just absolutely off the rails. I mean, all because this girl beeps him at a traffic light, and it's all about road rage and stuff like that. But he is a crazy ass character in this. I loved his performance, and that scene in the restaurant, wow. Great movie. The Uninvited, this was another one I won in the Criterion competition. I think this is all about a haunted house or something, but I don't quite know. I've just read the back and that's it. But I'm looking forward to checking these criterions out. Hopefully I'll get round to them soon. The Universal Monsters box set. I have watched all of these. Now we've got on the back here, we've got Dracula, Frankenstein, The Mummy, The Invisible Man, Bride of Frankenstein, The Wolfman, Phantom of the Opera, and Creature from the Black Lagoon. Now I really didn't like The Mummy or Dracula, but all of the others I did like, some more than others. Frankenstein and The Wolfman were definitely the best for me, and the Phantom of the Opera was a nice little surprise actually, but Frankenstein, the Wolfman is the best for me personally. In fact, it's the best werewolf movie I've ever seen. Love Dingo's performance in that, Lon Chaney. But yeah, this is a nice little box set too. Yeah, a product of its time. Unknown, pretty forgettable Liam Neeson film. Just one of them that he does constantly all the time. Unstoppable, Denzel Washington, Chris Pine. I think there's this train and they can't stop it. And the concept for me was really great, but when I watched the film, it didn't really deliver, I'm afraid. Unthinkable, very, very forgettable film. I can't remember anything about this. I remember, what's his name being in this? Michael Sheen. I think he's the bad guy. I think a bomb's about to go off or something, but I wasn't really a massive fan of this, I'm not gonna lie. Untouchables, one of the best films I have ever seen, one of the best feel-good films I've ever seen. Tom 180 sent me this, thank you so much Tom, and I loved it. It was just brilliant, such a good movie. The dynamic, this chemistry these two have on screen is amazing. I just loved it, I loved it. He basically wants someone to look after him, and he's sick of getting all these same people looking after him, and he picks this guy who's totally on the other end of the spectrum to him. He's just nothing like him whatsoever, and this brilliant friendship blossoms. I love this film. But this guy, I think he's a comedian in France or something. What's his name? Oh, I hate looking at the back of these and I can't find them. Omar Sy. He is brilliant in this movie. What a character. Next we have Up from Disney Pixar. Yeah, I enjoyed this one. It's very emotional in places. Fun little story. Enjoyed it. Next up we have the Urban Legend box set from 88 Films, is it? I think it's 88 Films. Yeah, 88 Films. So we get all three out here. Urban Legend, decent little slasher movie, but some good kills in here and stuff, but some of them are way too creative. There's no way the killer could set these up. But all takes place on a high school campus and stuff. It's alright, you know. But then we have Urban Legend's Final Cut. Nothing special. Probably the worst look for a serial killer I've ever seen. And I didn't guess the ending though, which was a nice surprise. And then we have Urban Legend's Bloody Mary, which was actually better than the second one. I thought this was going to be terrible, but definitely more of a paranormal aspect going on this one, instead of a full-blown slasher. So yeah, I'm happy to own this nice box set though. It's a lovely addition. It really is. I ordered that as soon as they announced it. I just went, yeah, that's me. So yeah, glad to own that. Then we have Us, for me, Jordan Peele's best movie out of the two. Really looking forward to Nope, though. But I enjoyed this one a little bit more than Get Out. I just thought it was a bit more ambitious and he executed it well. Loved the opening scene at the fairground. And that, when the family knocked the doppelgangers at that family's house, it's just so creepy. You know, I loved this film. I thought it was great. One of the best modern horror movies out there. The Usual Suspects. I do really enjoy this movie, but I did know the ending beforehand, which kind of probably took something away from me. And I know a lot of people love this film. It's just a good movie to me. It's not one of my top 90s films or anything, but it's a very, very good film. Kaiser Soze, what a man. Vacancy, this couple who stay in a hotel and they find a load of snuff videos that have been made in that hotel room. It's alright, not bad. Vantage Point, I think someone is assassinated and they look at it from all angles or something. It's a bit of a forgetful movie to me, but I remember at the time I think it was okay. It's just a little bit of a forgetful film. Venom, a film that everyone hates. Well, a lot of people hate, but I actually really enjoyed this one. I thought it was quite funny. What works for me for this one is Venom doesn't come into it till halfway through. Venom and Let There Be Carnage, which I don't own, I was really irritated with Venom by the end of that film because he was just constantly doing this stupid voice all the way through and it wasn't funny. But at least it's mixed up in the middle here and he doesn't come into it till half the film. Tom Hardy is definitely miscast though, definitely. But yeah, I enjoy Venom. I think it's a good 7 out of 10 film. V for Vendetta, a film I've only ever seen halfway through, I think, which I hardly ever do. So I'm going to have to go back to this one and give it another go properly. And last for the V's, we have Vertigo from Alfred Hitchcock. Now this is a film that a lot of people say maybe is best. I just thought it was good. There's movies from Alfred Hitchcock I prefer over this though. In fact, Rear Window, Psycho, North by Northwest, The Birds are all better movies for me. But it's decent enough, it's decent. That is it for the U's and the V's. Right, I'm going to do all the W's, X, Y's and Z's together here because there isn't a lot of the Y's, the X, Y's and Z's. So we'll just do it all together. And then I will have my TV shows at the end. Okay, first up we have The Walk, a true story about Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character whose ambition it is to tightrope walk across the Twin Towers. This French guy. Yeah, I did enjoy this one actually. I thought it was a really decent story. Really enjoyed that one. Next up we have Walk the Line, Joaquin Phoenix, one of his best performances. Probably after Joker it might be his best. Just love him as Johnny Cash in this, another music biopic that took me by surprise, and I need to stop saying that I'm not really a big fan of music biopics because there's been so many that I like. This is one of the best. Wall-E, yeah, I liked the first half of the film where it was just basically Wall-E on this planet basically. Then it starts to go a little bit silly with all the big fat human characters and stuff. So it's a film of too harsh for me this, but I love the whole look of it and everything. Wall-E is a great character. Wall Street, yeah, all about New York Wall Street of course, and how hard hitting it can be. Yeah, I enjoyed this one. Michael Douglas, great in this. I just love him in everything. Wanted, really fun movie actually. It sounds stupid when you say you're going to bend bullets out of guns, which is ridiculous in itself, but this actually does work. This is a steelbook, but it's one of the worst steelbooks I own. Look at the state of the back. That's not even a J card, that. I've got stuff inside, but love Angelina Jolie and McAvoy in this. The action is great. I love the music. I love when James McAvoy actually goes up here and smashes his mate. I think it's played by Chris Pratt, who's sleeping with his girlfriend, smashes a keyboard over his face and the letters just come out and it says, "Fuck you." Warrior, love Tom Hardy in this, how quiet he is. Him and Joel Edgerton, two brothers who have to fight in the UFC, I think it might be. Yeah, very, very powerful, sports movie. It does work. The Warriors, what a film this is. The baseball Furies are terrifying. One of the best things to come out of the 70s, is it? I always wanted to play that game by Rockstar, actually. I never got round to it. But, yeah, basically this gang are framed for killing this guy who runs all the gangs. And, they have to make it across town without getting into all different fights with other gangs and stuff. Yeah, The Warriors is great. Water for Elephants, I think it's about this girl who wants to escape the circus. Robert Pattinson in there. It's good. It's a good movie. All about the circus and stuff. Wedding Crashers, one of my favourites. If not, might actually be my favourite comedy ever. I just love this film. I watch it all the time. I just love these two together. They're so funny. Basically, they crash weddings to sleep with girls. But it's just a funny ass movie. I just got so many great moments. I love Vince Vaughn as well. He's just so funny. I love that film. Weird Science, a film that for me personally I think could do with a remake. I think it could actually work a lot better. But a lot of people do love this product of the 80s, and I can see why. It's got that 80s feel to it. Basically these two geeks make a woman in their computer, this hot woman, and they're sort of looked upon at school and stuff. Bill Paxton's crazy in this movie. Welcome to the Punch. Yeah, it wasn't a great action thriller, this. Just very, very generic. Didn't do much for me at all, to be honest. We're the Millers, another brilliant comedy. I absolutely laughed my ass off at this. a fake family who go in an RV to pick up some drugs. Because this guy says if we all do it as a family, it won't look too noticeable. So we get these people who are sort of a bit down in life and stuff to help him out. Yeah, I love this film. It was great. I love that guy who keeps saying, know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? That's all he keeps saying. And Jennifer Aniston gets a cop on with him and says, if you talk to her like that again, I'm going to punch you in the face. Know what I'm saying? Next up, we have What We Do in the Shadows. This was a hell of a surprise. So I'd done a collaboration with my good friend Movie Bug, James Lack, and we were talking about our favourite directors, and one of his was Taika Waititi. So I thought I'd pick this movie up and watch it, so I was a little bit on board with what he was saying. And wow, this was just such a fun film. 3 vampires living in this house, and it's just so funny. It really is. I love where Taika Waititi, the character he's playing, looks out the window and goes, "This is the scariest part of the day." Looks out and he goes, "Okay, the daylight's gone now." Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Again, like I said, I was always obsessed with a little bit with live action and cartoons, and this one did really work for me back in the day. I loved the villain in this with the big eyes and stuff. Yeah, it's a good film. Whiplash. Now this might actually be a 10 out of 10 movie. I'm going to have to rewatch it to make sure. I've only seen it once, but I just loved every single second of it. I was shouting at the TV screen for this Miles Teller character to just show J.J. Abrams up. J.J. Abrams, J.K. Simmons, who is absolutely brilliant at this film. J.K. Simmons, one of the best performances I've seen. I've been trying to get my fiancée to watch this for so long, and she just goes, "Oh, I don't know if I want to watch a film with someone shouting." But it's so much more than that. This film is amazing. Absolutely brilliant. What more can be said? Now I might get in trouble for people who are still watching here, because I've had a couple of controversial takes on this video already, but this one might be the most controversial, yeah. I wasn't a fan of this film. It just didn't work for me. The Wicker Man. And this is actually a 3-disc set from Studio Canal. The final cut. 3 discs in there. I don't know why I didn't like this movie. I don't know why. It just didn't work for me at all. And my fiancé felt the same. I did like the last 10 minutes. That was about it. Just gonna hide there. Wild Bill. Decent little British flick. About a guy who gets out of jail, but his 2 sons have been looking after themselves while he's been away, and he thought they were getting looked after and stuff. It's alright. And some people are coming after the dad when he gets out. The Wild Bunch, a Western film that really just I could not get on board with. Like I said, I like more modern Westerns. This one just dragged and dragged and dragged and nothing happened. I didn't like it. Wild at Heart, a David Lynch movie. Friggin' great film. Nicolas Cage is awesome in this with Laura Dern. It's like a road trip film, but the real star of this is William Dafoe. He's just this weird ass character, but another great film from David Lynch. Just one of my favourite directors. I love that film. Willow, a movie I used to watch all the time as a kid. This was my Lord of the Rings as a kid, if you like. Yeah, absolutely love it. There's a TV series coming to Disney Plus soon, which I'm excited for. But Van Mardigan is it? He's a great character. Love everything about it. It's got witches, dark fantasy. Just works. Willow's got I think he's got to deliver a child somewhere, and this witch wants the child. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, which is on TV every single Easter. Grandpa Joe there, you know, just the worst liar in the world, isn't he? Gets up and there's free chocolate after being bedridden for 25 years. But yeah, fantastic family film. Love Gene Wilder in this. Great film. I'm sure you've all seen Willy Wonka. The Witches, one of my most rewatched films of all time. I've done an unboxing on this on the channel if you want to check it out, but it's got art cards, posters, and stuff like that in there. Yeah, Angelica Houston is definitely the Grand High Witch. She's just great in this. Quite scary as well. The first 10 minutes of this movie are really scary for me, where that girl gets kidnapped in the entry. But you can't forget the auditorium scene, which they all take the masks off and stuff, and some of them witches are by men as well. I just love this film. I watched it not long ago and it just totally still works for me. It's not dated at all. The Witches, the remake. Now this for me was a bit of a letdown. It's just nowhere near as good as that other movie. I hated all the CGI in the auditorium and stuff. The witches were acting so strange in this, and it's just like, yeah, I know. It's weird because people would get onto these people just the way they're acting and stuff, but it was the CGI mainly for me. It just wasn't working at all. Not a great remake. I don't even know why I bought it, to be honest. With Nail and I watched this a long time ago. It pretty much got a cult following here in the UK. I did enjoy it, but it's a bit of a depressing film to look at, you know, just these two guys living in a flat, really. But The Wizard of Oz, one of the greatest films of all time, could actually be a 10 out of 10. I don't know, because this is like 90 years old now or something, or 80 years old, and it just isn't dated, and it should be. You can see the bits that are dated, but it's not dated. I mean, you can see the string on the lion's rope and stuff, but it just still works. The lion is one of the best characters ever in anything ever. I love the way he says he can't count sheep because he's afraid of them. It's a brilliant film. Absolutely amazing movie. I absolutely love it. Wolf Creek, quite a brutal film based on true events about a couple of backpackers who go and visit this site in Australia, and their car breaks down, and this guy called John something, I can't remember his second name, picks them up, and things go in a very, very dark direction from there, let's put it that way. And then we have Wolf Creek 2, which is a decent sequel. Does go a little bit over the top near the end, but it's not as good as the first, but it's still a very solid sequel. I need to check out the TV series, but this guy, the villain, John, he's such a good villain. He really is. The Wolf of Wall Street, one of Martin Scorsese's best films. It's a 3-hour movie that seems like an hour. Just a fun film about the life of Jordan Belfort. Things they get up to in this office is hilarious. Full of great characters. First time I ever seen Margot Robbie as well. I love the bit where they have them drugs and they don't kick in till like 4 hours later, and they can't even like get off the floor. Just a wonderful, wonderful film. The Woman, I actually put this in a video, my top 10 underrated movies years ago, when I first started YouTube, and it is a very, very underrated film about a feral woman and this family sort of find her and take her to the basement that they live in. So you think it'd be weird enough finding a feral woman, but the family are even weirder. The Woman in Black with Daniel Radcliffe. I thought this was an alright movie, nothing special, decent little horror that is mainly for a younger audience, even though there are some scary moments in there. Wonder Woman, yeah, this really surprised me actually. I really did enjoy this film. I thought Gal Gadot was great in this, and I think it all takes place at wartime and stuff, but I really did enjoy this movie. She's a great character. And then we have Wonder Woman 1984 on 4K. Now this was a bit of a mess for me. I was so excited to go and see this because the cinemas opened again after Tenet. They got shut and then they opened again, and I was just ready for Wonder Woman 1984. But it doesn't really feel like 1984 in this movie. I thought they were going to do a lot with that, but they didn't. The whole story of Chris Pine coming back and this guy just getting his life taken over for a week was just ridiculous. It has a lot of problems, it does. There were some good moments, but overall, a bit of a mess for me, I'm not going to lie. I don't know what the hell we were trying to do in there. Wreck-It Ralph, I was so excited to see this because it's all got loads of video games in there, like video game characters appear. Basically about Ralph, who is the villain of his video game. I mean, when the arcade shuts, all the characters in the video game get together and have parties and stuff, but he's never invited because he's the villain. So he tries to go into a different game. It's a good movie. I really need to see Wreck-It Ralph Breaks the Internet. I've heard it's not as good though because it all focuses on Facebook and stuff, but I'd still want to watch it. I've got Disney Plus, I should check it out. The Wrestler, great movie with Mickey Rourke in. Some emotional moments in this. Yeah, I really did enjoy this film. Wrong Turn, the remake. I don't own any other Wrong Turn films. This was a nice surprise for me actually. I'm glad they went in a different direction with this, and I actually prefer this over the original. The ending, I was like, oh no. And then right at the last second, it just turned into a great ending. It's like a bad ending and then just gets flipped straight away. And I was like, oh my God, what an ending that was. Yeah, I did enjoy this film. I do recommend it if you're looking for a good horror reboot. Next up, we have the X-Men quadrilogy. I've never been really a big fan of these X-Men movies. I'm not going to lie. I won't get them all out, but X-Men 2 is probably the best out the original 3. The Last Stand isn't very good at all. X-Men 1 is good. I actually like the X-Men Origins Wolverine, where it all takes place on the farmhouse. I don't get the hate that movie gets, because I did really enjoy that. Yeah, I love the whole farm location and the family looking after them and stuff, the motorcycle bits. Yeah. I don't get it. X-Men First Class, definitely the best one out of the first 5. This is more of a prequel. I really enjoyed this at the cinema. I just thought it was great, and I loved the introduction of all these younger type characters. Brilliant film. Then we have X-Men Days of Future Past, one of the very first movies I went to see with my fiance. We really enjoyed it. Yeah, I think this is the one where the guy slows down time and runs around the room. That was a great moment. And X-Men Wolverine. I think this is the second part to X-Men Origins. Yeah, not bad. I did prefer Origins though, I'm not going to lie. But this isn't bad. It's just a decent X-Men film. And this one was sent to me by my good friend Leon from Leon Talks Film on 4K. Thank you so much, Leon. Haven't checked it out yet, but I've heard this is actually the best out of the entire X-Men franchise. I'm looking forward to checking it out, mate. Hopefully I will soon. Sorry I haven't got around to that yet. And then we have the last X-Men movie that I own, The New Mutants. I went to cinema to see this, reviewed it on the channel. I was so looking forward to this because I thought it was going to be like Nightmare on Elm Street 3, where it was all in a mental hospital and stuff. But, well, sort of a mental hospital. It's a hospital for the mutants. But it just felt so empty, and the only great thing about this film was Anya Taylor-Joy. Her character was awesome. The CGI was bad. It's a watchable film. It's not terrible or anything. It's a watchable film. But I'm glad to own it with my little X-Men franchise there. I think the only one I might not own is Apocalypse, is it? I think. There might be another one there. I don't know. Triple X. I used to watch this all the time on DVD. Went to cinema to see this. Vin Diesel. Basically just doing all these mad stunts. He does all these stunts. I think it's for online and stuff. Or he's a thrill seeker, and then the government want him to go on a mission for them. It's not bad. Then we have Triple X2, The Next Level with Ice Cube. Decent little sequel. It was alright. And then we have Triple X, The Return of Xander Cage, which I don't think was a very good movie at all, to be honest. But I love the ending with a returning character. Next up we have Yes Man. Quite a good movie with Jim Carrey where he has to say yes to everything, even if he doesn't want to do it. And I love the bit where he gets invited to a Harry Potter evening. He doesn't want to go, and he goes there with all these people dressed up in wizard outfits and stuff, and he has to watch Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, and he goes, right, finally we can go, to his girlfriend. And then someone goes, next up, the Chamber of Secrets, and he goes, oh. Yeah, but not a bad film. You Don't Mess with the Zohan with Adam Sandler. Weird little movie. I think he's like a hairdresser in this. It's crazy. One of his more out there films, but it's not bad. You're Next, a home invasion film turned on its head. These people who invade this house, but this girl has other ideas and decides to fight back. Some great kills in this. Another great modern horror. Zero Dark 30, all about the capture of Osama bin Laden. I thought this was quite good actually. Jessica Chastain was really good in this film. Zack and Miri make a porno. It was alright. Basically, try to make a pornographic movie to make some money. It was alright. And just another Seth Rogen movie, really. Zodiac, a film I'm really going to have to give a rewatch to. I think I expected a little bit too much from this back in the day because I love Seven and Fight Club so much and stuff. I didn't quite get that from this film, but with all the praise it gets and stuff, and I'm a little bit older now, I haven't watched it for like 10 years, I would like to give this another go. I think I'll like it a lot more this time. Oop, this case is a little bit broken up there. I do apologise for this, everyone, but this case is a little bit messed up. There we go. Hopefully that should shut now. Zombie Flesh Eaters. Watched this not long ago because I'd done a horror collab with my friend Bryn from Horror Hands. and we picked 5 of our best horror movies, and he picked this. I had a great time with it. I loved the little score in the background. Definitely feels like a retro zombie movie that you used to get from the 80s. And I love how the zombie comes out the ground there. Some great kills in this. The zombies look great. A brilliant zombie film. Another zombie movie, Zombieland, a great horror comedy. Love these 4 characters, they're great together. Especially this guy, Woody Harrelson. What's his name? Tallahassee. He's so good in this movie. And then we have Zombieland Double Tap, which is a very good sequel actually. I really did enjoy it. Just more of the same. Great dynamic between all the characters. The zombies look great. Just a great, zombie horror comedy basically, with lots of action. Zoolander, very weird movie. Ben Stiller, who's just like this fashion icon basically. It's a good little comedy. Then we have Zoolander 2, which everyone hates. I thought it was alright, but the first one is better. And last, for all of the movies, before we get on to the TV shows, is Zootropolis. I actually watched this on the plane back from Mexico. Had a great time with it. Basically a city full of animals living their lives, and the foxes you can't trust. The sloths are really slow, but they work at the call centre, which was hilarious. Yeah, Zootropolis, or Zootopia as it's known in the US. Nice little slipcase there. Not a bad Disney animated movie. That is it for the W, X, Ys and Zs. Okay, lastly now for the TV shows, there's not too many of these. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the complete first season. This was actually given to me by my fiance's friend, Vanessa. Thank you, Vanessa. I haven't watched it yet, not gonna lie. Don't know if I will get round to that soon, but you never know. Band of Brothers, this is one I have wanted to watch for a while. This is a nice big tin box there. Let's take the J card off. Look at that. It's got all sorts in there, but I've heard this is one of the greatest TV shows of all time, and there's only 10 episodes, so really I should get round to this at some point. I am looking forward to it. I've heard it's great. Bates Motel, one of my favourite TV shows ever, to be honest, and this is season 1. A modern take on Psycho. Freddie Highmore and Vera Farmiga are just great in this, especially Vera Farmiga. She is amazing as Mrs. Bates. I do recommend this show. I really do, especially if you like Psycho. I love this show. It's so good. And then we have Bates Motel season 2. These are the only 2 I own. I would like to get the full collection at some point. But yeah, really enjoyed the second season as well. Next up we have Breaking Bad. Now I have to start at the complete second season because I don't own the first just yet. I need to get that. I do. There's a couple I'm missing here. But this is another really good show. I do feel it's a little bit overrated. I don't love it as much as everyone else, but it is good. This is where it starts getting the real nitty gritty. Then we have the complete third season, which contains that episode with the fly, I think, in the chemical room, which is a weird episode. And then we have Breaking Bad season 4. I think this is the one where it has that guy from Scarface in the big mansion and there's a big shootout. One of the best episodes, I feel. I think it's this series. It might be season 5. And then we have the final season, but I think this is part 1 or 2. I don't know. So I'm missing season 1 and one part of the final season. But that is Breaking Bad. Next up we have a show that is in my top 3 TV shows of all time. Probably my second favourite, and to be honest, you can only get the first season here in the UK. They don't do season 2, 3 and 4, but they are on Netflix. Fargo. I cannot recommend this enough. This is absolutely incredible. I can't describe it. It's got everything. It really has. I don't want to go too much into it. Just trust me. Just watch it. Just watch it. You will love it. The most underrated TV show I've ever seen. Next up we have Game of Thrones season 1, 2 and 3. This was absolutely epic when I first watched these. Didn't expect that from the ending of season 1. Season 2 is really great as well, but season 3 definitely contains the best episode out of them all, I feel. The Red Wedding. This was the one with like Joffrey as the main villain in these ones. And then we start getting to this one where Ramsay is like the main villain now, who's even worse than Joffrey. 4th season, really great as well. Love Charles Danson, that he comes into that a little bit more. Complete 5th season. It does start to go a little bit downhill here, but it's still great. It's still great. And then we have season 6, which unfortunately has a rip in it, which really annoys me. I'm gutted over that. And then we have season 7, and the only one I don't own is season 8. It's not that I don't like it, I just haven't got round to picking it up yet. A lot of people hate season 8. I didn't. I really enjoyed it, but the last episode I didn't like. But 7th season there, with all the White Walkers start coming into it and stuff. So I'd say Game of Thrones, Fargo, and 24 are my top 3 TV shows ever. I don't own 24 though on Blu-ray. Don't think you can get the full set here in the UK. Hannibal, the complete 1st season. I thought this was going to be something I really did love, but I just couldn't really get into it, I'm not going to lie. House of Cards, season 1. I've never ever watched this, to be honest. And I know Kevin Spacey is a bit of a controversial figure these days and sort of puts me off a little bit. Luther with Idris Elba. I haven't watched this either, but I would really like to get around to it. This is probably the best bargain I ever got out of my whole Blu-ray collection. 25 pence. That's the main reason I picked it up. Misfits. Now this is another bargain actually. I got this fully cellophaned at a car boot sale for £2, yes. And then I picked it up, give the guy £2, and then looked online on Amazon, it was like £30. This is season 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. I've seen the first 3 seasons years ago and just stopped watching it. But it was quite fun actually. A bunch of young offenders who get these superpowers. Then we have the Pacific. I'm probably going to watch Band of Brothers before I watch this, but I haven't seen this yet. There's quite a few TV series I haven't seen here, and here is another one. Although this is the one I want to get to the most out of all these, because I absolutely love David Lynch, and that is Twin Peaks. I remember when I first ever live stream, this got delivered in the post, and I unboxed it live. I can't wait to get round to this. I'm really looking forward to it. I really am. I'm gonna watch it this year. That's my goal. Walking Dead, the complete 1st season. Loved this 1st season. It's only like 5 or 6 episodes, but I really got into it. And then we have season 2, which is all taking place at the farmhouse. One of the best seasons, I feel. Absolutely loved it. John Bernthald's great in this season. And then we have season 3 with the governor. Wow, what a villain he was. I absolutely loved him. I love the way he's got running his own town, but there's something not quite right about him. And then we have the complete 4th season, which unfortunately is where I stopped. I got to the bit where they get locked up in the van, and I then watched 1 episode of this on Disney Plus. I couldn't even get through half of it. I just stopped caring about the characters because I've left it for that long, and I don't know if I'll ever go back to it, unfortunately. And then I do have season 6. So yeah, I stopped at season 4. There's like 11 seasons now. So hopefully one day I will get back to them, but I did try and I just couldn't because I hadn't watched it for that long and I just forgot all about the characters. You attach yourself to characters in TV shows, don't you? So that is it, everyone. That is my full entire movie collection, Blu-ray 4K TV show collection. If you've made it to the end of this video, I absolutely salute you. Thank you so much. It means the absolute world to me. If you could subscribe and give this video a like, that would really help this channel out. Because this took quite a while to film and I'm so happy I got to the end. I will do this again. Probably not next year, maybe the year after, because I just feel like it'd be given more of an update there. I've got some Blu-rays next to me here, so I'm going to do a Blu-ray and 4K update very, very soon. It's quite a big pile, so look out for that. If you want more collection videos, I will leave the link to them down below. I've got Xbox collections and horror movie collections, which a lot of people seem to love that collection, which I'm going to do an updated one later in the year of. So thank you so much, everyone. I really did have a good time going through all these titles. I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you so much, guys. Take it all easy. And I'll see you all in the next video.